Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Perfected Rasenshuriken? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a sunny afternoon in Konoha, and Uzumaki Naruto was training to perfect his new jutsu. After working hard to master Futon Chakra, he was now attempting to enhance the Rasengan by incorporating his elemental chakra into it. Meanwhile, Kakashi was reading his beloved Ika tactics while keeping an eye on Naruto, who was striving to achieve what his sensei, the fourth Hokage, had not fully accomplished when he created the Rasengan. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, was the original creator of the spiraling ball, but few knew that the Rasengan was an incomplete jutsu. To perfect it, a ninja needed to add elemental chakra. Just like Kakashi's Chidori, which fused chakra manipulation with lightning chakra, the Rasengan was designed to merge chakra manipulation with elemental chakra. Since Naruto had a Futon affinity, he was trying to fuse his element with the Rasengan using his clones, but he was struggling. Another factor that helped Naruto improve was Yamato. With his Mokuton abilities, Yamato could keep the Kyuubi's chakra from interfering with Naruto's control, allowing him to focus better. After several attempts, Naruto managed to add Futon chakra to the Rasengan, creating small sharp blades around the energy ball. He informed Kakashi that this was his current limit. Kakashi stopped reading and examined Naruto's creation, noting the changes. He suggested they test it, proposing to use a normal Rasengan to compare the two techniques. They charged at each other, and upon impact, smoke erupted from both of their hands. While Naruto remained steady, Kakashi staggered back, clutching his stomach from the impact of Naruto's technique. As Kakashi looked at Naruto, he was momentarily struck by the resemblance to the fourth Hokage, which filled him with a sense of hope. He thought to himself that Naruto had the potential to surpass the fourth Hokage and complete his sensei's legacy. Kakashi congratulated Naruto on his progress, acknowledging that there was still room for improvement. Naruto, scratching the back of his head, expressed his determination to reach Sasuke's level, raising his arms in excitement. Kakashi smiled, recognizing the enthusiasm, unaware that Naruto's cheerful demeanor masked deeper feelings. As a child, Naruto had faced mistreatment from the villagers of Konoha due to the demons sealed within him. He remembered a time when he was chased by a couple of chunins. Terrified and unable to escape, he was caught and kicked while being called a demon. In that moment, despite being bloodied, Naruto smiled at them, causing them to stop and walk away. This experience led Naruto to adopt his loud and boisterous personality, hoping to be seen as a human rather than a demon. Even now, with the ability to defend himself, he continued to hide his true self behind a mask of foolishness. Back in training, Kakashi was discussing further development of the technique when Izumo and Yamato arrived. Kakashi sensed something was off, noticing the somber expressions on their faces. Yamato broke the silence, delivering the shocking news that Sarutobi Asuma had died. Kakashi's eyes widened, and Naruto's focus shattered as memories of his interactions with Asuma flooded back. Kakashi demanded to know what had happened, and Izumo explained that his team, which included Shikamaru, Kotetsu, Asuma, and himself, had encountered two members of Akatsuki, one of whom had killed Asuma. Naruto paled at the news, grappling with the fear that people might die because of him or the demon within him. He looked down in shame, a reaction that did not go unnoticed by Kakashi, who decided to give Naruto some time to process the information. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, Naruto had just dropped his mask, revealing the weight of his emotions. After delivering the news, Izumo left, leaving Kakashi, Yamato, and Naruto standing in silence, staring at the ground. Before departing, Izumo mentioned that the funeral would take place at 5 o'clock. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was on his way to Kurenai's apartment to deliver a message. He was nervous, as he had never brought such news to anyone before, and he worried about how Kurenai would react, especially considering her P'argin CY with Asuma's child. Asuma had confided in Shikamaru before his passing, expressing his hopes for their future together. Upon arriving, Shikamaru rang the doorbell and waited anxiously for Kurenai to answer. After a few moments, she opened the door, her expression shifting to concern as she saw Shikamaru's serious demeanor. Given her profession, she was accustomed to death, but she could not fathom that Asuma, one of Konoha's elite jounins, could be lost while on a mission. However, upon seeing Shikamaru's expression and the fact that he was standing near her door, Kurenai sensed that the issue involved her in some way. She addressed him, asking what was wrong. Shikamaru raised his face to meet her gaze, and she noticed a single tear rolling down his cheek just before he delivered the devastating news that shattered her inside. He informed her that Asuma was gone, and Kurenai's eyes lost focus as tears began to stream down her face. She fell to the ground, calling out for Asuma, wishing for him to appear and embrace her. Shikamaru knelt beside her, trying to offer comfort in the best way he could. As Kurenai sobbed on his shoulder, Shikamaru closed his eyes, reflecting on his memories with Asuma, from his genin exam to the day of his passing. He felt guilt for not finding a way to save his sensei, but despite being an analytical genius, he couldn't think of any solution. The reality of Asuma's loss weighed heavily on him. When Kurenai's cries subsided, he heard her softly asking what had happened to Asuma. Shikamaru began to recount the events, looking down as he spoke. He explained that they had encountered two members of Akatsuki. Their team had engaged the enemy, managing to hold them off for a time, but one of the members had used Asuma's blood in a sinister ritual. Haydn, without hesitation, had used a dagger to pierce his own heart, transferring the fatal blow to Asuma, resulting in his death. As he finished, he noticed Kurenai's eyes flash with anger, leaving him to wonder if she would seek revenge against Akatsuki. After Naruto entered his apartment, he placed the scrolls and his sword on the table before heading to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of instant ramen. No matter how much he changed, ramen remained his favorite meal. The fox within him often urged him to eat healthier, but few knew that it was also responsible for his high metabolism. Naruto could devour up to 16 bowls of Ichiraku ramen, leaving everyone to wonder where it all went. As the noodles cooked, he stood eagerly by the stove, anticipating his beloved meal. 3 minutes later, the ramen was ready, and he set the table for dinner. Glancing at the empty chair across from him, he sighed, reflecting on why he had even bought a second chair. Growing up alone, he had only spent time with his academy sensei, Irika, at Ichiraku or at the academy. Even his genin team had never visited him. After finishing his meal and feeling a hint of displeasure from the fox, Naruto turned his attention to the sword. It was well maintained, the steel reflecting the light beautifully. The grip was simple and all black. Naruto had never thought to personalize the katana, as he couldn't decide on a symbol. As he drew it from its holster, he struggled to move the heavy sword. The fox reminded him that the weight would aid in his training, enhancing both his kenjutsu and physical strength. He would need to train hard, while his clones learned wind and fire techniques from the scrolls. Naruto nodded in agreement and returned the sword to its place. He then began to read the first scroll, which introduced him to wind techniques. He learned that wind techniques could either sharpen the wind for cutting or enhance its strength and speed. He realized he needed to master both aspects, especially the latter, as he had already learned how to cut with wind chakra from Kakashi and Yamato's training. He continued reading with great interest, hoping to grasp the concepts by the next day and have his clones practice the techniques. The fox mentioned that for the first month, the clones would focus on wind techniques, while the second month would be dedicated to fire techniques. While his clones trained, Naruto would engage in physical exercises, combining taijutsu, kenjutsu, and bodybuilding workouts. 2 hours later, Naruto was still engrossed in his reading, showing no signs of fatigue as he immersed himself in mastering wind techniques and potentially fire techniques in the future. He felt excitement at the thought of combining his techniques with the fox's powers, especially since wind could enhance fire techniques. After another hour, he finished the scrolls and felt proud of his memorization. He was eager to practice, but the fox cautioned him against thinking he could master everything overnight, laughing at the notion. Naruto scowled, assuring the fox that while he could use wind chakra, he was far from mastering any wind techniques yet. He reassured the fox that he was not a genius, but he was determined to improve. Naruto hoped to learn all the techniques within a week or two, allowing him to practice and hopefully master them. Kyuubi acknowledged this, reminding Naruto that training the next day would be tough and suggesting he rest to avoid complaints. Naruto ignored the advice and went to sleep. The next day, sunlight filled Naruto's apartment as he opened his eyes and got out of bed. He walked slowly to the balcony, taking in the pleasant view of Konoha and the Hokage monument. His gaze always seemed to settle on the fourth Hokage's head, and he often wondered what life would be like if the man were still alive. It was a well-kept secret in Konohagakure that the fox had not been defeated by the Yondaime. Instead, he had been sealed within an infant named Naruto. As a gentle breeze washed over him, Naruto felt a wave of relaxation, momentarily forgetting his worries. He enjoyed the fresh air, which aligned with his elemental affinity. After a while, he returned inside to change, quickly gathering his scrolls, sword, and weights before heading to the furthest training ground number 43, near the Forest of Death. This location was ideal for uninterrupted training, away from any potential confrontations or questions about his actions at Asuma's funeral. He didn't regret what he had said. Acknowledging his connection to Konoha's worst enemy came with its challenges, and being the village's scapegoat was no easy task. Despite the constant glares and hostility, Naruto had grown accustomed to it. He had only 2 months to train before returning to active duty as a Hunternin for Konohagakure. As he jumped across rooftops, he contemplated how much his life would change. His missions would remain the same, tracking and dealing with missing nins, but he was aware that many powerful foes existed beyond Orochimaru and Itachi. He also realized he would miss those he had grown up with, especially the living members of their teams. He doubted Kurenai would approach him again, but he was fine with that. At least those he considered family, like Jiraiya, Tsunade, Irika, and Kakashi, would be safe from Akatsuki. The thought of Asuma's death ignited a fire of frustration within him. He sometimes wondered if he should have left the village once he learned about the fox, but he knew that many significant events would not have occurred otherwise. Quickly dismissing these thoughts, he focused on the present. The fox chimed in, teasing Naruto about his past struggles, which only earned a scowl from him. When he arrived at training ground number 43, Naruto assessed the area to determine how many clones to create. The size was similar to where he had begun his wind training, so he decided on 200 clones. He formed the necessary hand seals, channeling his chakra, and a cloud of white smoke enveloped the area as the clones appeared. Almost a week had passed since his encounter with Enko, and now Naruto was practicing with his blazing katana, slashing at imaginary opponents. Initially, he feared the heat from the sword would harm him, but Kyuubi assured him that the fire would not consume him due to the fox's mastery over the fire element. Naruto was impressed to learn that Kyuubi was the true lord of fire. He was quickly mastering the Hoka Yakushin Kenjutsu style and wielding the Furasiri with newfound ease. He had adapted to the weights on his body and the katana's heft. Kyuubi informed Naruto that his Kenjutsu training was complete and it was time to focus on ninjutsu. The fox noted that Naruto had already learned all the wind and fire techniques so far, but since he would often be alone on missions, conserving chakra was crucial. Therefore, chakra control exercises were essential. Kyuubi instructed him to summon 300 clones and divide them into 2 groups, one for tree walking and the other for water walking practice. Meanwhile, Naruto would undertake a new exercise. Kyuubi explained that Naruto would practice meditation. The goal was to close his eyes and focus inward, allowing him to sense his chakra flowing through his coils. This exercise aimed to help him understand how much chakra he was using during techniques or when channeling chakra to specific parts of his body. After completing this exercise, Kyuubi promised to teach him 2 advanced fire techniques. First, there was a technique known as Katan Karyu Enden, fire style, Dragon Fire Missile Jutsu, and another one created by Kyuubi called Katan Makai no Kairen, fire style, Hell's Fury Jutsu. Kyuubi explained this to Naruto, who sat with his eyes closed, focusing on the teachings he had received. Over the course of the month, Naruto found himself impressed by Kyuubi's teaching style. Although the fox could be demanding, he was able to learn a great deal, which helped him become more self-sufficient outside of Konoha. As he closed his eyes, he began to channel chakra through various parts of his body, trying to sense its flow. Despite his efforts, he struggled to feel the chakra moving within him, which was frustrating. QB had mentioned that this exercise was meant to test his patience, allowing him to gain clarity without being influenced by negative emotions. Meanwhile, Anko strolled through the streets of Konoha, heading toward her favorite dango shop. She pondered how much she appreciated the simple pleasures in life. As she walked, she noticed Kurenai approaching from the opposite direction, her expression filled with sadness. Anko felt a sense of sympathy for Kurenai, not because of a personal loss, but due to the pain she could see. Kurenai was one of the few from their generation who had never mistreated Anko because of her past with Orochimaru. Deciding to offer some comfort, Anko approached Kurenai with a smile. She greeted her warmly, and Kurenai responded with a faint smile and a nod. After exchanging pleasantries, Anko invited Kurenai to join her for dango, which Kurenai accepted. They settled at a table after placing their orders. Kurenai remained downcast, mourning the loss of her partner, while Anko searched for a topic to lighten the mood. She inquired about Kurenai's team, but Kurenai's response revealed her disinterest, as she had not seen them since the tragedy. Just then, Nara Shikamaru entered the restaurant and noticed the two kunoichis. He recognized the sorrow on Kurenai's face, a stark reminder of the loss of his sensei. Though he was beginning to come to terms with Asuma's passing, Kurenai's grief made it clear that her healing would take longer. He greeted them both, not intending to linger, as he felt he might interrupt their conversation. Anko encouraged Shikamaru to join them, hoping he could introduce a topic that would uplift Kurenai's spirits. He mentioned he was looking for Naruto, which caused Anko to feel anxious. She had hoped for a light-hearted conversation, but instead, Shikamaru brought up the name that Kurenai associated with her pain. Kurenai's fists clenched at the mention of Naruto, and she might have reacted more violently if not for Shikamaru's shadow holding her back. Realizing her reaction, Kurenai withdrew her arm and apologized to Shikamaru. He understood her feelings, acknowledging that every mention of Naruto stirred her anger. Kurenai expressed her belief that Naruto was to blame for Asuma's death, stating that if he had not been in the village, the Akatsuki would not have come searching for him. Her words hung in the air, and neither Anko nor Shikamaru responded, prompting Kurenai to look at them both. She noticed Shikamaru's sadness, but also sensed that Anko was deep in thought. Anko was indeed contemplating Kurenai's words about Naruto. She wondered if Kurenai truly believed that Naruto's presence in the village would only bring misfortune, or if her feelings were solely a reaction to Asuma's death. A memory surfaced in Anko's mind, recalling a conversation with Naruto. In her memory, she had asked him what he planned to do after everything that had happened. Naruto had replied that he never sought recognition from others and that he couldn't remain in the village, as staying would only lead to more suffering for its people due to the Akatsuki's pursuit of him. Anko reflected on Naruto's struggles and the burden he carried as a Jinchuriki. She admired his will to live even in the face of adversity, and hoped that the villagers and Kurenai would eventually stop blaming him for the tragedy. With a determined expression, Anko reassured Kurenai that she would never have to see Naruto again, before standing up and leaving her companions behind, leaving Shikamaru intrigued by her words. He knew that Naruto would never abandon the village, as he refused to stoop to the level of the Uchiha traitor. However, Shikamaru pondered why no one would ever see Naruto's face again. Perhaps he wore a mask? This thought led him to consider that Naruto might have joined the Umbu program or been designated as a Hunternin. Realizing that such doubts wouldn't unravel the mystery of Uzumaki Naruto, Shikamaru turned to Kurenai to inform her that he was supposed to meet his father. Kurenai nodded and bid him farewell. After Shikamaru left, Kurenai reflected on Anko's words for a moment. After dropping Tsunami off in Wave Country, Naruto sat on the beach, contemplating his next target in the bingo book. Memories of Tsunami flooded back, confirming that his chosen path was the right one for him. He couldn't afford to be seen anywhere that might jeopardize his plans. In a flashback, after Tsunami and Naruto had spent time together, Tsunami went to shower and clean up. After their encounter in the woods, a bath was certainly needed. As she entered the shower, she recalled that the boy she had just been with had transformed from a child into a young man in just 3 years, which both amazed and unsettled her. However, as the water cascaded down, she smiled, grateful for the chance to see her family again and cherish the things she held dear. When she emerged, she was surprised to find Naruto already dressed and wearing his mask, urging her to hurry. He explained that they needed to leave quickly to return to Tazuna's house. Tsunami nodded, and they exited the room together. After Naruto paid for their stay, they made their way to Tazuna's house. Soon, they arrived at the Great Naruto Bridge, and Naruto couldn't help but express his surprise at its name while Tsunami giggled. She explained that her father had dedicated the bridge to him in gratitude for his efforts in defeating Gato and restoring hope to Inari and the villagers. She then led Naruto to Tazuna's house, reminding him to keep his identity a secret from her family. Naruto insisted that revealing who he was could put her family at risk, as his enemies had eyes everywhere. Tsunami sighed but agreed to his request. When they reached the door, Tazuna welcomed Tsunami home with a warm hug, expressing his concern for her safety during her trip. He noticed Naruto and asked if he was a ninja. Tsunami explained that a missing nin had captured her, but this Hunternin had saved her and brought her back. Tazuna expressed his gratitude to Naruto, repeatedly thanking him for his bravery. He promised that in the future, he would arrange for an escort from Konoha to ensure Tsunami's safety. Tazuna invited Naruto inside for a meal, but Naruto politely declined, stating that he had business to attend to. After exchanging farewells, Naruto shared a silent thank you with Tsunami, who nodded in acknowledgement. As the flashback ended, Naruto sensed some villagers watching him with suspicion, prompting him to vanish from sight. He returned to the beach and opened his bingo book to identify his next target. Using a red pen, he marked through Nara Shishio's page, indicating that he had completed his mission. Moving on, he focused on a C-ranked missing nin named Makoto Shinji, who had been banned from Konoha for the murder of his genin comrade during a mission near T-Country. Shinji had claimed that an enemy had cast a genjutsu on him, but the report indicated that no such jutsu had been used, leaving him without a defense. His last known location was near Suna village, where he had attempted to establish himself. Naruto considered visiting Gaara, thinking he might have information about Shinji. He left Wave Country, crossing the bridge named after him, reflecting on how different things might have been if not for Kakashi's intervention against Zabuza. Once he stepped into Fire Country, he picked up a map and plotted his route to Suna. He realized he would need to traverse the entire Fire Country, pass through River Country, and then enter the vast desert of Wind Country. After a day or a day and a half, he would reach the hidden village. Kyubi reminded him to avoid being seen and suggested contacting the Kazekage discreetly. Naruto acknowledged this, knowing he would need to devise a plan upon arrival, as Wind Country was expansive and searching for Shinji would be a challenge. Kyubi advised that presenting himself as a Hunternin from Konoha might raise suspicions, but using a transformation technique could provide a safer approach. To succeed, Naruto realized he would need to find an alternative way into the village, avoiding the main gate. Naruto thought about needing to stay in a hotel before reaching Gaara, and the Kyubi acknowledged his plan as they began their journey. Crossing the Fire Country would take a day if he used chakra to give himself a boost. With that in mind, Naruto channeled chakra through his feet and set off, focusing chakra in his nose to sense any impending danger. In Konoha, Tsunade was reviewing a mission report when Kakashi arrived to speak with her. She inquired about his needs, and Kakashi, looking up from his book, asked if they were proceeding with their plan. He needed to know the fabricated story to keep Sakura from asking questions and suggested contacting Kurenai and Shikamaru, as Shikamaru was now responsible for Team Tsunade's side and agreed, adding that Jiraiya should also be called in for counterintelligence. Once everyone was gathered in the room, Tsunade addressed them. She explained that the meeting was to discuss Naruto's situation in Konoha. Shikamaru, although not yet a jounin, was present as the leader of Team Tsunade revealed that Naruto had become a Hunternin for Konoha 2 days prior and shared that he had captured a man named Nara Shishio, who had been expelled from Konoha for serious crimes. Naruto had intercepted him while he was attempting to harm another girl, and Shishio was dealt with accordingly. This revelation surprised Shikamaru, who realized he was related to the man. Tsunade clarified that Naruto had chosen this path to protect Konoha from Akatsuki, and his real documentation would be kept confidential. She emphasized that Naruto's whereabouts would be classified as a B-ranked secret until he returned to being a regular shinobi. Tsunade noticed Kurenai's discomfort and began to address it, but Kurenai interjected with a smile, explaining that she had apologized to Naruto for her previous words. She had tried to convince him to reconsider the Hunternin position, but he was determined to move forward and not dwell on the past. Tsunade then provided insights into Naruto's new role, explaining that he had received 2 important books, one containing information on missing nin and another that included details from all elemental nations. His targets were listed in the bingo book, and he would earn rewards for capturing them. Currently, Naruto was focused on C-rank targets, but he would eventually progress to B and A ranks. Tsunade intended to revoke his Hunternin license once he reached the S-rank level, which included notorious figures like Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, and Orochimaru. After the meeting, Tsunade returned to her paperwork. Moments earlier, Gamakichi had delivered Naruto's second victim and a report on the encounter. Tsunade felt impressed by Naruto's progress as a Hunternin, especially since he had struggled with other skills in Konoha. She instructed Shizune to rank the missing nin up to B rank and sent Gamakichi back with the appropriate reward for a B-ranked capture. As she assessed Naruto's capabilities, she wondered why he had kept such skills hidden for so long. Tsunade and Jiraiya also had another mission to focus on, uncovering the spy within Konoha who was leaking information to Akatsuki. Given that no one had been paying attention to Naruto lately, she suspected the spy would not be aware of his activities either. Meanwhile, Naruto took a moment to rest after receiving the reward from Gamakichi. He began reading Gaara's letter, trying to understand the final step of his wind release training. The technique known as wind gathering jutsu was considered A-ranked in Suna, not due to its power but because of its complexity. Naruto learned that mastering this technique was essential for any wind user aspiring to become a jounin. The concept was straightforward. The ninja needed to focus on the air around them and gather wind at the top of their hand. Although it was a supplementary jutsu, Naruto recognized its potential. For example, it could enhance the effectiveness of the Great Breakthrough technique by allowing him to gather and then release wind forcefully. However, Naruto was aware that mastering this technique would not be easy. The Kyuubi reminded him that it was not a jounin-level technique for no reason. To learn how to gather the wind, Naruto needed to first feel it, which required meditation exercises. The Kyuubi instructed him to kneel on the ground and begin meditating. Naruto complied, closing his eyes and focusing on the movement of his chakra as instructed. He found it strange that a demon like the Kyuubi would know about meditation, but he pushed those thoughts aside, determined to concentrate. Yet, impatience crept in, and he wondered how long he would need to remain in this state. Naruto felt his legs growing numb as he trained, prompting the nine-tailed fox within him to adopt a teacher-like demeanor. The fox explained that meditation was a tiring process, emphasizing that patience was essential for mastering the exercise. By closing his eyes and focusing on the chakra within, Naruto would eventually enhance his senses, becoming more attuned to the world around him. The fox reminded him that the third step of wind manipulation required time and dedication. With that, he instructed Naruto to summon shadow clones and practice all the techniques he knew, stressing the importance of mastering each one to ensure flawless execution when it mattered most. Naruto complied, and the training commenced. In Konoha, the sun had just risen, casting its warm light across the village. Inside the Inuzuka compound, a young woman in her 20s awoke to the cheerful greetings of 3 dogs that jumped onto her bed. Inuzuka Hana was a chunnin and a veterinarian for all the animals within Konoha. Life had been relatively good for her, as she belonged to one of the few remaining Inuzuka families after the attack of the nine-tailed fox. Her mother was the clan leader, and her brother was next in line for the position. However, her personal life was less fortunate. Her romantic endeavors rarely progressed beyond the second date due to her family's wild reputation. After a brief moment of affection with her dogs, she got ready and headed downstairs for breakfast, only to find her brother Kiba scratching Akamaru's ears. Kiba greeted her cheerfully, and Akamaru barked in agreement. Hana smiled at her little brother and moved to the fridge. Kiba recalled that his sister had gone out with a chunnin he disapproved of and decided to inquire about it. He asked how her date went, expressing his disdain for the man. Hana, annoyed, slammed the fridge door and directed a fierce glare at Kiba. She assured him that it was none of his business and that she would not be seeing that man again, revealing with a mischievous smile that her dogs had taken care of him in their own way. Kiba, relieved to be on her side, announced that he was off to meet his team for their first mission with Kurenai-sensei. Once Kiba left, Hana reflected on her friend Kurenai's situation. She knew Kurenai loved Asuma deeply, and his loss had been devastating for her. Hana also recalled Kurenai's anger towards Naruto, blaming him for Asuma's death due to the involvement of Akatsuki. Despite her family's tragic history with the nine-tailed fox, Hana felt no animosity toward Naruto. In fact, she was intrigued by him and wanted to speak with Kurenai, especially now that her friend was returning to active duty. Hana quickly left her house, following the trail of Kiba and Akamaru to meet Kurenai. Along the way, she pondered why Kurenai was taking on missions while P.R.J.N.T. with Asuma's child. She also intended to ask her about the conversation she had with Naruto. At Team 8's training ground, Kurenai was present with her team, though she was not alone. Due to her P.R.J.N.C.Y., she had been removed from active duty, and Kakashi had stepped in as their Jounin sensei. Kurenai was surprised when Kakashi volunteered for the role, explaining that his own team was disbanded, leaving him available. As Team 8 gathered, Kiba was the last to arrive, and they all wondered why Kakashi was there. Kurenai initiated the discussion, sharing important news with her team. Just as she began to speak, Hana approached, greeting Kurenai and asking if they could talk. Kiba snickered at his sister's interruption, but Kurenai nodded in agreement. She asked Kakashi to explain things to the team while she spoke with Hana. Kakashi sighed, noting that while his previous team was disbanded, this new one had shown great potential and teamwork. He informed them that Kurenai was on leave due to her P.R.J.N.C.Y., and he would be taking over as their Jounin sensei. He assured them that training would continue as before, with some additional elements introduced. When Hinata raised her hand to ask about Naruto and Sakura, Kakashi explained that Sakura was assisting at the hospital due to staff shortages, while Naruto was training with Jiraiya in information gathering and Konoha's spy network. Satisfied with the answers, Hinata nodded. Kiba then asked Kakashi about the new training and why Kurenai had never mentioned it before. After Hana and Kurenai's conversation, Naruto returned to the village and found a small hotel to stay in. While looking through the bingo book, he was surprised to see that the last entry was a C-rank missing nin. Although he didn't see it as much of a challenge, he understood that missing nins were not ranked solely by their abilities. As he turned to look at the B-ranked missing nins, Naruto recognized that they were indeed much more cunning than their C-ranked counterparts. He was taken aback to learn that the B-ranked ones were composed of former Jounins, and he questioned whether he had the ability to confront someone of that caliber. The QB informed him that he would need to train harder if he wanted to be on equal footing with such powerful opponents. The next day, they would increase the intensity of their training and focus on more advanced ninjutsu. For the B-ranked missing nins, he would need to master fire release techniques in addition to wind release. The QB promised to teach him a high-level fire technique and to help him enhance his futon Rasenshuriken. With improvements in wind manipulation, they could finally perfect that jutsu. After mastering futon Kaze Saishu, Naruto pondered whether he could complete the Rasenshuriken, as he had become proficient in wind manipulation. The challenge now was how to execute it effectively. He realized that despite his modifications to the Yandame's original technique, every Rasengan-based technique remained a close-range attack, and he was no longer comfortable with that approach. Charging the technique and attacking the enemy often left him vulnerable, allowing them time to dodge and counterattack, which he wanted to avoid. The QB pointed out that Naruto had failed to hit the enemy on numerous occasions, only managing to strike Kabuto because he had to hold onto him tightly. Now that Naruto had infused wind chakra into the Rasengan, they could attempt to throw the spiraling shuriken. Naruto recalled that even Jiraiya had struggled with throwing the Rasengan, and the Yandame had also faced difficulties. Jiraiya had once mentioned that once the Rasengan left the hand, it was impossible to maintain its rotation, causing the spiraling ball to dissipate. The QB acknowledged the challenge but suggested that with wind chakra swirling around the ball, the rotation could be sustained until the attack reached its target. As night fell, Naruto decided to rest, planning to pursue the last C-ranked missing nin in the morning. Ikazuki Miseo had fled the village after witnessing the death of her lover for reasons unknown. When Naruto read the name of the man, he was surprised to discover that he was an Uchiha named Shursui. Truthfully, Naruto had no knowledge of this individual. According to the records, Miseo had gone rogue for 10 years, and Naruto had been only 6 years old at that time. He felt reluctant to eliminate Miseo, as her only crime had been leaving the village. He also wondered why no Hunternin had pursued her, given that she had been missing for over a decade, yet her name remained in the records. In Konoha, Hana paused to check on Kuramaru's pups, noticing that both were sniffing the husky triplets. She smiled, realizing that with the help of the Hunternin, whom she believed to be Naruto, the Inuzuka family was complete once more. She recalled how easily the Hunternin had interacted with one of her triplets, something that had never happened before with anyone outside the Inuzuka clan. Hana wondered what the dogs thought of this Hunternin. For the Inuzuka clan, a partner was often judged by how well they interacted with the dogs. Shifting her thoughts, Hana entered the village and signed some papers with Izumo and Kotetsu. After dropping off the pups at home, she headed to the Hokage's office. As she walked through the village, she greeted several acquaintances. Soon, she encountered Kurenai, and they chatted briefly while making their way toward the Inuzuka compound. Kurenai inquired about Hana's recent activities and the addition of 2 new dogs. Hana shared that the new pups had been rescued with the help of a Hunternin. Kurenai felt a twinge of suspicion regarding the identity of this ninja. She had heard rumors about a new Hunternin who was rapidly clearing the missing nin roster, having already dealt with the entire C-ranked division and now focusing on the B-ranked ones. Kurenai had her doubts, especially since one of the Jounins had described the man as wearing all black with a sword strapped to his back, but she lacked proof that it was Naruto. However, when Hana mentioned that the Hunternin was blonde, Kurenai realized she had the evidence she needed. Naruto was the only blonde-haired person in Konoha aside from the Hokage, making it clear that he was indeed the Hunternin. As Hana described how the Hunternin had dealt with the Inuzuka missing nin, Kurenai was astonished to learn that Naruto had used a wind technique that had overpowered the Inuzuka's Getsuga, their clan's strongest attack. Upon arriving at the compound, Kurenai bid Hana farewell, promising to meet again soon. Hana smiled and brought the pups inside the house. The 2 pups immediately raced toward their father's scent, leaving Hana to share the news with Tsum and Kiba, who were enjoying lunch. Tsum greeted Hana with enthusiasm, eager to hear about the pups' retrieval. Kiba listened intently as Hana recounted her encounter with the Hunternin and their search for Takashi. She explained how the man had chosen to step aside during a family confrontation, which had frustrated her even more than Takashi's behavior. Kiba chuckled at Hana's irritation, while Tsum laughed at her growing annoyance. Hana continued, detailing how the Hunternin had returned to the battle and taunted Takashi, provoking him into using their clan's jutsu. The Hunternin's mastery of wind ninjutsu had ultimately led to a decisive victory. The strange thing was that the Hunternin didn't attack the pups, even as they playfully nipped at him. Hana found it odd that one of her huskies didn't bark at the Hunternin and even allowed him to scratch its ear. This surprised Tsum and Kiba, as they both knew how dangerous it could be to approach the huskies. Hana's mood shifted from anger to curiosity by the end of her description. Tsum asked Hana where the Hunternin was now, assuming he needed to send proof of the kill back to Konoha. Hana shrugged, indicating she didn't know. She explained that the Hunternin had sealed Takashi's head inside a scroll and burned the rest of his body. Hana speculated that he must have a way to send the scroll to either the Hokage or the Hunternin commander. She then mentioned that she needed to speak with Hokage-sama about the mission, as she had some questions. As Hana walked toward the door, she noticed Akamaru sleeping under the table. She thought about Naruto, recalling Kiba saying that Naruto viewed Akamaru not as a pet but as a companion. Hana felt a desire to get to know him better before she opened the door and headed straight to the Hokage's office. Tsum chose not to mention her thoughts to Hana in front of Kiba, knowing that Kiba could easily irritate her. She understood her daughter's curious nature and suspected that Hana's interest was directed toward the Hunternin she had mentioned earlier. Tsum was aware of very few wind users in Konoha, the last one she knew of having been murdered by Akatsuki. She planned to ask the Hokage about Takashi's head and the Hunternin later. Inside Tsunade's office, Hana presented the report of the fight and the retrieval of the pups. Tsunade smiled at the success of the mission but sensed that Hana wanted to discuss more than just the mission details. True to her instincts, Hana approached Tsunade with a question about the Hunternin. Tsunade was surprised but maintained her neutrality, informing Hana that she could only share limited information without compromising the Hunternin's identity. Hana explained that she had seen the Hunternin had blonde hair and mentioned knowing an Inuzuka with a white-furred companion, which Hana assumed was her brother Kiba. Tsunade interrupted her, acknowledging that Hana had figured out the Hunternin's identity. Tsunade suggested they take a walk to discuss the matter privately, not wanting to risk being overheard. As they walked toward the park, Tsunade shared everything with Hana: the Kurenai incident, Naruto's decision to become a Hunternin to protect the village from Akatsuki, and Jiraiya's counterintelligence mission. Hana was taken aback by the revelations and asked why Tsunade was sharing all this with her. Tsunade smiled, explaining that she knew the Inuzuka clan was loyal to the village and, by extension, to the Hokage. This knowledge placed Hana within their plan, and Tsunade emphasized that the information was classified as a ranked secret, prohibiting her from discussing it without authorization. Hana expressed her desire to know more about Naruto, prompting Tsunade to nod for her to continue. Hana noted how Naruto treated her family's dogs, contrasting it with how others in Konoha treated them. She reflected on her observations of Naruto, recalling that despite his fox-like scent, neither she nor her dogs sensed any malice in him. Tsunade acknowledged Hana's insights, suggesting that Naruto had either mastered control over the fox within him or that he was indeed right about their shared existence. Hana, recalling Kurenai's words, felt a shift in her beliefs about Naruto. The ease with which her dogs interacted with him and Tsunade's confirmation made her reconsider her previous doubts. Suddenly, Hana's thoughts wandered, and she imagined Naruto in a more primal state. Tsunade noticed Hana spacing out and wondered about her curiosity toward Naruto. She recalled how Hana's mother had acted when she met her late husband and speculated that Hana might be feeling something similar toward Naruto. Snapping back to reality, Hana apologized to Tsunade for her distraction and requested to be dismissed. Understanding the nature of an Inuzuka's curiosity, Tsunade granted her request. Hana quickly left, seeking a private place to collect her thoughts. She arrived at the Forest of Death, where she could find some relief and reflect on her growing curiosity about Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto was unaware that someone was thinking about him. He checked out of the hotel where he had been staying and headed to an open area to begin his training. He prepared to increase the intensity of his workout, summoning some shadow clones to help him practice a technique called fire release, head mincing pain jutsu. The real Naruto was practicing his usual katas while Kyuubi explained that they would soon focus on the Rasenshuriken. Naruto nodded, summoning 50 shadow clones, taking his sword, and striking at invisible enemies while his clones concentrated on a new fire technique. Unbeknownst to him, he was being observed. Misao had been evading Hunternin for what felt like an eternity. She had learned to anticipate when another would come after her for the crime of leaving Konoha. The death of Uchiha Shisui felt like a wound that would never heal, and she could no longer remain in Konoha, haunted by memories of him. Initially, she believed her decision to leave was a sign of weakness, but over time, she found solace in the one who healed her heartache and started a family with her. She continued her training as a genjutsu specialist and practiced taijutsu katas, preparing herself in case the hunters managed to break through her illusions. This training allowed her to escape or neutralize her pursuers, leaving them in unknown locations. Now, a new Hunternin was close, and she sensed he would soon be after her. Back with Naruto, his clones had mastered the fire technique, which involved expelling flames from the user's mouth and directing them toward the enemy, incinerating everything in their path. He had also adjusted to a new set of weights and was going through his katas when Kyuubi instructed him to focus on the Rasenshuriken. Naruto acknowledged this, sheathing his sword. He summoned 2 clones and realized he had gained enough control over the Rasengan to perform it on his own. However, he still needed one clone to provide the wind chakra, so he dispelled the other clone and executed the Rasengan. While the real Naruto maintained the ball's rotation and strength, the clone infused it with wind chakra, successfully completing the Rasenshuriken. Meanwhile, Misao was astonished by the chakra and control the Hunternin displayed while performing the technique. She understood that only a few ninjas could attempt the Yandame's technique. Aside from its creator, only the legendary Sannin Jiraiya and a respected Umbu captain named Hatake Kakashi could replicate it, although she had never seen Kakashi use it. For this Hunternin to master it indicated that he had been taught by either Jiraiya or Kakashi. Misao realized that while the true Rasengan relied on pure chakra manipulation, this Hunternin had not only mastered that but also incorporated his elemental chakra into the technique, completing the Yandame's signature move. Fear gripped her. If this man was indeed after her, she had little hope of surviving a confrontation. As she turned to flee, Misao made a critical error, kicking a stone that clattered loudly enough for Naruto to notice her presence. In an instant, he vanished and appeared at the source of the sound, surprised to find his last C-rank target staring back at him. He could see the fear in her eyes, likely a reaction to witnessing his Rasenshuriken. To Naruto, she was strikingly beautiful, far more so than her photo suggested. Though she was in her 30s, she had the physique of a woman in her 20s, with red hair, black eyes, and flawless skin. Dressed in a gray fighting kimono, it was clear she intended to hide but was prepared for any potential threats. Misao hesitated to attack, knowing he could easily overpower her, so she opted for genjutsu. She attempted the hell viewing technique. However, Naruto remained still, indicating that either the technique had failed or he was immune to it. Unbeknownst to her, this Hunternin possessed two minds, and while she had ensnared Naruto's consciousness, Kyuubi's chakra swiftly blocked any genjutsu from affecting the battle. Naruto addressed her, stating that he had seen her picture in the bingo book and knew her only crime was abandoning the village. He expressed that it was not his place to judge her reasons and asked how she had managed to evade the Hunternin for 10 years. Misao was taken aback. Typically, Hunternin attacked without a word, but this one chose to converse instead. She questioned whether he truly intended to kill her, as it was his job. Naruto clarified that his role was to capture criminals who had either committed murder or theft, and he did not consider leaving the village a serious offense. He pressed her for details on how she had managed to escape Konoha's Hunternin squad. Misao sighed, realizing he had no intention of harming her. She explained that for 10 years, she had honed her genjutsu skills to perfection to evade her pursuers. However, some had managed to dispel her techniques, forcing her to rely on taijutsu for defense. Eventually, she had been fortunate enough to use a genjutsu that rendered one of her pursuers unconscious, allowing her to escape. But now, faced with someone who could easily dispel her illusions, she felt defeated. As the sunlight illuminated Konoha, people gathered in the streets. Shinobi leaped across rooftops, rushing to their destinations. Among them was Inuzuka Hana, the head of the veterinary center, who had to be at work by 9 a.m. She typically woke up to her dogs, and today was no different as one of her triplets jumped onto her bed, rousing her from sleep. Opening her eyes, Hana recognized the familiar call of her dog and got up, turning to look out the window of her bedroom. From her vantage point, she could see her clan's house and some of Konoha's land. After a bark from one of her companions, she turned and smiled at the dog, realizing it was the same one Naruto had scratched behind the ears. She pondered what this meant, as no one aside from her family had ever been able to get close to her dogs in such a way. She wondered if the dog was trying to communicate something to her, perhaps expressing fondness for Naruto. The dog barked in response and began to lick her, prompting Hana to giggle at its behavior. Satisfied with her answer, she got out of bed and headed to the bathroom for a bath before dressing to meet her mother for breakfast. Downstairs, she found some Inuzuka petting her companion affectionately. Hana greeted her mother and asked if she had slept well while pouring herself some orange juice and taking a seat at the table. Tsum smiled at her daughter, noting that her night had been fine. As Hana drank her juice, Tsum observed her daughter closely, aware of her curiosity. She often wondered why Hana had yet to find someone she liked enough to date, especially considering the unsatisfactory choices she had made in the past. After returning from a mission with the Hunternin, Tsum sensed that Hana's thoughts were occupied with someone special. All Inuzuka women shared a common fantasy of strong men, and this Hunternin had clearly made an impression on Hana. Tsum asked Hana what was troubling her, noticing the uncertainty in her expression. Hana hesitated, wondering if she was that transparent. She confessed that she couldn't stop thinking about the Hunternin, who had affected her in a way no other man had. He had treated one of her dogs with care, as if he understood the bond they shared, and during a spar with Kuramaru's pups, he had been careful not to harm them. This level of consideration was rare outside her family. Tsum nodded, recognizing that the Hunternin had indeed made a significant impact on her daughter. Tsum acknowledged that shinobi like him were hard to find but did exist. She noted Hana's fondness for the Hunternin and inquired if she knew him. Hana looked hesitant, fearing revealing his identity. She explained that the Hokage had instructed her not to disclose his name, which Tsum accepted, shifting her focus to learn more about him. She asked about the Hunternin's abilities, specifically his use of wind techniques in battle. Hana described his technique as a powerful horizontal tornado that attacked with great force, similar to their family's Getsuga but even stronger. She also sensed traces of fire chakra, indicating he was skilled in both elements. Furthermore, he had demonstrated impressive chakra capacity by summoning numerous shadow clones without showing signs of fatigue. Tsum expressed her admiration for his ninjutsu skills and inquired about his proficiency in close combat. Hana confirmed that he was also adept with a katana. Tsum concluded that he must be at least a Jounin-level shinobi, possessing mastery over 2 elements and proficiency in swordsmanship. She pressed Hana to share what truly intrigued her about him, sensing that it was more than just his abilities. Hana, realizing she couldn't reveal Naruto's identity without compromising his secrecy, excused herself, citing her need to leave. Tsum, though surprised by her daughter's behavior, smiled, pleased to see Hana developing strong feelings for someone. She anticipated that she would soon have answers from the Hokage. Meanwhile, Naruto woke up in the woods and made his way to a nearby lake to freshen up. He had no interest in finding a hotel, preferring the comfort of nature. Kyubi, his companion, interrupted his thoughts, excitedly sharing ideas to enhance his training and improve his wind techniques. Naruto greeted Kyubi with a hint of sarcasm, not expecting such enthusiasm from the fox. Kyubi warned him that one day he might find himself in trouble and would regret not accepting help. Naruto laughed off the comment, explaining that it felt odd to discuss training right after waking up. Kyubi suggested a training exercise to help Naruto adjust to the wind field created by his wind technique, Futon Kaze no Heishiai. The idea was to strengthen his movements while using the technique. Kyubi also proposed a method to amplify Naruto's wind techniques using the fox's chakra. Naruto contemplated this over a simple breakfast of fruits and water, questioning how he could combine Kyubi's chakra with his own, given his current limitations. Kyubi reminded him that everyone possessed both normal and elemental chakra, implying that Naruto had the potential to master more than one type of ninjutsu. Now, Kyubi suggested that Naruto could fuse his elemental chakra with his normal chakra to enhance the strength of his technique. Naruto acknowledged the idea but preferred to enjoy some free time while looking through the bingo book. He marked an X on Aoi's file and turned the page to the next entry. This person was already listed as a mist shinobi, which meant he was beyond Konoha's reach. Frustrated with the outdated information, Naruto moved on. The next target was in Fire Country, but he was quite far from Naruto's location, which would require considerable travel. The man's name was Hideshi Sajiki, a former Jounin of Konoha and a master of Raiton ninjutsu. According to the book, he had been charged with stealing high-ranked and restricted techniques from the Hokage's office but had managed to escape before facing consequences. Naruto felt a twinge of shame, recalling how he had been tricked by Mizuki in a similar situation. Kyubi pointed out that Naruto had relied too heavily on the shadow clone technique, which, while useful for training, had left him vulnerable in battle. Naruto, irritated by Kyubi's remarks, insisted that he had changed since then and suggested they train before setting off for their new target. He focused on hand seals, summoning a fierce wind technique that surrounded him. In Konoha, a red-haired woman paused to catch her breath as she gazed at the village she had longed to return to. After parting ways with Naruto, Kira hesitated to return to her old home, fearing the unknown. She had lost touch with everyone she once knew, with her only potential ally being her cousin Anko, whose whereabouts were a mystery. Kira knew Anko had remained in the village, as her name was not listed in the bingo book. After signing some dismissal papers at the gate, she entered the village and began to explore. She noticed the fifth head on the Hokage monument and wondered if Tsunade would offer her a position at the hospital, just as Naruto had suggested. As she walked, her stomach growled, reminding her of her hunger. After spotting Mizuki's face in the bingo book, Naruto closed it and stood up. He noted that Mizuki was foolish enough to stay within Fire Country despite having attempted to escape twice. Surprisingly, Mizuki was classified as a Jounin-level ninja, even though he had been a Chunin at the time of his betrayal. Kyuubi reminded Naruto that Mizuki had experimented with Orochimaru's potion, which had cost him the ability to manipulate chakra. Naruto agreed, acknowledging that they were unaware of Mizuki's fate since then. Perhaps someone had healed him. Looking around, Naruto realized he was in a clear area, perfect for training before he began his pursuit of Mizuki. It wouldn't be fair to confront him without demonstrating how much stronger he had become. Summoning a group of shadow clones, Naruto took his sword and engaged in a training session against his duplicates. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was seen enjoying some sake and dango. Despite the cloudy weather, he wore a smile, indicating that the day would be eventful. He was preparing for a counterintelligence mission aimed at taking down 2 Akatsuki members. Jiraiya speculated that the members near Snow Country would once again seek Naruto in River Country, as he had misled them about Naruto's location, setting a trap for Haiden and Kazu. Lost in thought, Jiraiya was startled when a waitress approached, asking if he wanted anything else. He seized the moment to flirt, whispering an invitation for dinner, which made the young woman blush and rush back to the kitchen. Jiraiya chuckled at her reaction, and an idea sparked in his mind for his next book. Though many labeled him a pervert, Jiraiya found amusement in the title. His peeping served dual purposes. It fueled his creativity for his books and provided valuable intelligence. Some of his spies were disguised as sea artisans, who could gather information effortlessly. Jiraiya believed that a skilled sea artisan could learn everything about a man with just a flirtatious gesture, especially when they were often intoxicated or under the influence. After leaving money on the table to alert the waitress, Jiraiya set off to meet a spy nearby for crucial information. As he walked, his thoughts drifted back to Naruto, reflecting on how his former student had transformed into one of the most effective Hunternin. Jiraiya knew that the Hunternin were typically inexperienced shinobi tasked with tracking down missing nins, but the increasing number of entries in the bingo book indicated a growing threat. The only elite among them was the Hunternin commander, Uzumaki Geishi, who was known for his ruthless methods. Jiraiya recalled witnessing Geishi in action, where he had dealt with his targets in a brutal manner before disposing of the remains. While Naruto's actions were different from Geishi's, Jiraiya found himself pondering what the future held for Naruto. Being a Hunternin meant constant battles, and the thought of a bloodthirsty Naruto roaming Konoha was unsettling. Despite noticing changes in Naruto's behavior, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile at the boy's impatience and disregard for authority, indicating that even after numerous battles, Naruto maintained a semblance of normalcy. Jiraiya was also impressed by Naruto's rapid skill development, particularly his innovative use of Kyuubi's chakra for fire techniques. Naruto's physique had noticeably strengthened, giving him a more imposing presence, perhaps even more so than Kakashi, though that didn't necessarily mean he could defeat the copy ninja. Still, Naruto now exuded a menacing aura to his foes. In his training, Naruto held his sword horizontally, successfully blocking an attack from one of his clones. With a powerful kick to the clone's chest, he dispelled it instantly. As the remaining 5 clones advanced with their swords drawn, Naruto placed his sword on the ground and formed hand seals. With a burst of energy, he unleashed a powerful wind technique, sending all 5 clones flying. After the technique concluded, Naruto knelt on the ground, frustrated by the difficulty of mastering it. Kyubi reassured him that he would improve with time, and Naruto nodded, taking a moment to observe his surroundings. Instead of the familiar sights of Konoha, he found himself in an open area with a large lake to his left. Sitting down, he watched as wild animals approached the water, chuckling at the thought of their curiosity about him. It felt peaceful to take a break, allowing his mind to clear. Removing his clothes but keeping his mask on, Naruto jumped into the lake, enjoying a moment of relaxation. Overexerting himself constantly wouldn't benefit him. Meanwhile, Jiraiya entered a dilapidated cottage, scanning the area. He knew his contacts would never meet him in a public place. Just then, a familiar voice greeted him, though only a shadow was visible. The man commented on Jiraiya's unchanged appearance over the past decade. Jiraiya, aware of the man's tendency to remain hidden, returned the greeting. This contact rarely reached out, so receiving a letter from him had been surprising. The man explained that he had called Jiraiya regarding Naruto, who now held the Kyuubi within him. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Naruto had become a secret subject, and any information about him was to remain confidential. It was unusual for this contact to mention Naruto's name. Without waiting for Jiraiya's permission, the shadow continued, discussing the group known as Akatsuki, which was hunting the tailed beasts for an unknown purpose. Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. The true goals of Akatsuki had remained hidden, and their quest for the tailed beasts hinted at a significant power play. Jiraiya pressed for more details, and the shadow left a scroll on the table for him to read. As Jiraiya unrolled the scroll, he absorbed the information about Akatsuki's recent movements, the tailed beasts they had captured, and the abilities of their members. He frowned as he recognized much of the content, but the final paragraph made him flinch. It revealed that by capturing the tailed beasts, Akatsuki aimed to destabilize the hidden villages, creating wars to profit from the chaos. The scroll also indicated that the Kyuubi was the key to their plans. Even if they captured 8 of the 9 tailed beasts, they would need the Kyuubi to access the full power of the Bijus. After reading, Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that Akatsuki's ultimate goal was world domination through warfare, and the knowledge that the Kyuubi was central to their plans was both alarming and expected. Jiraiya's concern grew over what might happen if Akatsuki targeted Naruto after capturing the other beasts. He had already established counterintelligence to protect Naruto, but he needed to remain vigilant against those they had not yet captured. As he looked at the sun, Jiraiya smiled, knowing it was time to put his plan into action. He leaped toward a nearby cluster of trees, eager to meet his targets and hopeful that his strategy would succeed. The area was densely surrounded by tall trees, providing cover from potential threats. Upon arrival, he summoned 2 small toads, each adorned with a tiny cape, leaving only their heads visible. The male toad asked if it was time, and Jiraiya confirmed that it was. He informed Fugasaku that their targets would arrive in less than 5 minutes and instructed him to proceed with the plan. The little toad nodded and began forming hand seals for another summoning ritual. Meanwhile, unaware of the trap ahead, Kakazu and Haiden walked calmly toward their destination. According to their informant in Konoha, Naruto was located a few miles from their current position, prompting the duo to capture the 9-tailed fox sealed within him. Haiden was his usual self, complaining incessantly, while Kozu muttered ominous threats toward his so-called immortal partner. It was well known that Kazu had attempted to eliminate Haiden multiple times, only to be met with the same explanation: Haiden could not die. This fact unnerved Kakazu, who relied on intimidation and found it unsettling to confront someone he could not defeat. Kakuzu's patience wore thin as Haiden continued to whine about their pace. He insisted they could reach their destination faster. Kakuzu, with his grave voice, reminded Haiden that they needed to approach with caution, as Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, might be accompanying the Jinchuriki. Haiden, irritated, glanced around, sensing the tension. Kakuzu, ever suspicious, felt they might be walking into a trap. His extensive experience in combat had taught him to trust his instincts. As they entered a clearing, the ground suddenly turned to mud, but they managed to leap away just in time. The swamp dissipated, revealing Jiraiya, who greeted them calmly. He acknowledged their presence without mentioning Naruto's name. As Hayden and Kazu prepared to flee, they were confronted by two massive toads, Gamabunta and Gamaken. Jiraiya declared that it was time for their existence to come to an end and charged at Kazu, recognizing him as the stronger of the two opponents. Jiraiya was aware of their abilities. Hayden worshipped the Dark Lord Jashin, granting him immortality, and possessed a jutsu that inflicted pain on others by harming himself. Kakuzu had 5 hearts, meaning Jiraiya would need to defeat him 5 times to truly eliminate him. Additionally, Kakuzu could manipulate all forms of elemental chakra, while Hayden could only be killed by decapitation. As Jiraiya launched his attack, Kakuzu and Hayden quickly scattered, taking up fighting stances. Hayden proclaimed that Jiraiya's blood would be the ultimate offering to Lord Jashin before charging with his scythe. Jiraiya, however, was ready. A tongue from Gamabunta ensnared Hayden, immobilizing him. Jiraiya instructed the toad to hold Hayden still while he dealt with Kakuzu. Kakuzu, frustrated with his partner's incompetence, removed his Akatsuki cloak, knowing he would need to utilize more than one element to succeed. Jiraiya was taken aback when he suddenly faced 5 opponents. He had known about Kakuzu's 5 hearts, but he had not anticipated the ability to manifest them as separate entities. Kakuzu laughed, claiming that Jiraiya's heart would make a fine addition to his collection, especially given the bounty on Jiraiya's head. Kakuzu boasted about his experience, asserting that he was more seasoned than Jiraiya, who was in his 50s. Jiraiya found it odd to hear someone claim greater experience than a Sannin. When he inquired about Kakuzu's age, he was shocked to learn that Kazu had defeated the first Hokage. Jiraiya found it hard to believe, given that the Shodai had died over a century ago. Kakuzu merely laughed and began forming hand seals. With a swift motion, one of Kakuzu's masks unleashed a powerful lightning attack, forcing Jiraiya to jump and counter with an earth technique, creating a vast swamp that trapped one of the masks. Jiraiya hurled a kunai at the immobilized mask, shattering it. Observing Kazu clutching his chest in pain, Jiraiya realized he had discovered a way to destroy the hearts. Meanwhile, Hayden struggled against Gamabunta's tongue, cursing his predicament. All he could do was watch and hope Kakuzu would prevail against Jiraiya. Back in the fight, Kazu, having regained his composure, formed more hand seals. 2 of his masks combined their powers, releasing a devastating attack of fire and wind chakra. Jiraiya, sensing the impending danger, burrowed underground just as the combined techniques scorched the battlefield. When the smoke cleared, Kakuzu searched for any sign of Jiraiya. It was then that he heard the incantation for an earth technique, realizing his mistake too late. Jiraiya had used another kunai to sever the fire and wind masks, claiming 2 of Kakuzu's hearts. Kakuzu doubled over in pain from the loss, but Jiraiya wasted no time, charging at him with a series of taijutsu strikes. Kakuzu, now focused despite the pain, engaged Jiraiya in hand-to-hand combat. The fight was intense, with Jiraiya landing a punch on Kakuzu's shoulder, who then used the momentum to deliver a powerful kick to Jiraiya's chest, sending him flying. As Jiraiya regained his footing, Kakuzu prepared his second mask for battle, ready for the next round. Suetun Suryuden no Jutsu, Water Release. Water Dragon Jutsu, approached rapidly. In midair, Jiraiya performed hand seals for Doton Doryuhiki, Earth Release, Mud Barrier Jutsu, and exhaled a thin layer of mud on the ground just before landing. He braced himself as the wall rose, shielding him from the impending impact of the dragon, which unleashed a torrent of water across the field. Jiraiya acknowledged the impressive taijutsu skills of his opponent, contemplating the effectiveness of ninjutsu and the potential of genjutsu. Behind the protective wall, Jiraiya initiated more hand seals, channeling his chakra to infiltrate Kakuzu's chakra system. Upon locating it, he formed the Ram Seal, trapping Kakuzu in a genjutsu that simulated a room filled with a burning acid. Kakuzu felt the intense heat and agony, his senses tricked into believing he was being scorched. Realizing something was amiss, he dispelled the genjutsu, only to find Jiraiya slicing through another mask while he was distracted. Kakuzu's frustration grew. He knew one man could not possibly defeat all 4 of his hearts. Remembering the Akatsuki leader's warning to avoid engaging Jiraiya, he understood why Jiraiya was a formidable opponent. He glanced at Haydn, who had ceased struggling against the toad's tongue, watching the battle unfold helplessly. Jiraiya declared that with 4 hearts destroyed, only Kakuzu's true heart remained. He noted that each mask represented a different ninjutsu element, and with Raiton, Futon, Suiton and Katon eliminated, only Kakuzu's Doton ability was left to contend with. Kakuzu prepared to evade any ninjutsu Jiraiya might unleash. However, when he saw the legendary Rasengan forming in Jiraiya's hand, concern washed over him. He had heard tales of the Yandame's technique but had never witnessed its power firsthand. Once fully charged, Jiraiya surged toward Kakuzu with incredible speed. In desperation, Kakuzu switched to long-range combat, attempting to hinder Jiraiya's advance. Yet, Jiraiya smiled, which only heightened Kakuzu's unease. Suddenly, Kakuzu felt an immense force against his back, as if a powerful drill was tearing through him. He turned to see Jiraiya pushing the Rasengan forward, causing further damage. The impact sent Kakuzu flying, crashing into a large rock. The Rasengan did its work, and when Jiraiya approached, he confirmed that Kakuzu was defeated. Quickly, Jiraiya retrieved a scroll and placed what remained of Haydn's body inside it. He turned to Haydn, who was now trembling in fear at the sight of Kakuzu's defeat. Jiraiya reassured Haydn that his fate would be worse, as Kakuzu could no longer feel anything. Haydn, on the other hand, would face a grim punishment inside the belly of a toad. Performing hand seals, Jiraiya called upon Gamakuchi Shirbari no Jutsu, toad mouth binding jutsu, and the scene shifted to the inside of the toad's stomach, reminiscent of Jiraiya's previous encounter with Itachi and Kisame. Haydn looked around in terror until tendrils ensnared him, pulling him into the depths of the toad's stomach. Outside, Jiraiya gazed upward, contemplating the benefits of Naruto's counterintelligence mission. He found himself enjoying the moment, pondering if this victory could help him against Orochimaru. With 2 of Akatsuki's members defeated, they would face greater challenges in their quest for the tailed beasts. Taking the scroll containing Kakuzu's remains, Jiraiya leaped onto Gamabunta's head and requested a return trip to Konoha. The toad grumbled but complied, leaping toward the fire country. Meanwhile, a giant plant emerged from the battlefield, observing the departing toad before vanishing to inform Pain of the troubling news. Back with Jiraiya, he conversed with Gamabunta about Naruto and his recent activities. The toad expressed his displeasure at not being summoned often, prompting Jiraiya to laugh and joke about the boss toad's reluctance to be called. Gamabunta inquired about Naruto, having heard that he had become a Hunternin following a Jounin's death. Jiraiya nodded, explaining how Naruto took the blame for Sarutobi Asuma's passing and chose to leave the village to protect it from Akatsuki's interference. The toad was impressed by Naruto's resolve, but Jiraiya continued, suggesting that Naruto refrained from summoning Gamabunta to protect his identity. He believed that in time, Naruto would shed the mask and fight alongside them once more. In Konoha, 2 individuals were engrossed in the mission archives, reviewing the records of a certain blonde's missions from his early days as a genin. Kurenai and Kakashi sifted through numerous papers, searching for any clues about who had informed Akatsuki of Naruto's whereabouts. Kurenai grew increasingly frustrated at her lack of findings, while Kakashi focused on a specific mission, the Wave Arc. Some details had slipped his mind, such as Naruto's heroic actions in saving Inari and his mother from kidnappers. However, what truly captured Kakashi's attention was the change in rank of certain missions, as those were the ones all ninjas wanted to read. He knew Danzu was clever enough not to leave his name in the archives, but Kakashi didn't need to see it to understand the implications. Several names were scribbled in the file, including common ones like Asuma, Guy, and a few Tokubetsu Jounins. However, there were 1 or 2 names that were unfamiliar. Kurenai noticed Kakashi examining a file and approached him to see what he had discovered. Kakashi expressed his interest in a mission log detailing Team 7's first C-ranked mission, which had been updated to A-ranked due to encounters with C and A-ranked missing nins. While most of the names were familiar, there were 2 that puzzled him. Kurenai recognized one of them, Kurama Yakumo, a former Umbu member who excelled in genjutsu. She explained that Naruto had helped her overcome a mental struggle, leading her to seek information about him, but the other name remained a mystery. Kakashi noted the name on a separate sheet of paper and closed the Wave Arc mission file. He suspected this individual might be connected to Danzasna division and headed to the Shinobi archives with Kurenai. Something felt off, and he was determined to uncover the truth. Kakashi felt a sense of shame seeing others meddling in Naruto's affairs, tracking his movements. Upon entering the Konoha Ninja Force registry, he searched for the name associated with the Wave Arc mission. Takara Shinobu was nowhere to be found, and both Kakashi and Kurenai encountered a dead end in their search. Kakashi voiced his concerns, noting that the mission was restricted to Jounin and above, making it impossible for someone not listed as a Konoha shinobi to have access. Kurenai suggested that the name might be false, allowing for investigations into Naruto's records without drawing attention. However, Kakashi disagreed, believing that the individual was likely one of Danzo's informants, relaying information without raising suspicion. They faced a challenge, as they needed to find this man to connect him to Danzo. Kakashi recalled that Sai had distanced himself from the operations and considered reaching out to him for assistance in identifying Shinobu. After emerging from the water, Naruto dressed and leaped toward the next set of trees. Mizuki had last been seen near a village on the border between fire and river country, so Naruto planned to summon Gamakichi to track him down. He felt unusually light, as if the weight of his gear had vanished. With newfound speed, he jumped from tree to tree, occasionally missing his landing spots. Focusing chakra to his feet, he adapted to his enhanced agility, reminiscent of Lee in his training. Kyuubi remarked that Naruto had adjusted to his weights, suggesting he release them to fully realize his speed. With a nod, Naruto complied and charged toward the trees, feeling exhilarated by the wind on his face. Kyuubi cautioned him not to become complacent, reminding Naruto that they would need to purchase heavier weights to continue building his strength. They sought a clearing to train his new agility for effective use in battle. As Naruto practiced against his shadow clones, he felt a sense of joy in his progress. He had grown stronger through his training with Kyuubi and regretted not starting sooner. Kyuubi reminded him to stay humble, acknowledging his improvements while emphasizing the need for further growth. Kyuubi then prepared to teach Naruto a new fire technique, Katon Makai Hinote, Fire Release, Hellfire Jutsu, which would require significant chakra but would ultimately enhance Naruto's abilities. Kyuubi explained the technique, detailing the hand signs and the process of channeling chakra to create a powerful fire. Naruto focused and executed the technique, causing white flames to erupt from the ground like a volcano, quickly consuming a nearby tree. Satisfied with his progress, Naruto dispelled the technique to avoid further destruction and resumed his mission, determined not to keep Mizuki waiting. According to the bingo book, few hunters had dared to confront Mizuki, and those who did often met unfortunate fates. As Naruto traversed the fire country toward the border town, he spotted a few leaf shinobi camping nearby. They appeared to be a couple of Chunins and a Jounin, but none were familiar to him, so he continued on his way. 2 hours later, he arrived at the border town and quickly checked into a pleasant hotel at the entrance of the small city. Once inside his room, Naruto summoned Gamakichi and requested that he use his nature chakra to send someone with a high chakra level. Gamakichi quickly found one individual who fit the description. He informed Naruto that the person was a bit far away but likely within the town's limits, although he couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Naruto waved off Gamakichi's apology, expressing his gratitude for the assistance. After saying goodbye, Naruto left the hotel, determined to find Mizuki and resolve the situation once and for all. The city had its charms. As Naruto wandered the streets in search of Mizuki, he couldn't help but admire the beauty around him, especially as the sun began to set. Suddenly, he spotted his target exiting what appeared to be a grocery store and walking away. Naruto decided to follow the man across the rooftops, hoping to reach an open area. Unbeknownst to him, Mizuki had already sensed his presence and was waiting for the right moment to strike against yet another leaf nin. When Naruto reached the clearing, he prepared to attack, but Mizuki was already on high alert. He had heard rumors of a powerful Hunternin and was wary that this might be the one. His thoughts were interrupted when the Hunternin spoke, declaring Mizuki's crimes against Konoha and sentencing him to death. Mizuki snarled and took a defensive stance, recognizing the strength of his opponent but refusing to back down easily. He warned the Hunternin not to underestimate him, recalling how others had tried and failed before. A tense silence fell over the battlefield as they sized each other up. Naruto then drew his sword and declared that he had defeated Mizuki several times before and that this would be the final encounter. With that, he summoned chakra to his feet and charged at Mizuki like a blur, sword in hand. Mizuki barely caught a glimpse of the Hunternin before he vanished. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain as a deep gash appeared on his side, forcing him to clutch the wound as blood seeped out. He snarled at Naruto's speed, demanding to know how he had survived the effects of Orochimaru's drag, recalling how he had been begging for breath the last time they met. Mizuki was taken aback, wondering who this Hunternin was and how he knew about Orochimaru's potion. Naruto laughed and replied that his identity was not Mizuki's concern, but he found it hard to believe that the bingo book was accurate. Mizuki did not seem powerful enough to warrant an A-ranked status. Mizuki, now furious, began forming hand seals and challenged the Hunternin to dodge his next attack, recalling how many of Naruto's friends had fallen to it. He unleashed a powerful lightning jutsu aimed directly at Naruto, who stood firm, channeling his chakra into a wind barrier. When the thunderbolt struck, Mizuki was shocked to see Naruto protected by the wind barrier. In response, Naruto unleashed a great gust of wind, sending Mizuki flying backward. As Mizuki regained his footing, he noticed Naruto's sword ignited in flames just before the Hunternin vanished again. In an instant, Mizuki felt a sharp pain at his neck, and before he knew it, he was defeated. Naruto, reflecting on the encounter, lamented that Mizuki had not put up much of a fight, wishing for a more challenging opponent. He then took the necessary steps to send Mizuki's head back to Konoha as proof of the kill and incinerated the body. It wasn't long before Gamakichi returned with the payment. In Konoha, after consulting with Sai, Kurenai and Kakashi discovered that Shinobu was Sai's sensei in it. They were discussing their findings with Tsunade regarding a full investigation into Shinobi and Danzu when someone entered through the window, startling everyone present. Jiraiya announced his arrival, prompting Tsunade to scold him for not using the door. Kakashi and Kurenai exchanged glances, amused by their interaction. Jiraiya shared the news of how he had utilized Naruto's counterintelligence program to eliminate Haiden and Kuzu, leaving everyone wide-eyed with surprise. Kakashi informed Jiraiya of their suspicions regarding Danzu's right-hand man, Shinobu, to which Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully. He explained that he had attempted to question Haiden but had learned nothing. He speculated that only their leader knew who was leaking information. Jiraiya cautioned that Danzu was clever and would not act openly, even under constant surveillance. He suggested that the best course of action would be to follow Shinobu to uncover more information. The others agreed with his plan. Jiraiya announced that he would be leaving, intending to inform Naruto about Akatsuki. He asked if anyone had messages for the young ninja. Kakashi expressed a desire to accompany Jiraiya to see Naruto, feeling nostalgic for the energetic blonde. Jiraiya warned that Naruto had changed and Kakashi might not recognize him, but Kakashi was undeterred. Kurenai, still P-Arginin-T, could not travel but sent her regards to Naruto, as did Tsunade. Soon, Kakashi and Jiraiya were on top of Gamabunta, heading to River Country with hopes of reaching Naruto the following day. Later, Kurenai left the building for a checkup at the hospital when she encountered Hana, who appeared upset after leaving the veterinary section. After greeting her, Kurenai learned that Hana had not heard from Naruto and wished to speak with him. Hana expressed her feelings for Naruto and her desire to converse with him. Kurenai smiled sympathetically and informed Hana that Naruto would not be returning for some time. Although Hana wasn't surprised to hear this since Naruto was a Hunternin, a part of her wished he would abandon the job and return to Konoha so they could spend time together. Kurenai felt a pang of sympathy for Hana and suggested an idea. She mentioned that the Hokage had a secure communication network with Naruto and proposed that Hana could send him a letter to arrange a meeting. Hana looked at Kurenai in wonder, questioning why the Hokage would go out of her way for her. Kurenai explained that Tsunade considered Naruto family, especially knowing Hana had feelings for him. This made Hana blush, and she decided she would speak to Tsunade about it. She resolved to write a letter to Naruto and give it to Tsunade the following morning, thanking Kurenai before leaving with her triplets toward the Inuzuka compound. In Tsunade's office, the Hokage was finishing up the paperwork that had piled up due to Naruto's mission when she heard a knock on the door. When the person entered, Tsunade was surprised to see Inuzuka Tsum, who hadn't visited her office since her return as Hokage. Tsum greeted Tsunade with a smile, asking how the paperwork was treating her, to which Tsunade replied that it was always a negative experience. She then inquired what Tsum needed. Tsum waved away Tsunade's suspicion, wanting to discuss a Hunternin her daughter was infatuated with. Tsunade recalled Hana speaking about Naruto and smiled at the thought of him as a potential son-in-law. Tsum expressed her curiosity about this Hunternin, noting that no man had ever captured Hana's attention like this before. Tsunade then insisted that Tsum swear secrecy about Naruto's identity, as powerful people could misuse that information. Tsum, though surprised, agreed. The next day, Jiraiya and Kakashi were enjoying dango for breakfast at an inn near the border of Fire Country and River Country. Jiraiya had sent a messenger toad to fetch Naruto and was now waiting for him to arrive. Kakashi was engrossed in Jiraiya's notes for his next book and was intrigued by the stories of Naruto's adventures since leaving the village. He felt a mix of anticipation and pride at how much his student had grown. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the horizon, and both men recognized the Hunternin's mask. Naruto had received Jiraiya's message and wondered what the man wanted to discuss. He sent a note back indicating he would arrive the next morning. Upon his arrival, Naruto noticed Jiraiya and another familiar figure reading notes. Recognizing Kakashi, he felt a wave of nostalgia. The two older shinobi stood up to greet him, but Kakashi was taken aback when Naruto didn't acknowledge him directly. Instead, Naruto requested to eat inside for more comfort, and both elders nodded in agreement. Once inside, Naruto removed his mask, revealing his face, and both Jiraiya and Kakashi were struck by how much he resembled Minato. Naruto apologized for not speaking earlier, explaining that he had to be cautious while wearing the mask. Kakashi smiled, relieved to see that despite the changes, Naruto was still himself. Jiraiya observed the interaction and wondered why Naruto didn't extend the same hospitality to him. Naruto clarified that he had to protect his identity while masked. The group then began discussing recent events and their future plans. Meanwhile, a lone figure was walking on the outskirts of a small village in Fire Country. The man, tall and muscular, paused to scan his surroundings, aware that he could not afford to let his guard down. As he continued on his path, a blur suddenly appeared and struck him swiftly, ending his life in an instant. Seconds after the body fell, the blur came to a stop beside the victim. Dressed in black from head to toe, the figure wore a distinctive white mask typical of Hunternins. A couple of weeks had passed since Naruto's encounter with Jiraiya and Kakashi, and he had gained a newfound respect for the Sannin after witnessing their ability to take down two members of the Akatsuki simultaneously, even with help from Gamabunta. Tracking down the B-ranked missing nin had been challenging, but Naruto was determined. He had also learned about the Akatsuki's goal of gathering the bijus and found it a futile endeavor, as conflicts would persist as long as the shinobi world existed. He understood that with every light, there would be a shadow lurking nearby. Kyuubi observed Naruto as he completed his Hunternin duties, sealing the man's head inside a scroll to send back to Konoha for his bounty. Kyuubi wondered about Naruto's belief in peace for everyone, given his actions. Naruto reflected that it would be hypocritical to claim he believed in peace while taking lives, acknowledging the contradiction in his actions. He agreed with Kyuubi's assessment that humans could be more unpredictable than demons, driven by emotions that could turn them from kind to cruel in an instant. As Naruto scratched the name of the man he had just eliminated from his bingo book, Gamakichi arrived, handing him two scrolls. One contained the payment for the capture, while the other was a message. He tucked the payment scroll into his kunai holster and opened the message, which was from Hana, Kiba's sister. She wanted to meet him to discuss some matters. Kyuubi teased Naruto about Hana's intentions, prompting a sigh of annoyance from him as he wished the fox would refrain from making assumptions. Naruto read that Hana wished to meet in a nearby village the following night if he agreed. He had no objections and thought it would be a good opportunity to rest in a hotel. After writing his consent, he handed the scroll back to Gamakichi, who vanished. However, he couldn't shake the feeling of curiosity about what Hana wanted to discuss, worrying that he might have revealed too much about himself. In Tsunade's office, she and Hana discussed Naruto's status as a Hunternin and his progress in the bingo book when Gamakichi arrived with Naruto's reply. Tsunade smiled as she informed Hana that Naruto had accepted the meeting but insisted on keeping his mask on to protect his identity. She advised Hana to approach him cautiously in public and not to address him by name. Tsunade arranged for Hana to have a fake reconnaissance mission nearby so they could talk. Hana nodded and left the office. Once alone, Tsunade reflected on recent events. Kakashi and Sai had been tracking a man named Shinobu for some time but had found nothing useful. Danzu had trained his men to be highly skilled, but Tsunade felt they were on the right track due to Kakashi's findings. Jiraiya was using counterintelligence to change Naruto's fake locations frequently, but he expressed concern that Akatsuki might sever their connection with the informant and pursue Naruto directly. Tsunade was worried but believed Naruto's experience as a Hunternin had equipped him with advanced evasion techniques. Meanwhile, the Rookie Nine were growing impatient to learn about Naruto and frequently inquired about his return from his mission with Jiraiya. Tsunade had heard from Kurenai and Shikamaru that the Chunins were becoming increasingly bothersome, with Ino demanding to know what had happened to him. However, Tsunade felt it was not the right time to reveal the truth. While Naruto was undoubtedly growing stronger, he was still not on par with Akatsuki. According to Kakashi's reports, Naruto had gained muscle and battle experience, but until he faced A-ranked missing Nins, his counterintelligence mission would continue as planned. That night, Tsunade took a moment for herself, pouring her favorite sake while gazing out at the village she had vowed to protect. She felt a void without Naruto, missing the familiar sounds of his exuberance. It had been a long time since he chose the solitary path of a Hunternin, and she envied Hana for the chance to see him while she remained buried in paperwork. Memories of Naruto flooded her mind, and tears began to fall as she recalled how he had brightened her life. Tsunade contemplated the sacrifices Naruto had made to earn what was rightfully his. Despite being mistreated throughout his life, he had never complained, always wearing that infectious smile that drew people to him. After Asuma's death, she wondered if Naruto had undergone a significant change in his demeanor. His reasons for leaving were unclear to her, but she recognized the danger of Akatsuki using someone against him. Konoha was strong, and she believed there were many capable shinobi who could stand against the Red Cloud organization. Though uncertain if they matched Itachi's level, Tsunade knew that if Jiraiya could confront two Akatsuki members, they were not invincible. As she poured herself another drink, she felt a pang of guilt for her selfishness. She believed Naruto could have stayed, and if Akatsuki attacked, Konoha would handle it. Yet, she struggled to grasp the potential devastation that S-ranked missing Nins could bring to the village. While Konoha produced skilled shinobi, Akatsuki was not known for fighting fairly. If they attacked, it was likely that Konoha would suffer significant casualties before they could confront the organization. After sending a reply to a message, Naruto rose from his position and left the village, ensuring no one saw him. Burning the enemy's corpse served two purposes in Naruto's mind. The official reason was to prevent other villages from capturing the body and discovering its secrets. The second reason was to erase any trace of his actions, leaving only ashes that the wind would carry away. He was now on his way to meet Hana, but since he had some time, he traveled at a leisurely pace, which was still remarkably fast. For the past week, he had been training with heavier weights as per Kyuubi's demands, and his muscles were beginning to adapt to the new challenge. Once inside a hotel near the Kazekage's office, Naruto removed his jacket and mask, closing the drapes to avoid being seen. With nothing pressing to do, he decided to take a shower. The hotel staff had informed guests about the water shortage and requested short showers. Respecting their request, Naruto took a quick 5-minute shower and changed into more comfortable clothes, preparing for sleep. Suddenly, Gamakichi appeared, carrying a scroll. He expressed his frustration, stating that while he had agreed to help, He couldn't be Naruto's messenger all day. He questioned why Naruto had given the summoning seal to Hana. Naruto offered a small apology and explained his reasoning for allowing Hana to summon a messenger toad. After considering Naruto's explanation, Gamakichi accepted it but requested something in return. Naruto nodded, knowing that all his toad companion wanted were chocolate bars. He proposed a deal. For every letter exchanged, he would buy Gamakichi 2 chocolate bars. The toad pondered this for a moment before agreeing, stating that they would start the agreement with the next letter Hana sent. Gamakichi encouraged Naruto to read the scroll, and the blonde nodded as he opened it. Hana's message expressed her happiness about their communication and shared a humorous moment about teasing her little brother, Kiba, regarding her relationship with Naruto. She mentioned that her mother was supportive and wanted to meet him, even though she understood the challenges of Naruto's role as a Hunternin. She ended the message by asking about Naruto's current situation. Amused by the thought of Kiba's reaction, Naruto wrote back to Hana, explaining his position and that he was hunting a new missing nin near Suna. He shared his laughter at picturing Kiba's anger and mentioned that he had heard great things about her mother, Sum. He concluded his reply by asking Hana to provide the messenger with 4 chocolate bars, explaining that Gamakichi was quite greedy. After handing the reply to Gamakichi and thanking him for his help, Naruto watched as the toad vanished. He then went straight to bed, falling asleep almost instantly. This was a routine that occurred every time he slept, as Kyuubi had requested. While Naruto's body rested, his mind would be used for training. Kyuubi took this opportunity to introduce Naruto to the concept of fire manipulation. Inside Naruto's mindscape, Kyuubi greeted him with a teasing remark about taking too long to write the letter to Hana. Naruto, slightly flustered, defended himself, stating that they had only been on one date and were not settling down. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed since their mission together. Kyuubi, noticing Naruto's contemplation, smiled. The purpose of Naruto's visit was to focus on training. Kyuubi intended to teach him about pressure points, an important concept in martial arts. He explained that pressure points were areas on the human body that could cause significant pain or immobilization when manipulated correctly. Kyuubi reminded Naruto of his previous encounter with Haku, who had used needles to incapacitate him by targeting specific points on his body. Kyuubi explained to Naruto the importance of understanding pressure points, recalling a time when a certain Uchiha trader was incapacitated with a precise strike. As a Hunternin, this knowledge would be invaluable. Kyuubi began to share information about various pressure points and the use of needles, filling Naruto's mind with a wealth of details that felt overwhelming. The next day, Naruto awoke to the warmth of the sun, his head pounding from the previous day's lessons. He quickly dressed in his Hunternin attire and mask before leaving his hotel room. To his surprise, he found Temari waiting for him, holding a basket filled with various types of bread. Temari expressed her relief that Naruto had finally emerged, joking about how she had expected to wait for a long time. Naruto accepted the basket, pondering whether Gaara had sent her or if this was a peculiar display of hospitality from Suna. He took a piece of bread, adjusting his mask to keep his identity concealed. Kyuubi chimed in, suggesting that Temari's actions might be a way to get closer to Naruto, which only frustrated him further. He had hoped the fox would be satisfied after its encounter with Hana. Naruto addressed Temari, expressing his surprise at being served breakfast by the sister of the Kazekage. He wondered about Gaara's intentions behind this gesture. Temari explained that Gaara had simply asked her to ensure Naruto had a pleasant time in Suna, leaving her uncertain about his plans. She urged Naruto to finish his breakfast quickly, as they needed to move fast to avoid the impending hurricanes in the desert. Curious about their destination, Naruto inquired about the location of their target, Misamoto. Temari informed him that recent reconnaissance had revealed Misamoto was hiding in a small village near river country. If they hurried, they could reach him in a day and a half. She noted that Misamoto would likely remain in place, believing they were still pursuing him, and it would be up to Naruto to confront him. Naruto frowned, feeling the weight of the task ahead. He acknowledged that the outcome would depend on their respective wind abilities. He was determined to face Misamoto in combat before making any judgments about his own chances. Temari nodded, impressed by Naruto's realistic perspective. Unlike many of her village's Hunternins, who often boasted about their skills, Naruto showed humility and confidence in his abilities. After leaving the hotel, Naruto and Temari headed to the city gate. They presented their mission documents to register Temari's exit. The Kazekage had implemented a system to track who was in and out of the village, ensuring they could monitor mission durations. Once cleared, they set their sights on river country. Temari pointed out 3 hurricanes dancing in the northeastern desert, warning Naruto to be aware of shifting winds. They would need to be quick and use a significant amount of chakra to evade the storms. As they charged toward their destination, the scene shifted to Konoha, where the Umbu torture and interrogation department operated under Marino Ibiki. Known for his brutal yet effective methods, Ibiki had a reputation for extracting information from even the toughest subjects. However, one individual, Takara Shinobu, had been brought in under suspicion of being an informant for Akatsuki, and he would prove to be a different challenge altogether. According to the man's file, Kakashi and a Chunnin named Sai had followed him for a while before discovering that he was sending information to a man named Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. The challenge was linking this man to his leader, Danzu. Beneath the two-way mirror, 3 individuals discussed their next course of action. Kakashi, Tsunade, and Ibiki were trying to uncover what information the man had passed to the organization. Ibiki expressed his frustrations, noting that he had encountered tough subjects before, but none were as challenging as this one. It felt as if Danzu had transformed the man into someone devoid of emotions. Both Kakashi and Tsunade acknowledged Ibiki's assessment. They recalled how Sai had once been similar, emotionless and focused solely on his mission. It had taken Naruto's influence to help Sai develop friendships with him and Sakura. However, if this man truly lacked emotions, Ibiki's usual methods would not be effective. His techniques often involved manipulating the mind, which could be counterproductive with someone so detached. Tsunade inquired about who could replace Ibiki for this interrogation, prompting him to think carefully. He suggested his sensei, Yamanaka Inoichi, who could delve into the man's mind without resorting to torture. However, he expressed concern that Inoichi's techniques relied on a cooperative mind, which could be dangerous when dealing with someone trained by Danzu. Regretfully, Ibiki concluded that they might need a more physical approach. He mentioned another interrogator in his department who had a different strategy that involved physicality. Although the target lacked emotions, he was not immune to pain. This interrogator utilized pain as a means of extracting information, employing a range of tools from kunais to poisons. Kakashi sighed, recognizing who Ibiki was referring to. Tsunade, puzzled by the identity of this interrogator, watched as Ibiki nodded and left for a moment before returning with his companion. He announced that he had brought the interrogator as instructed, and Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Anko. At Konoha's hospital, Hana visited Kurinai, who was 9 months pregnant. After experiencing a false alarm at the market, Hana decided to stay at the maternity section of the hospital, anticipating the arrival of little Asuma. A tube connected to Kurinai's belly would signal the doctors when the baby was ready to be born. During their conversation, Hana shared details about her date with Naruto, describing how wonderful it had been. She noted how much he resembled the yondaime, with his distinctive whisker marks, and recounted their conversations. While she omitted certain details to avoid overwhelming Kurinai with emotions, she shared enough to convey her happiness. Kurinai was genuinely pleased for Hana and Naruto but expressed concern for her former student, Hinata. Although Hinata's confidence had improved, she still reverted to her old self when it came to Naruto. However, since neither Naruto nor Hinata had acknowledged this, it felt as if it had never happened. Kurinai expressed her relief that Hana had found someone like Naruto, contrasting him with past relationships that had been less than ideal. Hana agreed, emphasizing that Naruto possessed a quality that drew people in. She recounted how, despite his difficult upbringing, he chose to understand the pain of others rather than seek revenge. His perspective on hardship was profound, and he recognized that everyone had their own struggles. The two friends continued to discuss Naruto for a while until visiting hours ended, and Hana prepared to leave. Kurinai appreciated Hana's visit, and Hana insisted it was a pleasure to keep her company before wishing her a good night. Once outside, Hana made her way home, reflecting on her earlier message to Naruto and her reluctance to await his reply. She had to head to her office due to an early emergency. As she walked toward the Inuzuka compound, she recalled her conversation with her mother after her date. Sum had been surprised to see Hana so joyful, and her curiosity about the date had prompted Hana to share the details. Sum's smile had been wide, delighted to see her daughter so happy again. In her youth, Hana had been energetic and cheerful, especially when playing with her dogs. However, a significant event had changed her demeanor. While she had learned to cope with the stresses of being a ninja, her overall attitude had shifted, making her more reserved. After her date with Naruto, Hana felt happier than Sum could remember, bringing a warm, motherly smile to Sum's face. As Hana spotted her house on the horizon, she quickened her pace, her triplet huskies eagerly following her. Upon arriving at the Inuzuka compound, Hana noticed a note on the table from her mother. It informed her that Sum had left for a mission with Kiba, tracking a target toward IWA, and wouldn't return for another 3 days. After placing the note back on the table, Hana took a moment to feed her triplets before heading to her room. Inside, she was delighted to see a scroll next to the seal. As she opened it, she began to read Naruto's reply to her letter. Naruto wrote that he was currently in Suna on a mission from the Kazekage, hunting one of their missing nins. He humorously noted that Suna's hunters might not be very effective. He thanked Hana for providing him with material to tease Kiba in the future, imagining Kiba's annoyed expression. He mentioned that he had never met her mother but had heard great things about her skills as the top Inuzuka and as a caring mother to both Kiba and Hana. He expressed his enjoyment of their date and hoped they could have another outing together soon. Naruto also asked Hana for a favor regarding the messenger toad she summoned, suggesting that she buy 4 chocolate bars as a reward for the toad, who had a reputation for being quite greedy. After reading the letter, Hana chuckled, recalling Naruto's playful nature. She found it endearing that he thought so highly of her mother, and it made her appreciate him even more. She knew Naruto was an orphan and often wondered what his life would have been like had his parents been alive. Meanwhile, at the Umbu torture and interrogation department, Ibiki, Tsunade, and Kakashi observed Anko's interrogation methods. Anko was relentless, injecting Takara with enough poison that his skin began to react, yet he remained silent. Despite the blood staining his body, he continued to mock his interrogators with laughter. Anko, frustrated by his resilience, declared that she would give him one last chance to reveal his employer before he faced dire consequences. She charged at him with a kunai, stopping just short of his neck, but he showed no fear, only laughter in response. Anko sighed, realizing that this man was tougher than she had anticipated. She knew he was connected to a rat within their ranks who was reporting to Akatsuki about Naruto's whereabouts, and she wanted to help Naruto, who had become her family. Anko expressed her frustration, stating that if they couldn't extract any information, at least they could take satisfaction in seeing him suffer. However, Tsunade soon entered the room, insisting that they needed Takara alive and ordered Anko to administer the antidote and secure him for further questioning. Anko and Ibiki complied, while Kakashi vanished with a shunshin. Elsewhere, Naruto and Temari set up a small camp after crossing the desert, where Naruto observed Temari as she struggled to catch her breath. She had been exhausted after their journey, while Naruto appeared completely unfazed. They had traversed the desert in less than a day, narrowly escaping a series of hurricanes. Temari, on the verge of collapse, felt a mix of frustration and admiration for Naruto's stamina. As she finished her meal, Temari studied the masked ninja before her. Despite the exhausting trek, Naruto showed no signs of fatigue, moving with the ease of a seasoned Suna ninja who had crossed the desert many times before. She was also curious about the fact that her brother Gaara knew the man, even though he had been wearing a mask the entire time. Naruto appreciated the trip. Wind was his element. He used the existing wind in the atmosphere to move faster, thus avoiding the hurricanes without expending much chakra. He noticed Temari's angry expression and wondered if she was considering taking advantage of the wind force around the hurricanes, but seeing her exhaustion, he guessed she wouldn't. he suggested that Temari should get some rest for the next day, assuring her that he would take the night watch. Temari, however, was not pleased with his suggestion. She insisted that she was not weak and that she would rest for 4 hours before covering the area while he took a break, daring him to argue otherwise. Naruto didn't mind her determination, but he also knew better than to argue with an angry kunoichi, especially one with such a fierce temper. He simply nodded and used a technique to appear on top of a nearby tree while Temari headed toward her tent. Once he saw her enter, he sighed, realizing he was stuck with this troublesome woman for the duration of his mission. Kyubi commented on how there were many ways Naruto could ease her tension, noting that they could both feel the pent-up energy she was releasing. Naruto mumbled about how he thought Kyubi would quiet down after his previous experiences, but he was mistaken. Kyubi remarked that while Hana was impressive, Temari was equally appealing, and he reminded Naruto that monogamy was not his preference. Naruto acknowledged that Temari was the Kazekage's sister and that any man who looked at her the wrong way would face consequences, noting her brother's overprotectiveness. Their conversation continued for a while. When Naruto's watch ended, he dropped from the tree and went to the tent to wake Temari. He could have ignored the plan and continued watching, but he had a feeling that a proud and stubborn kunoichi would not appreciate that. After calling her name with no response, he opened the tent to check on her. The sight was amusing. Temari was not only asleep but also drooling. He figured she would be even angrier if he woke her, so he returned to his tree to continue the night watch. The next day, as Temari slowly opened her eyes, she found it strange that the first rays of sunlight were reaching the tent. The Hunternin was supposed to wake her for her watch, but he hadn't. She thought about how inconsiderate he was. Grabbing her fan, she stormed out of the tent, only to see Naruto sitting on a log, making some morning stew. He greeted her and hoped she liked stew for breakfast, explaining that it was the only thing he could manage at the moment and asking if she had slept well. Temari scolded him for not waking her up, reminding him that they had agreed on shifts, though a part of her was grateful for the extra rest. Naruto explained that he had tried to wake her several times but had found her drooling in her sleep. He thought it best to let her rest, knowing that waking her would hinder her performance when they encountered the missing nin. As he spoke, he noticed her expression relaxing, indicating that he had done her a favor. When she sat next to him, he realized that his decision had indeed benefited her. Had she taken her shift at night, she wouldn't have been at her best against Misamoto. Being a jounin at such a young age spoke highly of her skills in both Suna and Konoha. Her wind techniques were nearly unmatched, and she was well on her way to mastering her element. It would have been a blow to her pride if she were defeated by Misamoto due to lack of rest. After accepting a bowl of stew from Naruto, she drank it like soup. While it wasn't as good as a home-cooked meal, she found it quite tasty and asked for more. Later, Naruto and Temari arrived in River Country, hoping to find Misamoto. Naruto was frustrated by Temari's presence because he couldn't summon Gamakichi for fear of revealing his identity. Instead, they relied on Naruto's tracking skills and Temari's knowledge of Misamoto to locate him. According to Gaara, Misamoto sought a challenge, so it was likely he wouldn't waste time hiding or using illusions to conceal himself. The village was sparse, with local villagers tending to their agriculture. It wasn't as crowded as in major villages, so both Temari and Naruto were able to easily spot the man they were looking for. The description was straightforward. They just needed to find a man with a giant iron fan on his back. However, Misamoto's appearance blended into the crowd, making it a challenge to locate him. They soon reached the edge of the village, but there was still no sign of the man with the giant fan. Just as they were about to turn back and search elsewhere, both sensed a shift in the air and instinctively jumped. Their timing proved fortuitous, as a massive gust of wind swept through the area, sending debris flying. As Naruto and Temari landed on the roof of a small oak house, they heard Misamoto's voice. He expressed his surprise at their presence, addressing Temari with a hint of mockery. He lamented that the Kazekage had sent someone he deemed unworthy to face him, suggesting that perhaps the Kazekage was either angry or too frightened to confront him directly. Misamoto then turned his attention to Naruto, noting that a Hunternin from Konoha had arrived. He mused that the Kazekage must be desperate to seek help from Konoha, But it wouldn't matter, they would soon join the ranks of those who had fallen to his battle fan. Kyuubi's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, expressing frustration at Misamoto's incessant chatter and urging him to show what they were capable of. Naruto nodded in agreement and asked Temari to step aside. Temari protested, insisting that she wouldn't let him fight alone, but Naruto was resolute. He explained that it was his mission to handle Misamoto and that he preferred to face his enemies alone unless he was in dire straits. With determination, he drew his sword and charged at Misamoto, moving with astonishing speed. Misamoto was not easily deceived by speed alone. He swung his battle fan with force, creating a powerful gust of wind that surged toward Naruto. Reacting quickly, Naruto leaped out of the way and assessed the situation. He deduced that Misamoto was likely a long-range fighter, so charging directly at him would be unwise. Instead, he decided on a different approach, channeling a bit of Kyuubi's chakra as he formed hand seals. With a burst of energy, Naruto unleashed a thin stream of white fire from his mouth, which quickly intensified. Misamoto cursed at the fire technique and used his fan to create a wind diversion, causing the fire to explode harmlessly. Smoke filled the area, obscuring his vision. He recognized Naruto's plan to close the distance amidst the smoke, but it was too late. Naruto was already at his side, sword in hand, ready to strike. Misamoto was not known for his close-range combat skills, and many had tried to take him down up close, only to meet their demise. He used his battle fan to block Naruto's sword strikes as best he could, then executed a backflip, swinging his fan to unleash a powerful wind attack. Suddenly, Naruto found himself facing a barrage of small wind blades aimed at him. Acting quickly, he molded his chakra to create a protective barrier of wind, narrowly escaping the deadly onslaught. Without hesitation, Naruto formed hand seals for another wind technique and launched it at Misamoto, who performed a backflip to evade the attack. Misamoto acknowledged Naruto's abilities, noting that not only did he possess a fire affinity, but he was also skilled in wind techniques, which was a rare combination. Naruto seized the moment, using his speed to close the distance between them, preventing Misamoto from utilizing his devastating wind attacks. He engaged in close combat, landing several blows to Misamoto's midsection before executing a roundhouse kick that sent the man flying. As Naruto prepared to unleash another fire technique, he was caught off guard when Misamoto used the momentum from his fall to perform a wind attack aimed directly at him. The surprise hit sent Naruto crashing into the trees. Misamoto smirked, satisfied with his defense against another attempt on his life, and turned his attention to Temari for the next round. He noted that while the Hunternin had managed to inflict some damage, he was still a formidable opponent. Misamoto proposed a contest of wind techniques, suggesting that it would be fair to see who had the stronger gust. Temari, taken aback by the Hunternin's skills, hoped he would defeat Misamoto, but her confidence waned when she witnessed the powerful wind attack that sent Naruto flying. Just as Temari was about to engage with her own battle fan, she heard Naruto's voice. He reiterated his earlier warning, reminding her that he was the one tasked with taking down Misamoto and that he appreciated her understanding. He stood beside her, arms crossed, ready to face the challenge ahead. Misamoto, meanwhile, was left wondering how the Hunternin had survived the powerful attack that had sent him flying into the forest. By looking at him, Misamoto couldn't find a single wound on his body. Naruto, having taken Misamoto by surprise, assured that it wouldn't happen again. He swiftly retrieved his sword and vanished toward his opponent, who instinctively dodged the swing. Misamoto was astounded by Naruto's doubled speed, realizing he couldn't keep up. This was troubling. If he couldn't see Naruto, it meant the Hunternin could approach and deliver a decisive blow. He would need to use more chakra for his techniques to maintain a safe distance. Without wasting time, Naruto charged again, attacking Misamoto, who raised his battle fan to block the sword, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. However, he left his side exposed, allowing Naruto to capitalize on the opening. With a powerful kick infused with chakra, Naruto struck Misamoto in the stomach, sending him flying. The impact forced the air from Misamoto's lungs, and he could feel the ache of broken ribs. As Misamoto struggled to breathe, clutching his stomach in a futile attempt to ease the pain, Naruto stood over him. The kick had incapacitated Misamoto to the point where he could barely move. Naruto explained that he had struck a pressure point in the abdomen, a sensitive area that, when hit with chakra, sent waves of pain throughout the body, hindering movement. He expressed his desire to end Misamoto's life but noted he was not permitted to do so. Instead, he would send him into unconsciousness. With that, Naruto positioned 2 fingers just below Misamoto's right ear, and the man instantly fell limp to the ground. 2 days later, inside the Kazekage's office, Naruto and Temari reported the successful capture of Misamoto to Gaara, who was pleased with their accomplishment. Gaara congratulated Temari and excused her, turning his attention to Naruto. He inquired about the pressure points Naruto had mentioned. Naruto explained that it was the only way to subdue Misamoto without killing him, and he had successfully located and struck one during their encounter. Gaara nodded, taking notes to send to Tsunade. Gaara then asked about Naruto's next target. Naruto revealed that his next target was Hitaro Matsuyama, a Jounin-level ninja who had fled the village after stealing from Konoha. He planned to head to T-Country to track him down. Gaara handed Naruto the bingo book, expressing gratitude for his help and hoping to hear from him again. As Naruto vanished, he appeared atop the Kazekage's tower, gazing toward his next destination as the sun set. It was a scorching hot day in bird country, where nature thrived under the sun. Plants absorbed sunlight, and animals hunted for fish in the river. The day was quiet, except for the distant sounds of metal clashing. Suddenly, a small fireball appeared, growing larger as it approached the peaceful river, causing the animals to scatter. A masked figure observed the destruction before turning back to face his opponent. Nearly 6 months had passed since Naruto defeated Misamoto with Temari's assistance, and now he was on the verge of confronting the last target on the B-ranked list. The man, Katsu, was known for his insane fire techniques, and Naruto regretted not having any water techniques to counter him. His wind techniques were ineffective against Katsu's fire, and Naruto's own fire techniques paled in comparison to Katsu's mastery. The only advantages he had were his increased chakra capacity and improved physical abilities. Katsu acknowledged their stalemate, noting that neither could strike the other. He recognized Naruto's reputation as the Hunter Fox, a title earned after capturing a target who had escaped and spread the word of Naruto's prowess. Kyuubi reminded Naruto that he was waiting for Katsu's chakra to diminish, but that wouldn't happen due to Katsu's excellent control. Kyuubi suggested using a specific technique, which Naruto hesitated to attempt in battle due to its potential side effects. Despite his reservations, Naruto decided to proceed. Charging chakra to his feet, he vanished and launched a direct attack against Katsu, who quickly began forming hand seals. Katsu gathered air before unleashing a powerful fire technique. A massive fire dragon surged forward, targeting the Hunternin. The ninja took a moment to breathe deeply, then focused intently on the tiger seal, preparing to unleash his new technique known as Fire Release, Flame Armor Jutsu. Naruto channeled some of Kyuubi's chakra through his tenketsu, releasing it to envelop his body in flames as he faced the dragon head-on. Katsu, witnessing this, couldn't believe the audacity of the Hunternin, momentarily thinking he had a death wish. However, with the Hunter Fox now defeated, Katsu felt a sense of relief, knowing that he and others no longer affiliated with Konoha could live freely without fear of being hunted. Just as he turned away from the chaos, he felt a sudden sharpness at his neck, and in an instant his life was extinguished. Naruto's body was scorched, his clothes reduced to ashes. The pain gradually subsided, but he couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration as Kyuubi used his chakra to heal the burns. He reflected on his creation of this jutsu, questioning why he had developed it in the first place. Kyuubi, sensing Naruto's annoyance, offered a teasing remark about the situation. He suggested that perhaps Naruto had become a bit sadistic since leaving the village, choosing to inflict pain upon himself. Kyuubi noted that Naruto had finally completed the B-ranked section of the jutsu book, warning him that the A-ranked techniques would be far more formidable than those he had encountered so far. He advised Naruto to take some time to train and consider acquiring a third element, like water or earth, to prepare for stronger opponents. Kyuubi, knowledgeable about earth techniques, offered to teach him once he could manipulate that element. It was another beautiful day in Konoha, with the first rays of sunlight illuminating the village. Located in the fire country, Konoha experienced hot summers and mild winters. Some villagers appreciated waking up early to enjoy the day, while others wished for just a few more minutes of sleep, which often turned into an hour and a half. For Naruto, however, sleeping in meant lowering his defenses, which could lead to danger. Therefore, he was already awake as the sunlight graced his features. He found himself atop the Hokage's monument, a place he had visited many times before. The view from the top of the Yandame's face was the only aspect of his former home that he truly missed. No matter what had happened in his life, sitting there brought him a sense of calm that no other place could replicate. Lost in nostalgia, Naruto forgot to pay attention to Kyuubi, who understood the emotions stirring within him but chose not to address them. Instead, Naruto stood up and gazed at his old house in the distance, recalling that Sakura often tidied it up. Memories flooded back as he thought of his ex-teammate, noting how she had grown, her hair longer and now wearing standard jounin attire. Hana had once told him that most of their classmates had become jounin, leaving him as the only genin. Yet, he believed that in the end, it was all about who could wield a kunai effectively. As he surveyed the village, Naruto recognized the Inuzuka compound and smiled at the thought of Hana. He picked up a scroll, intending to alert her in advance, not wanting the Inuzuka family to catch wind of his or Kyuubi's scent from afar. If he was to visit Hana and perhaps her mother, he needed to inform her first. After finishing the scroll, Naruto summoned Gamakichi, who appeared lazily, as if he had been lounging in a pool. Gamakichi grumbled about being summoned during his vacation, but Naruto remained unfazed, arms crossed. He apologized for interrupting and requested that Gamakichi deliver the scroll to Hana, promising not to bother him for the entire month. The toad snorted but nodded, vanishing instantly and reappearing in Hana's room, surprising her. Gamakichi informed Hana that Naruto had sent her a message, expecting no reply, just the message itself. Hana was taken aback to receive a note from Naruto, her heart swelling with joy at the thought of him. She opened the scroll and began to read. "Hana-chan, how have you been, my love? I have some great news for you. I managed to complete the B-ranked section of the bingo book, and I accepted the Hokage's vacation offer. Guess where I am now? Yes, you're right. I'm back in the village, and I want to visit you and maybe meet your mother if possible. The problem is that my scent would be detected from a distance, so I thought it best to inform you of my arrival at your house in about an hour. I can't wait to see you. Love, Naruto." Hana's smile widened as she finished reading. Her boyfriend was finally home. With Kiba away on a mission with his old genin team, she felt relieved that he wouldn't be a distraction. She hurried downstairs to find her mother enjoying breakfast with her dog and Hana's triplets. Sum noticed Hana's excitement and teased her about dreaming of Naruto again, laughing as she saw her daughter blush. Hana shared the news that Naruto wanted to visit in an hour, which surprised Sum. Naruto had become a frequent topic in their household ever since Hana started dating him. Kiba, although not entirely familiar with his sister's relationship, often spoke highly of the blonde ninja. However, he had expressed his frustration regarding Naruto's mission with the Sannin Jiraiya, as it had prevented Naruto from advancing in rank while others had already been promoted to Jounin. Sum smiled at the thought of how ranks affected a Hunternin. She believed that since Naruto had been handling B-ranked missing nin, he had faced Jounin in battle and emerged victorious, making him the only genin on par with a Jounin. Sum commented on the anticipation of finally meeting the man of Hana's dreams and admitted that Hana's enthusiasm had piqued her curiosity. She wondered if Naruto would stay for a while or if it was merely a short visit. Hana explained that it was unfortunately just a vacation, but she preferred that over Naruto becoming solely a killer. She expressed her concerns about him facing A-ranked missing nin, hoping he would reconsider his Hunternin status. The thought of losing him weighed heavily on her. Sum recognized the worry in Hana's expression, having experienced similar feelings regarding her own husband. She wanted to lift Hana's spirits and reminded her that if Naruto saw her worried face, he would only feel more anxious. This prompted a smile from Hana, which Sum returned. Hana reassured her mother that Tsunade would also try to convince Naruto to stay, which gave them hope. After reaching for breakfast, Hana heard her mother giggling lightly. Sum realized that Naruto would likely be bombarded with attempts to persuade him not to return to being a Hunternin. Despite understanding Naruto's decisions, Sum couldn't deny the dangers he faced against elite enemies and the threat of Akatsuki. Meanwhile, after sending Gamakichi with a message, Naruto vanished from Hokage Mountain, heading to a familiar place. He found it amusing that no matter where Jiraiya was, he could always be found at the public onsen. In just 5 minutes, Naruto reached the bushes near the onsen and began his search. It didn't take long before he heard Jiraiya's unmistakable laughter. The Sannin was so engrossed in peeping that he didn't notice Naruto approaching. Kyuubi teased Naruto about Jiraiya's behavior, and Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Naruto decided to play a prank on Jiraiya, politely calling out to him. The pervert waved him off, but Naruto poked him on the shoulder, earning another dismissive gesture. Finally, Naruto poked him on the head, which made Jiraiya turn around, ready to scold the nuisance. However, upon seeing Naruto's attire and mask, he jumped back in surprise, falling into the onsen and causing quite a scene. Naruto could only hear Jiraiya's cries for help mixed with the shouts of the women in the onsen. After a chaotic moment, Jiraiya managed to escape, but one kunoichi remained Kurenai. She was enjoying a rare moment of peace, taking a break from her duties as a mother to little Asuma. Despite her temporary suspension from active duty, her ninja instincts remained sharp, and she sensed a powerful chakra nearby. Curious, Kurenai quickly changed back into her normal clothes and went to investigate. The chakra felt familiar, and as she spotted Naruto perched atop a 20-foot tree, memories of their previous encounters flooded back. She recalled the accusations she had made against him, realizing how much he had changed since then. Kurenai knew that being a ninja was fraught with danger, and she had to be prepared for whatever might come next. Of course, ninjas are still human, and humans struggle to cope with the emotional strain of losing someone they love. Asuma's death at the hands of Akatsuki shocked and angered Kurenai, primarily because of the existence of the tailed beasts. The organization's objective was to capture the 9-tailed beasts at all costs, and in her grief, Kurenai found herself blaming her lover's death on Uzumaki Naruto, the very person who housed the being they sought. Although Kurenai knew Naruto never asked for the burden of the Kyuubi, she was desperate for someone to blame, and he became the target of her anger. Even after placing the blame on him, Naruto accepted the guilt, stating that he was responsible for the Kyuubi within him and that if she desired, she could take her revenge on him for her beloved's death. Kurenai regretted her thoughts the day before he left, when he was choosing a black outfit. Even as Hana spoke endlessly about him, Kurenai felt guilt for blaming Naruto. She wanted to apologize to him once more, even though he insisted she didn't have to. As she approached the tree where Naruto stood, she looked up and was surprised to find him already gazing at her. Naruto greeted her warmly, dropping to the ground to meet Kurenai face to face. She noted how intimidating his mask was, and although she was unaware of his reputation as the Hunter Fox, she had heard rumors about a new Hunternin significantly reducing the bingo book. Now that he was right in front of her, the differences were evident. His muscles were more defined, and though she couldn't see much under his leather jacket, Kurenai estimated he was nearly 6 feet tall. Kurenai inquired about how long he had been in Konoha, trying to avoid recalling past discussions. Naruto explained that he had just arrived after requesting a short vacation from Tsunade, and he asked about little Asuma. Kurenai smiled as she remembered the energetic child, describing him as a handful who resembled his father, sometimes causing chaos. She mentioned hiring a genin team to help care for him for the day and then shifted the conversation to Naruto's relationship with Hana, which made him look concerned about the possibility of his girlfriend revealing their secret to the village. Kurenai reassured him that Hana was one of her closest friends and confidants, and only a few people knew about their hidden relationship. Naruto mentioned he was scheduled to visit Hana soon, and silence fell between them, creating an awkward atmosphere. Kurenai wanted to address the past, but Naruto felt it was unnecessary to bring it up in casual conversation. He believed that Asuma's death was a direct consequence of his existence, and acknowledging that it wasn't his fault felt like a lie. Kurenai, on the other hand, wanted to express her regret for how she had treated him and gathered her courage to do so. Yet, as she prepared to speak, anxiety filled her mind. She thought to herself how pathetic it was that, as a jounin, she could handle a rambunctious child but struggled to confront Naruto about what needed to be said. She resolved to speak, having rehearsed her words since he left. Kurenai finally expressed her desire to apologize for their past conflict, catching Naruto by surprise. He questioned why she felt the need to apologize, insisting that Asuma's death was entirely his fault. He believed that the longer he stayed in Konoha, the greater the risk of others suffering because of him. Kurenai shook her head, determined to help him understand that this mindset was unhealthy. She continued, explaining that Asuma's death shattered her world. He had been the man she loved, and the pain had overwhelmed her, consuming her thoughts and training. She had yearned for revenge against Akatsuki for what they had done to her husband. In her grief, she had wrongly placed the blame on Naruto, who had never asked to be in this situation. She acknowledged that he had faced enough hatred and anger from others without her adding to it. Kurenai wanted him to know that Asuma's fate was solely the fault of Akatsuki. Naruto listened intently as Kurenai opened her heart to him, finding wisdom in her words. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that if he had never existed, perhaps things would have been different. He understood the pain of loneliness and the struggle to survive on one's own. Being a Hunternin required self-reliance while dealing with threats. Despite his experiences, he knew that some things were better left in the past. He told Kurenai that what had happened between them was now behind them and should remain there. Sometimes, it was best to forget minor conflicts in light of what truly mattered. Kurenai had little Asuma and Hana to look forward to, and Naruto had those he cared for as well. Now, though, Naruto felt a bit uneasy about the possibility of the pervert not returning, so he decided to head to Hana's house. As he walked, he heard Kurenai calling to him and soon found her walking alongside him. Kurenai thought to herself that those were wise words. Looking at Naruto's mask, she saw a figure that commanded respect, far beyond what one might expect from a 17-year-old who had yet to pass the genin rank. Kurenai was familiar with most of Naruto's peers from the academy. While some, like Shino and Shikamaru, displayed a certain level of maturity, Naruto had become the most mature of them all. Despite the dangers and loneliness of his profession, it seemed to have transformed him into a stronger person, someone unafraid to stand up for himself even against formidable opponents. Kurenai asked Naruto why he thought she was following him. He expressed curiosity about her intentions, not feeling bothered by her company. Kurenai explained that she appreciated visiting Hana and since he was going there, she thought it would be nice to accompany him unless he preferred to be alone. Naruto joked that he would rather be in her company than with someone who wanted to harm him, which made Kurenai chuckle, understanding his meaning. Curious, Kurenai inquired about Naruto's experiences facing missing nins and whether he felt lonely. Naruto shook his head, explaining that one eventually gets used to relying on oneself. He described the nature of his encounters, where fighting was a constant, and the importance of staying vigilant. He shared that the hardest part was reconciling the difference between doing a job and taking lives. He had requested a vacation out of fear of becoming someone he would regret being. Kurenai could only partially relate to his experiences, having faced her own challenges. She found solace in the lives she managed to save, while Naruto seemed to bear the weight of his actions without any sense of gratification. She wondered if she could endure what he had and still come out unscathed. Naruto nodded, lost in memories of his past actions, particularly recalling Misao, the only missing nin he had spared. He had sent information to Konoha, claiming she had fallen to a mob of bandits, which served as proof that he was not a cold-hearted assassin. Noticing Naruto's silence, Kurenai gave him space. She could see the turmoil in his expression, the burden of every life he had taken weighing heavily on him. Kurenai gently reminded him that he couldn't continue this way forever, as it would consume him. Naruto acknowledged her words, but he felt trapped by circumstances. He explained that if he chose to remain inactive, the Akatsuki would breach Konoha's defenses and wreak havoc, all to capture him. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was hiding in a concealed alley, having narrowly escaped a group of women pursuing him. He He cursed Naruto for the trouble he had caused but knew he needed to be at the Hokage's office soon. Jiraiya was concerned for Naruto's safety, as the Akatsuki had stopped following false leads and were now actively hunting him. He devised a temporary plan to confuse the Akatsuki by appearing as Naruto in one location and as a Hunternin in another. However, he realized that it wouldn't be long before the Akatsuki retaliated, and he wished he could persuade Naruto to pause his Hunternin activities to devise a more effective counterintelligence strategy. At the Inuzuka compound, Naruto and Kurenai arrived and stood at the door. When Naruto knocked, he was immediately tackled to the ground by the same dog he had played with during his visits with Hana. The husky was overjoyed to see him, having sensed his presence. Hana joined them, sharing in the dog's excitement. Hana greeted Naruto warmly, expressing how much she had missed him. Naruto reciprocated her feelings and inquired about the husky's well-being. Hana invited him inside, suggesting he could remove his mask and meet her mother. After nodding in agreement, Naruto stood up and followed Hana into the house. Once inside, Naruto began to explore the compound, complimenting Hana on her lovely home. However, he didn't get far before being tackled again, this time by the pups he had rescued nearly a year ago. Their size made their playful tackles feel more like solid hits. Hana and Kurenai laughed at the sight of Naruto being adored by the Inuzuka dogs. Hana then invited both Naruto and Kurenai for a cup of tea, which they accepted, though not before the pups allowed him to rise from the ground once more. Naruto was about to do something when he heard a strange voice talking to him. Some suggested that if he played with their ears, they would stop. Seeing Naruto nod, she watched as he began to gently massage the pups' ears. The pups quickly sat up, showing signs of enjoying the attention. With that, Naruto managed to get up while continuing to pet the pups until Tsum appeared next to him. She remarked on how she could see why her daughter liked him, noting that he clearly had a way with animals. Introducing herself, she extended her hand, and they shook hands. Naruto expressed that it was a pleasure to meet her, having heard a lot about her from Hana. Tsum, however, preferred a more casual approach and requested that he drop the formalities, asking him to remove his mask once inside her house so she could meet Hana's boyfriend. Naruto nodded and unstrapped his mask, revealing his golden hair and dark blue eyes. Tsum gasped slightly, recognizing the striking resemblance he bore to the late Yondaime Hokage, whom she had heard about from Hana. Curious about the sudden reaction, Naruto asked if something was wrong. Tsum quickly reassured him that it was nothing and insisted he call her just Inuzuka-san, as she didn't want to feel old. She then invited him to join her and Hana, who was preparing tea. As they entered the kitchen, Tsum observed Naruto closely, noting the similarities between him and Minato. He was taller and had a stronger build, but his facial features were strikingly similar. In the kitchen, Hana and Kurenai were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Naruto, Hana paused, worried he might discover their previous discussion. Kurenai, on the other hand, blushed, taken aback by how much Naruto had matured. His blue eyes and golden hair were captivating, and his more defined features made him even more attractive. Kurenai was relieved that no one noticed her admiration. Tsum and Naruto joined the two girls at the table, and soon a husky appeared beside Naruto, using his feet as a pillow. This made Naruto smile as Tsum prompted him to share something about himself. Naruto felt a bit awkward, unsure of Tsum's thoughts on him, but he began to speak. He mentioned that he didn't see anything particularly special about his life, describing himself as an orphan shinobi with a few personal vices, particularly a fondness for a specific type of food. He shared that he had developed an interest in swimming during his travels, finding it relaxing to be in the water and gaze at the sky. Tsum found his hobby intriguing, noting that it was different from what she had heard before. She explained that some Inuzukas became Hunternin due to their tracking skills and observed that Naruto seemed to enjoy being around dogs. Naruto admitted that he had little experience with dogs before meeting Akamaru and Hana's huskies, but it appeared they liked being around him. He expressed curiosity about their ability to communicate, as neither Kiba's dog nor Hana's triplets could talk. Tsum explained that it took time for pups to learn the human language, mentioning that only Kodamaru had mastered it after being with her since she was 6. She noted that Hana's triplets were closer to learning than Akamaru. As Naruto scratched the husky's ear, the dog playfully tackled him to the ground, liking his face. Hana smiled at the scene, pleased that her mother seemed to approve of Naruto. As time passed, Tsum asked Naruto about his work, including methods used by missing Nin to evade capture and tracking techniques. She was impressed to learn that Naruto could summon toads like Minato and Jiraiya, using natural energy to detect enemies' chakra from a distance. Throughout the discussion, Tsum admired Naruto's knowledge and mastery of hunting, noting his advanced vocabulary and understanding of ninja arts, including pressure points and how to disable opponents effectively. Naruto explained to the elder woman some anatomy lessons where a shinobi could learn to incapacitate an opponent by targeting specific points on the neck with senbon needles. Tsum, curious, inquired about Naruto's knowledge, recalling her son's comments about Naruto's academic performance at the academy. Naruto acknowledged that while he didn't consider himself a genius, he had developed a unique method of learning. He explained that by using the shadow clone technique, he could effectively double his learning capacity. Each clone would retain the memories of what they learned, allowing him to master skills in a fraction of the time it would take alone. Tsum and the others smiled, impressed by his explanation, until Kurenai asked how many clones he could create now. Naruto admitted he had stopped counting. During training, he would create a specific number of clones to focus on different elements or exercises simultaneously. This method allowed him to train efficiently, mastering multiple skills at once. The group continued their conversation for a while longer before parting ways. Naruto decided to explore the compound while the women chatted about him. He stood by a window overlooking the expansive Inuzuka property, which resembled an open field filled with winding paths and vibrant vegetation. He observed dogs playing, sniffing flowers, and swimming in the lake, which brought a smile to his face. Kyubi, the fox spirit within him, commented on his dislike for dogs, suggesting they were a nuisance. Naruto found it amusing that Kyubi could criticize other animals when he himself was a fox. Shifting his focus, Naruto recalled the material he had read on earth release techniques. He planned to finish studying that night before starting practice. Kyubi advised him to take it easy for a few more days, suggesting he memorize the hand seals for the techniques first. This would help him conserve chakra and be better prepared for training later. Kyubi's teasing thoughts about inappropriate images made Naruto chuckle, but he quickly dismissed them, knowing they were just jokes. Later that evening, after dinner at the Inuzuka household, Naruto returned to his new home for a long bath. He reflected on the 5 days of rest he had ahead of him. For someone who had been on active duty for an entire year, the idea of doing nothing felt refreshing. He planned to study his scrolls on earth release techniques during his vacation, hoping to grasp the necessary theory for manipulating the element. As he showered, Naruto thought about Hana's family. He found Kiba to be annoying but was pleasantly surprised by Tsum. She embodied both the fierceness of the Inuzuka clan and the gentleness he admired in Hana. Unlike many others, Tsum did not seem to harbor resentment towards him because of Kyubi. Naruto appreciated her acceptance, especially considering the tragic history surrounding the fox spirit. He sensed that Tsum was subtly assessing him to determine if he was suitable for her daughter, given her probing questions and keen observations. Unbeknownst to Tsum, Naruto, as a skilled Hunternin, could detect when he was being watched. He could feel the subtle energy of her chakra, revealing her presence. As for Hana, the thought of her smile brought warmth to his heart, and he couldn't help but grin at the memory. Naruto could sense Hana's desire for her mother's approval, and through their conversations, he understood how much Tsum's opinion meant to her. The blonde found himself contemplating Tsum's thoughts about him, which felt unusual, almost like thinking about a future mother-in-law. He valued Hana deeply, and if her mother's approval was important to her, he was determined to earn Tsum's respect. Unaware of Hana's secret plan, Naruto wandered through the village, contemplating training. However, the fox inside him suggested he ease the strain on his chakra, leaving him searching for something else to occupy his time. Suddenly, he noticed a figure smiling at him, dressed in jounin attire with a blue mask covering his nose, holding the infamous Ika paradise. Kakashi casually remarked that he assumed Naruto wouldn't be around for long. Naruto acknowledged that sometimes it was nice to take a break from the more intense aspects of their work, which could become overwhelming. Kakashi nodded in agreement as they walked together, and then he shifted the conversation. Kakashi mentioned rumors of a Hunternin known as Hunter Fox, who was making a name for himself by eliminating targets from the bingo book. He inquired if Naruto had any involvement in that. Naruto recalled a time when a missing nin had referred to him as such before he had taken decisive action against him. He expressed relief that no one knew what the Hunter Fox looked like, ensuring his identity remained safe for now. He had been concerned that A-ranked missing nins might already be preparing for an ambush. As they continued walking, Naruto wondered why they were heading to one of Konoha's training grounds. Upon reaching a clearing, he turned to see Kakashi putting away his book and placing his hands in his pockets. Kakashi playfully pointed out that it was somewhat rude not to address him as sensei, even if he hadn't trained Naruto extensively in the past. Naruto explained that he couldn't call him that without revealing his identity, but he suggested using senpai instead. Kakashi considered this and agreed it would suffice. He then revealed that he had brought Naruto to the training ground to find a sparring partner for kenjutsu practice. Upon hearing this, Naruto smiled and unsheathed his newly reformed katana. He noted that Kakashi could have informed him earlier, but he was ready to engage in a spar. Naruto mentioned he was trying to limit his chakra usage but could postpone that for their match. Kakashi simply smiled and stated that he trusted Naruto not to seriously harm him, while also asking if he could use the Sharingan. Naruto nodded in agreement, then moved his sword into the ground and removed his mask, prompting a curious look from Kakashi. As they prepared, Naruto positioned himself with his sword next to his ear, smiling at Kakashi. He remarked that the Sharingan would be less effective if his mask obscured his eyes, and this way he could practice for future encounters with the Uchiha brothers. Kakashi nodded, taking on a standard umbu stance as he analyzed Naruto's posture. Kakashi felt a sense of pride in Naruto's skills. With the Sharingan, he would be able to anticipate Naruto's attack intent, but without any aggressive intent from Naruto, he had to remain vigilant for any sudden changes in his behavior. In an instant, Naruto charged forward with incredible speed, aiming a powerful horizontal slash at Kakashi's side. Kakashi managed to parry the strike with his ninjato and attempted a counterkick, but Naruto executed a backflip to evade the attack, facing Kakashi once more. The silver-haired Jounin examined the damage to his ninjato, surprised to find it shattered into pieces. Kakashi remarked that he had specifically asked Naruto not to kill him, noting the intensity of the attack. Naruto acknowledged this, sheathing his sword and putting his mask back on. He explained that his fighting style relied more on strength than speed, which was why he had focused on building his muscle. He suggested that Kakashi might need a new sword, pointing out signs of rust on his ninjato. Naruto offered to take Kakashi to a friend who could help him find a new weapon, and Kakashi agreed, discarding the broken sword as they headed to the weapon shop. At Aikido's shop, it was an ordinary day as Aikido opened his store to the public. With few customers arriving, those who did only needed a couple of shurikens and kunais. The man was nearly dozing off at the counter when he heard the bell ring, signaling the arrival of new customers. Upon looking up, Naruto saw Aikido, his favorite shopkeeper, and smiled. Aikido greeted him warmly, asking about the progress of the Furisiri. Naruto unsheathed the sword to show Aikido, noting that it felt heavier than before. Aikido's smile reassured him, and Naruto introduced his new companion, Hatake Kakashi, who was in search of a good sword. Aikido welcomed Kakashi, the son of Tsukumo, and inquired about the type of sword he desired. Kakashi explained that he was accustomed to the ninjato and relied on speed, unlike Naruto, who depended on strength. He mentioned the importance of the sword's resilience, as he didn't want to be outmatched by his student. Curiously, he asked about the name given to Naruto's sword. Aikido shared that the sword had a long-forgotten history and that Naruto had named it, though he didn't know why. Kakashi spotted a sword on the far wall, its unique holster catching his attention. The holster was painted white, resembling ice, with an engraving of a gray wolf. He felt a connection to his father, Shiroi Kiba, as he picked it up. Aikido praised Kakashi's choice, noting the sword's light yet durable metal, perfect for his style. Kakashi expressed his satisfaction, and they proceeded to the counter to finalize the purchase. After leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto sought solitude to reflect on the recent upheaval in his life. He felt conflicted about the sacrifices he had made for the village, only to have his girlfriend's plans and Tsunade's decisions undermine his efforts. He recalled the teachings of the Sandaime Hokage, emphasizing the needs of many over the needs of a few. Tsunade, as a follower of the third Hokage, should have understood this better, yet she was preventing him from leaving the village, potentially attracting danger to it. As Naruto gazed down at the village from above the Yandaime's head, he grappled with his emotions. He understood Hana's desire to be with him but felt the weight of his past struggles, especially after Asuma's death at the hands of Akatsuki. He contemplated the consequences of his actions, knowing that his presence could bring destruction to those he cared about. Kyuubi's voice echoed in his mind, suggesting that he could escape without anyone knowing. Naruto acknowledged the temptation but recognized the moral implications of such a choice. He considered the possibility of facing Akatsuki alone outside the village, weighing the risks of Tsunade sending forces after him if he attempted to leave. He hoped that if Akatsuki came for him, it would be during the Chunin exams, minimizing the potential damage to the village. Kyuubi informed him that his chakra would return to normal in just another day, having taken measures to expedite the process. Naruto felt a sense of urgency to prepare for the challenges ahead. He severed his connection with Kyuubi and returned to Konoha, contemplating how to address the situation with the Hokage. Suddenly, he sensed familiar footsteps approaching and relaxed when he recognized Hana and her 3 dogs. She greeted him, asking if she could join him. As they stood together, Hana gazed down at her home, her eyes sparkling with admiration. However, she quickly sensed Naruto's distress. When he spoke, his words revealed the source of his turmoil. He acknowledged that she had spoken to the Hokage about him staying in Konoha, and a sigh escaped Hana. Despite the tension, Naruto refrained from raising his voice, understanding the weight of her actions. He noticed the change in her demeanor, realizing that his feelings for her were strong enough to keep him calm. He encouraged her not to be sad, reminding her that her smile was what kept him from losing himself to darkness in his role as a ninja. The problem was that Naruto was aware his presence could attract those seeking the fox, and they would destroy everything in their path. He explained this to Hana, who began to worry that her boyfriend might not enjoy spending more time with her as she had hoped. Naruto reassured her that he wanted to spend more time together, not just through letters or rare occasions. He expressed that nothing was more important to him than being around her and seeing her smile. However, he feared for her safety and the safety of those he cared about. In a moment of unexpected romance, Hana took off his mask and kissed him passionately. Surprised at first, Naruto quickly returned the kiss with equal fervor and embraced her tightly. After they separated, they locked eyes, feeling content just being in each other's presence, as words could not fully convey their feelings. For the first time since leaving the village to become a Hunternin, Naruto felt caught off guard. Their moment was interrupted by the arrival of Hana's mother, Tsum, and her brother, Kiba, along with their dogs. Tsum laughed at Hana's flustered expression, noting that Naruto seemed to already know about their family dynamics. Hana confirmed that Tsunade had informed her about it, and Naruto smiled, realizing that Hana might not be the only one who had convinced Tsunade to set new boundaries for becoming a Hunternin. Kiba, feeling guilty for his earlier actions, apologized for his reckless behavior that night. He admitted that seeing them together had made him act out of character. Naruto reassured Kiba that he didn't need to apologize, acknowledging that Hana had mentioned Kiba's protective nature. He added that no one had been seriously hurt in the end. Kiba joked about the headache he had after their encounter, prompting Naruto to explain how he had struck him in a specific area that caused him to faint. Kiba listened, nodding in respect, though he found the technique unfamiliar. Naruto then remembered something important to discuss with Kiba. He explained that due to certain restrictions, his Hunternin license was suspended, preventing him from leaving the village until the Chunin exams in 15 days. He requested that Kiba keep his presence a secret, citing the Inuzuka clan's loyalty as a reason to refrain from revealing his identity. Kiba questioned why he couldn't tell anyone, expressing that Naruto had friends who would want to know he was back. Naruto remained unfazed, explaining that he had made powerful enemies during his travels, and if they came after him, it could endanger the entire village. Kiba was skeptical, unable to fully grasp the seriousness of the situation, but Hana and Sum chose not to press Naruto further about the nature of his enemies or the Kyuubi. Naruto emphasized that as soon as someone knew he was in the village, news would spread, and he couldn't allow that to happen. Despite his frustration with the situation, Naruto understood the importance of keeping his identity hidden. He knew Kiba could inadvertently reveal his whereabouts, which could jeopardize his future as a Hunternin. Kiba ultimately agreed to keep quiet, acknowledging the loyalty of the Inuzuka clan. Naruto nodded in appreciation and put his Hunternin mask back on, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Afterwards, the group engaged in light conversation about Naruto participating in the Chunin exams in IWA before they each went their separate ways. Naruto headed to Konoha's real estate office to register the properties of the 2 apartments he had acquired and to place an advertisement in the newspaper for renting them out, which had been his intention all along. Although he didn't consider himself financially savvy, his travels had introduced him to various business travelers who offered advice on increasing his income. Some suggested contacting the bank for investment funds, but Naruto preferred not to monitor the stock market daily. Instead, he chose to invest in real estate by purchasing apartments to rent out. This way, he could earn money from his missions while also generating additional income from the rent. His ultimate goal was to buy a spacious house for when he settled down in life. Hana was always on his mind when he thought about the future, but he felt it was too soon to consider marriage. While he was passionate about her, he knew he needed a steady income to support both her and their future family. Although being a Hunternin was rewarding, he realized he couldn't rely on that job forever if he wanted to settle down. For now, he decided to focus on the present. Once inside his apartment, he began to examine the new bingo book his commander had provided. He was surprised to see that Kira had made some adjustments, adding subdivisions for Konoha and other villages. Just because he couldn't work as a Hunternin for Konoha didn't mean he couldn't hunt criminals from other villages and collect rewards. By doing so, he could help rid the world of criminals and prevent missing nins from forming dangerous groups like the Akatsuki. He prepared some instant ramen and sat at the kitchen table while reviewing his next assignment. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade sighed in relief as she finished the last mission reports of the day. It was late, and she should have been at home resting or enjoying some sake, but Shizen had brought in the reports just as she was about to leave. Tsunade had tried to reason with her persistent assistant, but Shizen had convinced her to stay and read the reports. The administration building was nearly empty, save for Tsunade's secretary and a couple of Umbu agents assigned to protect her. As Tsunade stood up from her chair, she heard fast, heavy footsteps approaching her office. Whoever it was seemed very upset, and she braced herself for the encounter. When the door opened, she suppressed a sigh of dismay upon seeing Uzumaki Geishi, a cold and ruthless Hunternin who had earned the title of unit commander for his exceptional work. His furious demeanor surprised Tsunade, but she had a feeling she knew the reason for his sudden intrusion. Geishi demanded to know why Tsunade had overridden his authority regarding one of his Hunternins. He expressed his frustration about a memo stating that the shinobi's status was on hiatus until he advanced in rank, calling it ridiculous. He insisted that, as commander of the Hunternin unit, he should be involved in all decisions regarding his shinobi. Tsunade explained that her decision was based on concerns for the shinobi's mental state. Reports from his Toad Summoner indicated that his attitude had changed since starting the job. While a shinobi's rank was irrelevant to the Hunternin position, she feared that if he continued on this path, he might become a cold-blooded killer. As a shinobi from the Leaf, he fell under her responsibility, and she would not allow him to continue unless his emotions were in check. She stated that when he advanced in rank, she would assess his state of mind to determine if he was fit to continue as a Hunternin. If not, he would be reassigned to regular missions as a Chunin or Jounin. Geishi pointed out that before the shinobi became a Hunternin, the unit had estimated that about 5% of Konoha's force became missing nins due to crimes or fleeing. However, that number had significantly decreased because of the shinobi's reputation. He warned Tsunade that it would be her responsibility if people began to flee due to the revocation of his license. With that, he left the office, muttering about the village's leniency toward criminals. As Tsunade watched him go, she reflected on her decision to offer second chances. While she believed her choice regarding Naruto was valid, she questioned what to do about Uchiha Sasuke. He had escaped the village for selfish reasons and had allied himself with Konoha's worst enemy, Orochimaru. Even though he had ultimately betrayed Orochimaru and killed him, his past offenses against Konoha weighed heavily on her mind. Tsunade still needed to discuss Sasuke's situation with Sakura, but she was uncertain about labeling him a missing nin. She would have to think about it at home. No matter how much she cared for Sakura, her decisions would have to take into consideration the entire village. The next day, Haruno Sakura woke up with a smile for some reason. After getting dressed, she headed to the hospital to cover her shift when the Hokage summoned her to her office. As Sakura entered, Tsunade began to speak, and Sakura's smile widened as she learned that Sasuke had managed to defeat Orochimaru and would likely return to Konoha, or so she thought. Tsunade, however, delivered disappointing news. Sasuke would not be returning to the village. According to Jiraiya, he had gathered a group of shinobi to join him in his quest against Itachi. The sudden sadness that crossed Sakura's face did not go unnoticed by Tsunade. Sakura quickly asked what they could do about it. With Naruto away with Jiraiya, she suggested arranging a mission to find him. Tsunade frowned, deepening her concern for Sakura's unwavering hope to bring Sasuke back, despite knowing what he had done against Konoha. Tsunade had her doubts about revoking Sasuke's status as a missing nin, but Sakura's request to pardon him only solidified her decision. Tsunade firmly stated that she would not send any of her shinobi on a mission to retrieve him. However, she felt it was time to review Sasuke's position as one of their shinobi. This revelation shocked Sakura to her core. She was well aware of Konoha's policies and understood what Tsunade intended by reviewing Sasuke's status. Sakura pleaded with Tsunade, arguing that every Hunternin would be after Sasuke for a crime he did not commit, reminding her that the cursed seal had influenced his actions at the time. Tsunade closed her eyes in contemplation before responding. She acknowledged that the cursed seal might have affected Sasuke's mindset, but emphasized that he had betrayed their trust the moment he considered joining Konoha's worst villain for power. Tsunade pointed out the losses they had suffered in their efforts to gather information on him and Orochimaru, insisting it was time to leave the matter to the Hunternin division. Tsunade then asked Sakura why she was so eager to protect Sasuke, especially since he had never shown the same courtesy to her or Naruto. Sakura, taken aback, explained that Sasuke was a part of Team 7 and that Naruto would agree with her that Konoha was his rightful place. Despite Sasuke's lack of affection, he was still a member of their team, and Sakura admitted that she had feelings for him, tears streaming down her face. Tsunade felt a pang of shame for her decision 3 years ago. Tsunade cautioned Sakura that her childhood crush was a myth. Sasuke was consumed by his desire for revenge against his brother and would not lift a finger to help her. She also revealed that Naruto had come to see Sasuke as just another missing nin, which shocked Sakura. Tsunade explained that Naruto was training with Jiraiya to become stronger, and he believed Sasuke could have returned home after Orochimaru if he had truly wanted to. Tsunade concluded that she was labeling Sasuke Uchiha as an A-ranked missing nin. He still had a chance to surrender and receive a light penalty, but if he resisted, he would face severe consequences. Sakura nodded in understanding before leaving Tsunade's office, leaving the Hokage alone with her thoughts. Tsunade felt sympathy for Sakura, realizing that what she had initially thought was a fleeting childhood crush had grown into something more dangerous. She worried that Sakura might act recklessly because of her feelings for Sasuke. As a respected jounin and medic nin, it would be disastrous if Tsunade's faith in her abilities was misplaced. After closing the door, images of Naruto filled Sakura's mind as she recalled his determination to bring Sasuke back. She wondered about him more than ever, especially since they had not spoken in nearly 2 years. Something must have happened during his journey to change his feelings towards Sasuke so drastically. Little did she know what had truly transpired. 1 week later, several events unfolded. After learning about Sasuke's status as a missing nin, Sakura fell into a deep depression, isolating herself in her room for 4 days until Ino intervened. Ino, acting on the Hokage's orders, gave Sakura an ultimatum. She needed to pull herself together or face severe consequences, including demotion. Ultimately, Ino convinced Sakura that Sasuke was too consumed by revenge to consider returning to Konoha. It wasn't just Ino's words that swayed Sakura, it was the fact that someone from Sasuke's fan club was urging her to move on. Since their days in the academy, Sakura and Ino had competed for Sasuke's attention, and hearing Ino suggest letting go of their rivalry jolted Sakura from her self-imposed trance. Though Sakura still mourned Tsunade and Naruto's decision to let go of Sasuke, she understood that as a jounin, she could not allow such burdens to control her actions. Tsunade had agreed with her reasoning, and in the end, she convinced the Hunternin commander to place a special order in the bingo book to ensure that Sasuke would have the opportunity to return willingly. That managed to ease Sakura's heart a little, but she was unaware that the one who would likely be pursuing Sasuke was none other than his old teammate, Naruto. Speaking of Naruto, after settling the rent for his 2 apartments, he spent the entire week at Hana's house, getting to know her family and spending time with both Kiba and Tsum. The Inuzuka heir kept his promise and remained silent about Naruto's return to the village, but due to his impulsive nature, he wasn't doing a great job of it, and one of his teammates, Shino, was starting to grow suspicious. Kurenai helped ease the situation, but Shino, known for his intelligence, would likely uncover the truth soon enough. After discussing the matter with Naruto, Kiba called Shino in for a little chat, and the Aburame heir agreed to meet at the Inuzuka compound 2 days ago. In a flashback, Naruto sat next to a tree within the Inuzuka compound, deeply focused in meditation. His chakra flow had normalized, and he was now adjusting to it for future use. He opened his eyes when he sensed movement and saw Kiba alongside a member of the Umbu forces. Shino greeted Naruto, who stood up, still wearing his mask, and offered a handshake. Naruto acknowledged Shino's new role in the Umbu, and Shino, analyzing Naruto's presence through his bugs and keen observation, was surprised by the changes. According to his bugs, Naruto's chakra capacity had nearly doubled since their last encounter, with traces of wind and fire chakra flowing through him. Shino inquired about Naruto's avoidance of his friends, questioning whether he had lost faith in them. Naruto explained that certain aspects of his life needed to remain confidential. He was aware that the bug Shino had placed on him provided information about his body, and any leaks could put Konoha or those he cared about in danger. He emphasized that it was not a matter of trust, but rather a precaution to protect everyone. Shino acknowledged Naruto's reasoning, noting that logic often took precedence over emotional sentiment. He expressed surprise at Naruto's change in attitude, to which Naruto responded that he had little choice. He couldn't bear the thought of people suffering because of what he represented. He preferred to take action rather than wait for destruction to come. Shino assured Naruto that his secret was safe and offered his help if needed, reminding him that he was still part of their group. After their conversation, Shino took his leave. Since that talk, Naruto focused on training to adjust his chakra to normal levels. He practiced ninjutsu from both elements and engaged in agility exercises with weights to maintain his physique. He studied earth manipulation theory, knowing he needed to be well prepared before attempting Doton techniques. Today, Naruto headed to the garden atop the Hokage Tower, where he was supposed to meet Jiraiya. With 3 weeks remaining until the Chunin exams in IW, Jiraiya wanted to take Naruto to Mount Myaboku for one last lesson. Jiraiya had noticed Naruto's interest in Doton manipulation and was eager to teach him some techniques during their travels. Upon arrival, Naruto announced his presence to Jiraiya, who questioned why he still wore his mask. Naruto found the question amusing, explaining that revealing his identity could attract unwanted attention from Akatsuki. He emphasized that there were reasons for hiding one's identity. Jiraiya smiled, dismissing the notion of paranoia and instead acknowledging Naruto's caution. He then informed Naruto that there had been a change of plans, and they would be leaving for a special location the next day. Jiraiya instructed Naruto to inform Hana and her family about the departure. Naruto crossed his arms, questioning Jiraiya's assumption that he would agree to this training. He pointed out that the Chunin exams were not particularly difficult, based on previous experiences. Jiraiya simply smiled at him, hinting at the importance of the upcoming lessons. 3 years ago, Naruto would have eagerly anticipated training, but now he showed reluctance. Jiraiya explained that the training was a surprise and that only 2 people had ever received it. He assured Naruto that it would be worth it, emphasizing that the ability he intended to pass on wouldn't be necessary for the Chunin exams, as Naruto's skills were already sufficient. However, the skills would be crucial for countering Akatsuki's most powerful members in the future. Jiraiya noted that while Itachi and Kisame were formidable, they responded to their leader, indicating that skills alone wouldn't suffice. Naruto listened intently, realizing that these skills might be beneficial in the long run. He asked when they would leave, and Jiraiya scheduled their departure for the following day at noon, prompting a nod from Naruto before he vanished in a small tornado. The next day, after gathering supplies and medication, Sasuke and his team traveled north to a crowded village where they would stay for the week while investigating Itachi's whereabouts. Unfortunately, neither Karen nor Suigetsu uncovered much information, only basic details that were common knowledge. However, Jugo, who could communicate with animals, discovered a couple of hideouts used by the Akatsuki. He couldn't pinpoint their exact locations as the group, like Orochimaru, never settled in one place. Despite Jugo's breakthrough regarding the hideouts, he didn't provide much for Sasuke to work with. Jugo suggested a change in focus, capturing Sasuke's attention. He explained that the animals had informed him that Akatsuki targeted special shinobi with demons trapped inside them, known as Jinchuriki. He believed that to anticipate Itachi's next move, they should focus on the Jinchuriki that Itachi was after. Sasuke fell into thought, recalling an annoying teammate and the Kyuubi within him. Itachi would indeed be after Naruto to capture the Kyuubi, so if they pursued Naruto, there was a high chance Itachi would be present as well. However, Sasuke was reluctant to deal with Naruto's attempts to bring him back to Konoha. Sasuke then revealed that he believed the Jinchuriki from Konoha that Itachi was after was Uzumaki Naruto. Jugo confirmed that the animals could sense where these special individuals were and mentioned a Jinchuriki residing in the Fire Country. He promised to gather more information about Naruto's current location and route. A couple of birds landed on Jugo's shoulder as he initiated communication with them. Minutes later, the birds flew off to gather the information while Team Hibi waited in their room. Meanwhile, after saying goodbye to Hana and her family, Naruto met Jiraiya on top of the Hokage's tower. They left the village heading toward Iwa, where the Chunin exams would take place. Since Naruto had left the village, the Hunternin mask no longer served its purpose of concealing his identity as the Hunter Fox. A few miles later, Jiraiya stopped Naruto, prompting him to ask what was wrong. Jiraiya explained that they would make a stop first and performed a summoning technique. Instead of the expected Gamabunta or Gamakichi, a small green toad with a dark cape appeared. The toad greeted Naruto, but he was puzzled about who this little creature was until Jiraiya introduced him as Fugasaku. Jiraiya explained that Fugasaku would take them to Mount Mayaboku. The toad nodded and began a series of hand seals before slamming his hands on the ground. Instantly, all 3 of them disappeared from view, unaware that a couple of birds were watching from a distance before flying off to meet their contact. Back with Sasuke, the birds returned to Team Hibi and landed on Jugo's shoulder. They reported that Naruto had just left Konoha, heading northeast. Possible destinations included Iwagakure, Kusagakure, and Takigakure. Sasuke nodded, contemplating the information. Suigetsu pointed out that the next Chunin exams would be held in Iwa, suggesting that Naruto might be going there to participate. Karen interjected, asserting that Naruto was no longer a genin, possibly accompanying a team as their Jounin sensei. Sasuke, underestimating Naruto, ordered his team to prepare for their journey to Iwa in 2 days, reminding them to cover their tracks. Little did he know that this would be his biggest mistake. A little over 2 weeks passed since Naruto began his training under the toad's tutelage. The blonde was now seated in a meditative position atop a plateau, balancing himself on the mountain. It was a challenging test designed to help him learn to use natural energy instead of relying solely on his inner chakra. He remembered every path clearly in his mind. As soon as Naruto and Jiraiya arrived at Mount Mayaboku, the blonde took time to study the strange and peaceful environment. The sun illuminated the mountains and forests surrounding the Toad's village. With limited time for training, he knew he needed an intensive crash course. He listened intently as Jiraiya explained how to harness the energy that nature provides, finding the concept straightforward in theory. However, unlike Jiraiya, who could merge with a toad to complete the transformation, Naruto's connection with the fox made it difficult for the elder toad to sync with him. This left Naruto to learn how to gather natural chakra on his own. While the task seemed daunting, he was determined to succeed, even though many who had tried before him had become part of the frog statues near the oil waterfall. To expedite his training, Naruto summoned 3 shadow clones to help him gather natural chakra. However, as they began to transform, the elder toad swiftly intervened, striking them with a staff. The impact left Naruto with a headache and dispelled his clones. He grumbled about the toad's harsh methods. The elder toad reminded Naruto that he needed to avoid becoming a statue himself. He then heard Fukasaku, a small toad, explain the theory behind using natural chakra. Fukasaku emphasized the importance of uniting body and mind to perceive the nature chakra surrounding them. After nodding in understanding, Naruto summoned his clones again, only to receive another bonk on the head as they transformed once more. After nearly a week of training, Naruto adjusted to the new source of chakra. Fukasaku and Jiraiya watched him meditate with smiles on their faces. No human had ever drawn on natural chakra without a toad as a medium, and Jiraiya felt immense pride in Naruto for overcoming such an obstacle. But Naruto didn't have time to learn the toad's taijutsu style that could be taught later. For now, focusing on using natural chakra would suffice, and Jiraiya was confident that Naruto's jutsus would improve significantly. As a blue bird landed on Naruto's shoulder, he opened his eyes to observe it. Unfortunately, the bird disrupted his concentration, causing him to lose his balance and tumble down the mountain. Jiraiya looked on with concern, recalling that nature chakra had the ability to absorb most impacts, leaving only minor bumps. 100 meters down, Naruto held his head, cursing the bird for ruining his focus. Uchiha Sasuke was known for his calm demeanor, rarely fazed by anything as he dealt with his enemies with finesse. However, beneath his stoic exterior, those who knew him understood how to push his buttons, particularly his older brother Itachi. Comparisons between the two, especially when made by Naruto, could easily provoke Sasuke's anger, leading him to charge at Naruto with his sword. But nothing infuriated Sasuke more than hearing the words, "foolish little brother." As he diverted his attention from Naruto, he reflected on the source of his pain the day his family was murdered. Memories of loneliness flooded his mind, tightening his grip on the sword as he recalled the night spent alone, waking up to the harsh reality of his solitude. Itachi's expression remained unchanged, reminiscent of the night he took everything from Sasuke. Naruto observed the tense standoff between the brothers as Itachi and Kisame approached the group of shinobi. With the Chunin exams in IWA approaching, Naruto knew he couldn't afford to miss them, especially with the chance to hunt down missing nins. However, the thought of facing an S-ranked missing nin like Kisame just before the exams made him cautious. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted as Itachi initiated a conversation with Sasuke. He acknowledged Sasuke's growth, noting that he was no longer charging in recklessly. This triggered memories of their past encounters, particularly the time Itachi and Kisame attempted to capture Naruto. Sasuke had charged at Itachi with a Chidori, only to be caught and thrown against a wall, receiving a barrage of punches. The memory lingered as Itachi whispered something that haunted Sasuke. Itachi had loathed Sasuke, and that hatred had fueled his strength. He had trained relentlessly for this day, waiting for the moment when he could finally confront his brother and seek revenge for their clan. Nevertheless, Itachi's curiosity was piqued as Sasuke continued, unaware that the entire group was listening to the two brothers bickering. Sasuke questioned the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, suggesting that Itachi could not have accomplished it alone, no matter how strong he was at the time. Itachi smiled, appreciating his little brother's cleverness. Naruto, though stoic, had not considered the implications until now. Itachi was indeed a genius and an Umbu captain, but it seemed impossible for him to wipe out one of Konoha's strongest clans single-handedly. Someone must have assisted him, and Naruto's interest intensified. Jiraiya, standing beside him, appeared strangely unfazed, which only added to Naruto's suspicions. Kyuubi's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, suggesting that Jiraiya likely knew something that others did not. It seemed improbable that the insightful Sandaime Hokage would allow such an event to unfold without any of his Umbu patrols being aware of it beforehand. Naruto wondered what truly happened that night. As Itachi began to respond to Sasuke's question, Naruto momentarily broke his connection with Kyuubi. Itachi confirmed that he had indeed received help in eliminating their clan, revealing that one of his allies was Uchiha Madara, a founder of the Hidden Leaf Village. Shock rippled through the group as Sasuke recalled his previous encounter with Kyuubi, where he learned that Madara's chakra was more sinister than even Kyuubi's. Naruto remembered that moment too, sensing Kyuubi's agitation within his mind, indicating a past conflict between the fox and Madara. Jiraiya also looked taken aback. Madara was the man who had battled the first Hokage for control of Konoha, and the idea of him still being alive was unfathomable. Meanwhile, Hoshigaki Kisame grew bored with the unfolding situation. He interrupted, expressing his impatience and reminding Itachi that they had come for Naruto. Itachi shifted his focus from Sasuke to Kisame, closing his eyes as he considered the complications of Sasuke's presence. He noted that they were still unaware of Naruto's abilities and doubted that Sasuke would allow him to join the fight. With Jiraiya accompanying Naruto, Itachi reasoned that Kisame would likely struggle to succeed alone. He left the decision to Kisame, emphasizing that Sasuke's team would not interfere unless the fight escalated. Naruto and Jiraiya exchanged glances at the Akatsuki team, both recognizing that a full-scale battle was now unavoidable. Jiraiya, wishing to avoid confrontation, suggested retreating into IWA territory to blend in with the crowd. He cautioned Naruto about facing S-ranked missing Nins, reminding him that those he had previously encountered had either underestimated him or had not engaged him directly. Jiraiya expressed concern over Kisame's sword, Samahata, which consumed chakra, advising Naruto to maintain a safe distance. Naruto acknowledged the threat of the sword but proposed that while they needed to keep their distance, Samahata could not absorb two chakras simultaneously. This would allow them to work together to deliver a decisive blow to Kisame. Jiraiya found this idea promising but reminded Naruto to remain cautious. With their strategy in place, the shinobi dispersed across the battlefield to separate the two fights. Itachi and Sasuke remained locked in their standoff, while Naruto, Jiraiya, and Kisame moved to a clearing miles away. To ensure he did not miss the opportunity to capture either Uchiha, Naruto left a shadow clone concealed among the foliage near Sasuke's group. After the discussion, the Uchiha brothers faced each other, analyzing one another with their Sharingan. Suddenly, Sasuke charged at Itachi, wielding his Kusanagi sword with unprecedented speed. However, Itachi's advanced Sharingan allowed him to anticipate Sasuke's movements, and he parried the strike with a simple kunai. Before he could counter with a kick, Sasuke backflipped, launching a Chidori current toward his brother. Unbeknownst to Sasuke as he flipped, briefly locked eyes with Itachi, falling victim to a genjutsu. The Chidori Nagashi struck Itachi directly, but just as Sasuke prepared to deliver a finishing blow, Itachi's form dissolved into crows that surged toward him. The crows transformed into shurikens, but Sasuke dispelled the genjutsu just in time to evade the projectiles. They resumed their intense stare down, with Sasuke realizing Itachi's intent to flood the field with projectiles. He quickly unrolled the straps covering his wrists, revealing two seal arrays. Just as he positioned his fingers on the seals, Itachi launched his attack. For every shuriken Itachi threw, Sasuke had one ready to parry, transforming the encounter into a dazzling display of sparks as metal clashed against metal. As the exchange continued, the shurikens scattered across the ground, and the two Uchiha brothers once again locked eyes, each determined to outmaneuver the other. Sasuke flinched as he saw Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan activate. In an instant, Itachi appeared before him and delivered a powerful kick to Sasuke's stomach, sending him crashing into a thick tree. Although blood trickled from his mouth, Sasuke attempted to perform hand seals for the grand fireball technique. Before he could complete them, Itachi was at his side, lifting one of Sasuke's hands above his head and delivering a solid punch to his abdomen, knocking the breath out of him. As Sasuke struggled to recover from the pain, another Itachi emerged in front of him, holding him in place. Itachi began to speak, warning Sasuke about the Mangekyo Sharingan. He explained that while its power was unmatched, it came with the severe cost of eternal blindness. He mentioned Madara, who had managed to overcome this fate, and asked Sasuke if he wanted to know how. Sasuke snarled at his brother, unable to escape Itachi's grip, especially without the cursed seal he was saving for later. Itachi continued, revealing that Madara had a brother, Uchiha Izuna, who also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Madara suffered from a terrible illness that would soon rob him of his sight. In desperation, he took his brother's eyes and implanted them in himself, granting him the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The thought of this made Sasuke flinch, and he understood Itachi's intentions without needing further explanation. Itachi's voice grew louder, revealing his greed as he demanded Sasuke's eyes, claiming that they would prevent him from going blind. With that, Itachi positioned his fingers around Sasuke's eyes, squeezing tightly as he attempted to extract the right one. Sasuke's cries filled the clearing as he fought desperately against Itachi's hold, but he was unsuccessful. Itachi placed the extracted Sharingan into a glass compartment filled with a preservation liquid, declaring his intent to take the other eye. As Itachi prepared to take the left eye, the cursed seal mark began to appear on Sasuke's body. The transformation granted him newfound strength, allowing him to break free from Itachi's grasp. However, the surge of chakra came with a cost, and Sasuke collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. To his surprise, Itachi also fell to the ground, panting from overexertion. He realized that Sasuke had somehow broken free from his Tsukuyomi. As he coughed uncontrollably, blood spilling onto the ground, he understood the toll the Mangekyo Sharingan was taking on him. Sasuke began performing hand seals, finishing with the tiger seal. Despite his coughing, he would not wait for Itachi to recover. With incredible speed, Itachi matched Sasuke's hand seals, and they both ended with the tiger seal simultaneously. The clash of their techniques ignited a fierce battle, raising the temperature in the area significantly. Each Uchiha poured their chakra into maintaining their respective techniques, resulting in a standoff in the middle of the field. However, Sasuke's fireball began to overpower Itachi's, inch by inch. Itachi realized that his technique was weaker than his little brother's, but he still had one powerful technique stored within his right Mangekyo Sharingan. Meanwhile, 5 miles away, Kisame observed his opponents with an irritating grin. To those unfamiliar with him, it might have seemed like he was mocking them, but in reality he relished the challenge of testing his skills against powerful shinobi. He could sense Samehada's eagerness to absorb the Jinchuriki's chakra, indicating that he was not the only one excited for the fight against a Sannin and a Jinchuriki. Kisame scanned the battlefield, noting that the lack of a direct water source was disadvantageous for a Suiton user like himself. Suddenly, he began generating torrents of water from within his body, releasing a massive wave as he exhaled. As the river formed, Naruto and Jiraiya frowned at Kisame's strategy. Despite Kisame's advantage, they knew it would not guarantee him victory against a Sannin and an A-ranked Hunternin. Jiraiya turned to Naruto, sharing what he had learned about Kisame's abilities. Naruto listened intently as Jiraiya explained that they needed to be cautious of Kisame's sword, which could absorb their chakra. Jiraiya acknowledged Naruto's proficiency in Kenjutsu and his 2 elemental techniques but emphasized that they would rely on ninjutsu to defeat Kisame. Naruto, focused on Kisame, suggested transforming the river into a swamp to eliminate Kisame's advantage. Jiraiya considered the idea but noted that using the Yumi Numa technique was risky and chakra-intensive. He preferred to save it for when they had a clearer understanding of the situation. Their conversation was interrupted as Kisame glided across the water, attacking them with Samehada. Jiraiya and Naruto quickly scattered to avoid the sword while Naruto began a series of hand seals, finishing with the dragon seal. Kisame recognized the sound of Naruto's technique approaching and raised his sword to intercept it. However, Samehada had just tasted Naruto's chakra, and its eagerness for more was palpable. Deciding to test Kisame's agility, Naruto charged at him with surprising speed, sword in hand. Kisame quickly positioned his sword to parry Naruto's strike while attempting to absorb a significant amount of chakra from him. Just as Naruto closed in, Kisame sensed another surge of chakra and turned his head slightly to see Jiraiya completing a series of hand seals. With a swift motion, Jiraiya unleashed the Earth Release, multiple rock spears technique. Instantly, dozens of rock spears erupted from beneath the water, aimed directly at Thief. In response, Kisame executed a single-hand seal for the water clone technique, sending a doppelganger to intercept the incoming spears while he focused on Naruto. However, when Kisame returned his attention to Naruto, the blonde was already upon him, forcing Kisame to dodge a vicious slice. He attempted to counter with Samehada, aiming close to Naruto's head, but Naruto managed to slice through the water clone and landed a powerful kick to Kisame's ribs. Kisame was taken aback by the strength of the kick, which sent him flying a few meters away and left him vulnerable to Jiraiya. The sage summoned oil from within, completely covering Kisame. Confused, Kisame wondered what Jiraiya had just unleashed. His answer came quickly as he sensed another surge of chakra from Naruto, who finished a series of hand seals with the tiger seal. Jiraiya was surprised by Naruto's choice of a fire attack but smiled, recognizing that the blonde understood his plan. Although Jiraiya had hoped for a less chakra-intensive technique, Naruto's fire release, Fire Dragon missile struck Kisame directly. Normally, this would have been less effective against a water user, but Jiraiya's oil enhanced the attack's damage significantly. Kisame endured the assault, and while his sword absorbed some of the power, he suffered considerable damage as his limbs were burned. Frustrated, he dove below the river, realizing he needed to reassess the situation. He had to neutralize one of his opponents to concentrate on the other. It was infuriating how Konoha had trained its ninjas to execute such coordinated attacks. By now, Samehada had healed most of his wounds, but Kisame knew he needed more than just the water to gain an advantage. Focusing on the element of surprise, he swam closer to Naruto, performing a series of hand seals for a powerful attack designed to incapacitate him. Just as he emerged from the water like a shark, Naruto sensed the impending danger. The final seal was completed, and the technique was unleashed. The water release, water vortex technique erupted around Kisame, creating a whirlwind that struck Naruto with full force. Jiraiya shouted for his student, but Kisame charged forward with Samehada, not allowing Jiraiya a moment to react. Although Jiraiya dodged the sword's attacks, he felt his chakra being gradually absorbed by Samehada. He knew he had to act quickly or risk losing his strength. While he considered checking on Naruto, he believed the blonde would recover from the fierce attack and rejoin the fight soon. Using pure taijutsu, Jiraiya ducked under an attack from Samehada and delivered a powerful kick to Kisame's face, sending him skidding across the water. This left Kisame open for a direct assault as Jiraiya focused the Rasengan in his palm. Kisame had no time to position his sword to block the swirling attack and was struck with full force. The technique seemed to tear at his skin before he was sent flying. Though Samehada absorbed some of the Rasengan's power, the damage was already done. To Jiraiya's dismay, the sword quickly transferred the gathered chakra back to Kisame, healing his wounds. It was a cloudy day, and rain fell steadily, attempting to wash away the devastation left by Sasuke and Itachi's battle. The trees were nearly obliterated, and the clearing was surrounded by black fire, a testament to Uchiha Itachi's power. It resembled a battlefield, yet no bodies lay strewn across the ground. Anyone witnessing this scene could only imagine the ferocity of the combatants who had caused such destruction. This was the sight that Zetsu encountered as he emerged from the ground. He had tracked Itachi's chakra to this location, but neither Itachi nor Sasuke was in sight. Zetsu quickly concluded the worst. He knew Sasuke had grown strong under Orochimaru's guidance. Strangely, he could also sense the snake's presence nearby, complicating his understanding of what had transpired. The most pressing concern was that with Itachi's body gone, so was the ring that enabled the demon's sealing. Madara would undoubtedly be displeased, as he had high expectations for this confrontation. He had anticipated Itachi's defeat at Sasuke's hands, believing it to be Itachi's intention all along. Madara planned to persuade Sasuke to join Akatsuki by revealing the hidden truths behind the Uchiha massacre. Now, not only did Akatsuki lack one of the rings, but they were also down a member. Recalling Itachi's partner, Zetsu vanished back underground, tracking the scent of the shark shinobi close to his position. When he reappeared near the site of Naruto and Jiraiya's battle against Kisame, Zetsu frowned again. The shark's body was missing, just like Itachi's. All he could see was more dark fire, which had spread throughout the forest. Additionally, he sensed the chakra of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and Jiraiya, indicating that the two had fought and perhaps managed to defeat the former member of the Seven Swordsmen. Certainly, this meant even more troubling news for Akatsuki, as not only was the organization 2 members short, but their respective rings were also forever lost. In Konoha, Tsunade woke up that morning with the hope that it would be a good day. The previous day, her favorite Hunternin had managed to capture not only Uchiha Sasuke but also the deceased body of Uchiha Itachi. With this, Konoha was now rid of most of its enemies, thanks to both Naruto and Jiraiya. Tsunade was simply waiting for Sasuke to regain consciousness so she could have a moment alone with him to instill some lessons in loyalty. However, upon arriving at her office, she noticed the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, which sparked her concern. Something was clearly amiss, especially given her apprentice's troubled demeanor. The situation worsened when an Umbu agent requested her presence at a crime scene that had occurred the day before. When she inquired about what had happened, the Umbu chose not to disclose the details right away, suggesting that Tsunade should see for herself. Upon reaching the scene, Tsunade was taken aback to find herself in Danzo's cottage. A sense of dread washed over her as the strong smell of blood filled the air. Entering the room, she flinched at the sight of numerous bodies lying on the ground, all covered in blood, presenting one of the most horrific death scenes she had ever encountered in a confined space. The Umbu masks concealed the identities of the fallen, but Tsunade was unaware of any Umbu agents who were either dead or missing, indicating that they were all part of Danzo's secret root Umbu program. She asked Tori, the Umbu, about Danzo's whereabouts, wanting to understand the implications of his secretive operations. Tori informed her that Danzo was in the middle of the scene, startling Tsunade with the implication that the old war hawk had met his end at the hands of whoever was responsible for this massacre. As she navigated through the bodies, she noted Danzo's bloodied form, leading her to wonder who possessed the power to carry out such an act. The perpetrator had not only infiltrated the village undetected but had also eliminated Danzo and his entire root Umbu. Tsunade ordered Tori to summon 3 medical teams immediately, instructing them to analyze all the bodies, including Danzo's. She emphasized the importance of uncovering the secrets that Danzo had hidden from her and the Sandaime. She wanted to know who had managed to bypass their hidden sensors and made it clear that the details of this incident were to remain confidential. Tori saluted and vanished, leaving Tsunade alone to process the gravity of the situation. Although Danzo was not an ally, he had held secrets that she now wished to uncover. With his death, those secrets had gone to the grave with him, and Tsunade braced herself for the overwhelming paperwork that would follow this chaos. Meanwhile, unaware of the events unfolding in Konoha, Jiraiya and Naruto were making their way to the Chunin exams. After the previous day's fight, both felt the need for some well-deserved rest, especially since passing the exams was Naruto's current priority. He had achieved an impressive feat by capturing Uchiha Sasuke, an A-ranked missing nin, and defeating S-ranked missing nin Hoshigaki Kisame. The bounty on Kisame's head was substantial, enough to procure considerable land in Konoha, though money was not a concern for Naruto. Deep down, he wanted to fulfill his duty as a Hunternin and eliminate all of Konoha's enemies. Jiraiya observed Naruto closely, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Everything that had transpired during the fight with Kisame and the capture of the Uchiha brothers felt surreal to the perverted Sannin. If someone had told him what happened, he would have doubted it outright. It seemed impossible that one person could capture and defeat high-ranking missing nins so effortlessly. While Naruto had not faced Kisame alone, Jiraiya's confidence in the young Hunternin's skills had grown significantly. As they walked, they encountered several genin from various hidden villages heading toward the exam site. Each one Naruto saw made him curse both Tsunade and Jiraiya, as none appeared formidable enough to pose a challenge. However, he was well aware of the bureaucratic process required for promotion and was determined to get through it quickly so he could return to his hunt. Minutes later, they arrived at a massive battle stadium, at least twice the size of Konoha's. The stadium was constructed from granite rock, featuring perfectly symmetrical windows. Naruto marveled at the craftsmanship, though he had no interest in the details. Inside, they were greeted by a vast number of genin waiting for the exams to commence. To his surprise, out of nearly 200 genin, Naruto could count only 5 or 10 who were not from IWA territory, himself included. Jiraiya's suspicion grew instantly. Never in the history of the Chunin exams had the hosting village sent so many of its own participants. He sensed that the Tsuchikage was up to something, and a terrible omen lingered in the air. Meanwhile, the day before, in the Tsuchikage's office, Akatsuki had just delivered Naruto's blood sample to the old Kage. He was astonished that she had completed the mission so quickly. Without wasting a moment, he called in the head scientist to conduct a blood test and compare it with that of the Yondaime Hokage. To his satisfaction, the match was positive, indicating that IWA could finally seek revenge against Namikaze Minato for his past actions. Akatsuki also shared intriguing details about how she had obtained the blood sample. She revealed that Minato's son had managed to defeat S-ranked missing Nin Hoshigaki Kisame alongside Jiraiya. It made sense that the Yondaime's son would possess the skills to handle Kisame, but since the former member of the Akatsuki had targeted Naruto, it implied that the blonde was also a Jinchuriki. This revelation was troubling for the Tsuchikage. Engaging a Jinchuriki in battle could be as perilous as facing another Kage, if not worse, given the potential for widespread destruction. For now, he decided to observe Naruto's techniques closely before making any further decisions. Surely he couldn't send a number of his finest jounin just to witness a repetition of the Third Great Ninja War. Another factor in his plan was the Sannin Jiraiya. Certainly, once IWA attacked a ninja from Konoha, the man would have an opportunity to retaliate. This would require heavy planning, he reasoned. Presently, Naruto and Jiraiya were discussing the exams. Jiraiya instructed the blonde not to showcase more skills than a Chunin was expected to possess, which meant utilizing a few elemental techniques and relying heavily on taijutsu. The sword could be used, but under no circumstances could he aim for vital spots. The blonde agreed with the rules. After all, if he could face and S-ranked missing Nins, a few hundred genin wouldn't pose much of a challenge. The concern lay in their sheer numbers. Suddenly, 10 jounin materialized from the ground, arms crossed as they faced the vast assembly of genin in the stadium. The one in the center stepped forward, taking a moment to address the genin. His appearance captured everyone's attention, as his entire body was wrapped in bandages, with only dark, carbonized skin visible. A blue kimono adorned with the symbol of IWA was tied around his waist with a dark blue belt. He welcomed everyone to the Chunin exams, expressing pride in the fighters IWA produced. He explained that the test would simulate various fighting conditions, and this stadium was one of 3 in the village, perfectly sized to assess whether any of the participants deserved promotion to Chunin. His name was Makoto Shishio, and he would serve as the proctor alongside the team behind him. The exams would consist of 5 parts, all involving combat. As Shishio elaborated on the exams, a large board behind him illuminated, displaying 5 different arenas. He explained that each arena simulated battle stations from around the world: a rocky terrain, a large pool of water, an icy field from water and snow country, a forested area from fire country, and a desert arena from wind country. Each field presented unique challenges that would test the participants' focus on their opponents. In IWA, a Chunin was expected to be a born warrior, and survival throughout the battles was paramount. The rules were straightforward: anything went, including the potential for death. A Chunin could not fear death, and the arena would be suspended in mid-air. Falling from it would result in disqualification. As the jounin explained, Naruto and Jiraiya exchanged glances. The exams were becoming increasingly intriguing to Naruto, and Jiraiya could see the blonde's enthusiasm. The perverted Sannin was fine with everything, as long as Naruto adhered to the rules and refrained from causing serious harm. Jiraiya advised Naruto to either throw his opponents out of the ring or knock them unconscious, emphasizing that killing was off the table. Naruto nodded in agreement, but Jiraiya continued, stressing the seriousness of the situation. He reminded Naruto of the past, warning him that IWA could resort to underhanded tactics to achieve their goals. He cautioned that someone might blame Naruto for excessive force and demand retribution. Naruto reassured Jiraiya, stating that he had no intention of showing off. He had another identity to maintain and didn't want people shouting his reputation for everyone to hear. He focused on the board displaying the different types of fields. The image shifted, and Naruto felt a surge of excitement as Shishio continued explaining the exams. He informed the genin that they would be divided into 5 groups, each assigned to a specific terrain. The second phase would involve different fields, and based on the number of participants advancing, groups of 3 to 6 genin would fight among themselves. The remaining genin would progress to the third and final phase, which would take the form of a tournament. At the end of the second phase, 20 participants would draw numbers from a box to determine their positions. As Shishio concluded, the board displayed the group assignments, and he urged everyone to check their assigned terrains and get moving. The ground began to shake as Naruto and Jiraiya observed various terrains forming throughout the stadium. To their right was the icy terrain, to the left was the rocky one, in front was the lake terrain, and behind them was the desert arena, where a sudden blast of sand engulfed the artificial mountains, momentarily confusing Naruto. He recalled that only one ninja could manipulate sand, his friend Gaara. At this point, the Jounin exited the arena, joining the audience, which included high-ranking officials, Chunin, and civilians. A sudden sound drew the genin's attention to a tower rising from the ground, featuring 2 elegant mahogany chairs that presumably belonged to the Tsuchikage and his guest. Once the tower stopped growing, 4 individuals appeared. The Tsuchikage was easily recognizable as an elderly figure, while the massive Jounin behind him was comparable in size to the largest Akimikis, in Naruto's opinion. To the Kage's right, Naruto spotted his friend Gaara taking a seat beside his sister Temari, who acted as his bodyguard. The fact that Gaara accepted an invitation from Konoha's enemy troubled Naruto, especially since Suna was allied with the Hidden Leaf Village. However, that was a matter for Tsunade to address, not him. Looking at the enormous board, Naruto noted his assigned terrain, the rocky area, where earth-based techniques held the advantage. He couldn't help but consider the possibility of sabotage. While the number of IWA genin was unprecedented, he thought at least one participant from another village would be in his group. Jiraiya, observing from the stands, shared his suspicions. He knew the Tsuchikage to be a wise and cunning individual, and the uneasy feeling in his gut only intensified. It was wise for him to accompany Naruto, as he sensed they were about to enter enemy territory with little chance of escape. It might be prudent to consider a backup plan in case something went awry. Who knew what IWA had been plotting in their quest for revenge against Minato? Back in the arena, Naruto was positioned atop the rocky terrain, while the other genin were scattered around. He noticed a bulky Jounin whose gaze was fixed intently on the blonde. The deep scar across the man's throat suggested he had faced death and returned. The mass of kunai and shuriken darkened the sky, each projectile aimed at one target, the son of the Yondaime Hokage. The man who had caused much grief to IWA and its citizens was about to experience the pain that every parent, sibling, and loved one felt upon learning who was responsible for their loss. The Tsuchikage had vowed revenge for his people, but until now, Inoki had refrained from acting, fearing the wrath of the strongest hidden village in the elemental nations. Konoha was prosperous to some, but dangerous to anyone aware of its darkest secrets. As the projectiles descended toward the still catatonic Naruto, a smirk threatened to appear on Inoki's face, envisioning the consequences of eliminating the son of the man who had led to Iwa's downfall in the last Shinobi Great War. He could almost hear the sound of metal striking flesh as the shadows of the projectiles loomed over him and his subordinate. It seemed nothing would go wrong, and IWA would finally have its revenge. Suddenly, Two walls emerged in front of Naruto just as the projectiles reached their target. Behind the walls, Jiraiya and Gaara observed Naruto's catatonic expression with concern. Gaara instructed Jiraiya to take Naruto away, stating he would vanish soon after. As Gaara's form disintegrated into sand, Jiraiya nodded, biting his thumb and forming hand signs. Slamming his hand on the ground, a massive column of smoke enveloped the stadium, and Gamabunta appeared, surprising the IWA shinobi, especially the more experienced ones. Before the giant toad could voice his displeasure at being summoned during lunch, Jiraiya lifted Naruto's body and jumped onto Bunta's head. Jiraiya urged Bunta to take them away quickly, promising to explain later. The toad complied, leaping far from the stadium and the village. Within moments, Gamabunta had crossed into Fire Country territory, depositing Jiraiya and Naruto near a river. Naruto's expression began to improve, but Jiraiya understood the boy was likely unaware of the danger he had just escaped, given the information provided by the Tsuchikage. Jiraiya anticipated that Naruto would soon demand answers, but for now, he let him process the shocking news about his heritage. He set up a camp, gathering firewood and water. Meanwhile, Naruto was in turmoil, grappling with the information he had received from the enemy. He felt betrayed by those he had come to love. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi had certainly known about his father but had chosen not to tell him. He questioned their reasons. Was it so crucial that they preferred to keep him in the dark rather than reveal the truth about his parents? Kyuubi was unusually silent in his mind, which was unsettling, especially for a demon known for its chatter. Setting his anger aside for a moment, Naruto reflected on his father, Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage and the greatest ninja in existence. He had only heard fragments of his father's life as a shinobi. Minato was the reason Konoha had triumphed in the Third Great Ninja War, thanks to his signature techniques, the Hiraishin and the Rasengan. He was also the man who had saved Konoha from Kyuubi's rampage by sealing it within his own son. As Naruto's thoughts continued, a simmering anger began to rise within him, and he struggled to contain it. There were times he had cursed the heavens for the pain and sadness he had endured while growing up, but he had eventually come to accept his role as a Jinchuriki. Back then, he had been unaware of what his father had done. Now, he felt furious with Minato and longed to express that anger to anyone who would listen. Unbeknownst to him, a team of 6 IWA Jounin had followed Gamabunta's trail to this location. The Tsuchikage was determined to capture Naruto, sending his elite squad to deal with him while Jiraiya was occupied elsewhere. They wore umbu armor and white porcelain masks to conceal their identities. With a single command from their captain, they charged at Naruto as a coordinated unit. The closest man unsheathed his kodashi, preparing to strike Naruto from behind. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the forest as Naruto parried the attack with his sword. He was taken aback by Iwa's determination to eliminate him, but he had no interest in understanding their motives. Fueled by anger, he decided to retaliate against those who had attacked him first. With a chilling smile, he focused some of Kyuubi's chakra and gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. The Tsuchikage sought his head, but instead he would receive 6. The fight concluded swiftly. Moments later, Jiraiya arrived at the scene, sensing the presence of demonic chakra and signs of battle. He rushed to where Naruto had been, only to find IWA shinobi sprawled on the ground, covered in their own blood. Their limbs were severed, and deep slashes marked their necks, revealing the ferocity of the encounter. As he approached, Jiraiya spotted Naruto, who stood over the last of his attackers, his sword stained with the blood of his foes. When Naruto turned to face Jiraiya, the Sannin felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Naruto's eyes were filled with a fierce intensity, and the smirk on his face indicated that he had relished every moment of what he had done to those men. The innocence Jiraiya once sensed in him had vanished. Naruto had transformed into a killer, an assassin, and for the first time since the Third Shinobi War, Jiraiya felt a deep fear for his life. He wondered if every man who faced Naruto's blade felt the same way. Just when Jiraiya thought Naruto would turn his wrath on him, the blonde calmly cleaned his sword of the enemy's blood before sheathing it. He turned away from Jiraiya and spoke with a bored tone, suggesting they return to the village since it made little sense to linger when IWA would come to investigate. He asked Jiraiya to step aside for safety as he performed hand seals. With a breath, Naruto unleashed a thin layer of white fire, engulfing the 6 fallen IWA shinobi in flames. Jiraiya watched as the fire intensified upon contact with the pool of blood, quickly reducing the bodies to ashes. He quickly performed a low-level water technique to extinguish the flames, preventing the entire forest from suffering the same fate. However, Naruto paid little attention as he began walking towards the village, with Jiraiya following closely, studying Naruto's demeanor. The blonde seemed more relaxed, even though Jiraiya knew the danger still loomed. Naruto pondered aloud about something that had been on his mind before their encounter was interrupted. He expressed his understanding of the necessity of secrets to protect lives and acknowledged why his identity as the Yandame's son had been kept hidden. Jiraiya remained silent, sensing that Naruto's understanding was deeper than he had anticipated. What puzzled Naruto was why he had been kept in the dark about his parents for so long. He believed that any orphan would naturally want to know about their family. Instead, everyone thought it best to keep him from the truth, and he questioned the reasoning behind it. Jiraiya attempted to explain that it was for Naruto's protection, but the absurdity of such reasoning drew a smile from the blonde. Protection had never been something he could rely on, and the journey back to the village was steeped in silence as Naruto contemplated the implications of Jiraiya's words. He realized that it wasn't IWA he needed protection from, but rather the very people of Konoha. As they approached Konoha, the village gates emerged from the thick forest. Jiraiya considered taking Naruto to the Hokage's office for his Chunin promotion, which was a condition for returning as a Hunternin. He believed Naruto deserved the rank of Jounin based on his skills and planned to discuss it with Tsunade. However, pressing matters remained, including Iwa's open assault on a Konoha shinobi and Naruto's recent revelation about his father. Jiraiya informed Naruto that he would speak with the Hokage, but before he could finish, Naruto vanished in a small whirlwind. The Sannin sighed, continuing towards Tsunade's office, fearing the consequences of Naruto's newfound knowledge of his heritage, especially coming from the Tsushikage. As he walked calmly towards the Hokage's tower, he contemplated the ramifications of the Tsushikage's reckless actions. The 6 fallen Umbu in the forest were a testament to Naruto's skills as both a shinobi and an assassin. Meanwhile, Naruto looked down at the village he had grown up in, donning his Hunternin mask to avoid detection as he grappled with his emotions. Suddenly he sensed a familiar presence, 4 of them in fact. A gray husky approached, happily liking his hand. To his surprise, Naruto felt a wave of happiness at the dog's affection, knowing that one special person was nearby as well. Hana, with her arms crossed, remarked that she had missed him greatly and had rushed to find him upon sensing his presence. They climbed onto the head of the Yandame Hokage statue, taking in the breathtaking view as the wind gently caressed their faces. Despite the mask, Hana sensed something was troubling Naruto as he stared out at the village, lost in thought. She asked if he wanted to talk, sensing that something was wrong. Naruto was taken aback by her insight. Was he really that predictable? A smile appeared beneath his mask as he turned to face her beautiful visage. He had wanted to sulk in his own misery, but looking into her peaceful eyes drew him to share everything that had transpired. He revealed that during the Chunin exams, Iwagakure had turned against him. The Tsushikage had attacked just as he was declared the winner. It wasn't the attack itself that troubled him, but the reasoning behind such an open assault from another village. The Tsushikage had claimed they targeted him because he was the son of the Yandame Hokage, Namikaze Minato. The silence that followed was what Naruto had anticipated. Hana stared at him in disbelief, realizing the truth of his lineage. It made sense. He was the spitting image of the Yandame. She began to wonder why no one had revealed this information to the public or, more importantly, to Naruto himself. Nonetheless, Hana believed her boyfriend would appreciate knowing about his parents, so she wondered why he wore such a long face. Turning to him, she posed the question, but silence enveloped them once more. Naruto expressed his turmoil, revealing that he would rather learn the truth from those he loved than from an enemy. He lamented that everyone the Sandaime Hokage, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and the Godame had known his parentage but had kept it from him, a boy who idolized the Yondaime Hokage. He acknowledged that while IWA had despised his father for his actions during the Third Shinobi War, the secrecy had caused him great pain. He admitted to having acted out of anger, leading to a regrettable decision. Hana empathized with Naruto's feelings. She recalled how she had only learned about her father's death after passing the Chunin test, discovering the truth by accident, with no one having informed her of the real reason. Concerned, Hana asked what he had done. Naruto revealed that after escaping from IWA, a team of Umbu had pursued them. In his anger, he had chosen to fight rather than wait for Jiraiya to handle the situation. He acknowledged that he could have subdued them without taking their lives, but his emotions had overwhelmed him. Hana understood the weight of his admission. She recognized the struggle he faced, grappling with the demon within him and the loss of control that came with it. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya began recounting the events that had transpired since he left with Naruto for the Chunin exams in IWA. As he spoke, Tsunade contemplated the possibility of revoking Naruto's shinobi license, realizing the trouble he often attracted. However, she recognized that Naruto's newfound awareness of his lineage complicated matters further, especially with the diplomatic issues arising from Iwa's actions. Jiraiya concluded his explanation, anticipating Tsunade's reaction. He knew Naruto had a knack for attracting chaos, but Tsunade remained composed, displaying the leadership qualities reminiscent of their sensei, Sarutobi. She suggested that they must come clean with Naruto and hope for the best. Tsunade expressed her concerns about Iwa's aggression toward a Konoha shinobi, emphasizing the delicate balance of neutrality among the villages. She felt the burden of making a decision, knowing that any action could lead to a new conflict or allow IWA to escape without consequences. To shift the conversation, Jiraiya inquired about Sasuke. Tsunade explained that Ibiki was monitoring him, but Sasuke remained largely unresponsive, seemingly indifferent to life after achieving his revenge. She noted the need for a suitable punishment, leaving it to his peers to decide. Jiraiya remarked on the psychological damage inflicted on Sasuke by Uchiha Itachi, acknowledging that without his singular focus on revenge, Sasuke might have succumbed to despair. Tsunade sighed, realizing the gravity of the situation. She retrieved a scroll from her desk, indicating it was time to reveal the truth to Naruto. She also mentioned Naruto's promotion to Jounin, a recognition of his potential despite the turmoil surrounding him. As Jiraiya left the office, Tsunade gazed out the window, her thoughts lingering on Minato, whose actions had set this entire situation in motion. The conflict with IW stemmed from the past, and she felt frustration toward the Tsuchikage for targeting Naruto, who bore the weight of his father's legacy. Meanwhile, the sun began to set, and Naruto and Hana found themselves growing hungry. Their conversation had lightened Naruto's heart, even as he grappled with the truth of his heritage. The couple made their way down the Hokage mountain, heading to the barbecue place, a favorite among the Inuzuka clan. Naruto relished the thought of enjoying a good meal, and as they entered, they took a cozy table by the window, ready to savor their evening together. Hana requested some meat for her huskies, along with a nice T-bone steak covered in barbecue sauce, while Naruto opted for a well-sized sirloin steak served with French fries. He was not in the mood to hide his face from the public, so he removed his mask, surprising Hana momentarily. However, she chose not to ask about it. Her boyfriend was dealing with a difficult situation regarding his family, and she felt it wasn't her place to intrude. Senju Tsunade was generally viewed by her Umbu guards as a calm Hokage. However, they all understood that when she was angered, her demeanor could change dramatically. The team responsible for guarding her office knew the reason for her frustration was justified. It wouldn't have surprised them if she had gathered a considerable force of ninjas to confront the Tsuchikage for openly attacking a leaf ninja during the Chunin exams, disregarding the neutrality pact signed by the 5 hidden nations after the Second Great Shinobi War. Yet, they also recognized that with the upcoming meeting of the 5 Kages, Tsunade could not afford to act on revenge. As the ninjas she summoned entered her office, the Umbu team settled into the shadows, resuming their duty of protecting the Hokage from any external threats while she assessed the village's course of action. Tsunade addressed the group directly, her calm exterior belying the tension in the room. Everyone understood that if someone provoked her further, the consequences would be severe. Naruto, observing the situation, felt that her anger was warranted. The hunter ninja was not particularly interested in politics, preferring a more direct approach rather than discussing rules and breaches of negotiation. However, he recognized that the Tsuchikige's attack on a leaf ninja was a blatant declaration of war against Konoha. If the council were to learn of the incident, Tsunade would be unable to act against their wishes for retaliation. She turned to Kakashi, acknowledging that he had not been present during the incident but trusted Jiraiya had briefed him. Tsunade explained that IWA had maintained their neutrality for a long time, but their attack on Naruto constituted a clear breach of that pact. She was not considering the implications of revenge at that moment. Jiraiya nodded, agreeing with her assessment, and pointed out that the Tsuchikige's actions served two purposes: to eliminate a key enemy and to provoke Konoha into a new war. Kakashi added to the conversation, noting that the Tsuchikage would be unable to refuse any demands made by Konoha, especially with the other Kages as witnesses to his actions. Tsunade acknowledged their insights before turning to Naruto, who had remained silent. She considered that if this were the old Naruto, she would have seen it as a blessing. However, he had changed, and that change was concerning. She wondered what he was thinking at that moment. Tsunade asked him about his position in the matter, emphasizing that the attack on him granted him a justified reason for revenge. The expressions on Jiraiya and Kakashi's faces revealed their shock at the Hokage's words. They understood the implications of her suggestion, especially given Naruto's current state. The blonde merely stared at Tsunade, questioning why she was seeking his opinion on the matter. His role had always been to eliminate missing ninjas. Naruto expressed that he cared little for revenge. If Konoha, and Tsunade specifically, felt angered by the Tsuchikige's attack, she should act as she saw fit. With his new promotion to Jounin, he could return to hunt those who threatened their village and bring them to justice. He mentioned Uchiha Sasuke, who, despite betraying the village, was still alive for reasons unknown to him. Naruto believed his presence would not significantly impact Tsunade's decision regarding IWA, and with that, he felt no reason to remain. As Naruto left the room, a heavy silence fell over the gathering. Even the hidden Umbu paused to regard the Hunternin, who had chosen a path that few could understand. If he had lingered, he might have noticed a single tear escape from Tsunade's eye. Whatever had happened to Naruto, she found it troubling. His heart still yearned to protect the villagers, yet he now seemed consumed by a desire for vengeance. The warmth and bright smile that once illuminated the lives of those around him appeared to have faded. The Hokage, in her right mind, could only blame herself for allowing Naruto to become a Hunternin. However, her maternal instincts pointed the finger at Uzumaki Geishi, the Hunternin commander who had turned Naruto into an assassin. As the rain poured heavily outside the Hokage's window, lightning illuminated the dark skies. Uzumaki Naruto, the legendary ninja, was officially gone. Stealing her resolve, Tsunade shifted the focus to the Kage summit. She instructed Kakashi to gather Gai for a mission the following morning, as they would accompany her to the summit. Jiraiya was to be appointed as Hokage in her absence, while Shikaku was occupied. Tsunade reminded Jiraiya to keep an eye on the elders, Hamura and Koharu, while Shizune would handle everything else. After leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto stood in the rain, gazing at the village from the top of the Hokage building. He had no regrets about what he had said, it was the truth of what he desired. As he held the scroll written by his father, he contemplated discovering its contents. However, he felt a pang of disappointment as the scroll offered little clarity, echoing sentiments he had heard from others, which frustrated him. He hoped that whatever he found at his family's home would somehow atone for the burden of sealing the most powerful bijou within him. Memorizing the location of his father's house, Naruto tucked the scroll into his jacket pocket. The Yondaime Hokage's residence was situated in a secluded area behind the Hokage monument. It struck him as strange that he had no memory of any construction there, despite visiting as a child. As the rain continued to batter the village of Kanahigakure, he leaped across rooftops toward the towering monument of the 5 Hokage's faces. Upon reaching the top of the hill, he stood silently, taking in the view of the village below. This place had a calming effect on him, despite the turmoil in his life. He imagined what it would have been like if his circumstances had been different and his parents were still alive. 2 days had passed since Naruto left the hidden village in the leaves, and life resumed its normal pace. He relished the freedom of being outside the village, feeling a sense of loyalty to his shinobi duties. While he cherished the time spent with his girlfriend and her family, the thrill of hunting down missing nins was exhilarating. With one of Konoha's best tracking nin dogs at his side, he felt confident that no one could evade him. His next target, according to the bingo book, was last seen in Tanzakagai. Mengetsu had picked up traces of her scent nearby. The bingo book contained enough details for a trained ninja dog to triangulate the target's position. Naruto continued toward the gambling village, knowing it was crucial to remain undetected. It was the hunter's job to ambush, not to be ambushed. He was aware that if Tatsuko sensed his presence, she might flee, forcing him to chase her again. After half an hour, he arrived at the small gates of the gambling city and entered for a quick reconnaissance before finding a hotel. As a Hunternin, he was not bound by time. He could take as long as necessary to capture a missing nin. This freedom made his mission all the more enjoyable. As Naruto walked through the city, he absorbed the varied emotions of the civilians and wandering samurai. Some lamented their losses to gambling, while others reveled in their winnings. It was a familiar cycle. In gambling, one could either win or lose, much like a shinobi's life, where the stakes were even higher. He noticed Mengetsu sniffing around, confident that she would soon locate the Hyuga missing nin. However, if the woman was as clever as he believed, she would likely sense their presence the moment she spotted the nin dog. He couldn't let that happen. He suggested to Mengetsu that they find a nearby hotel, reasoning that there was no need to scout the entire village in one day. He explained that if their target realized they were there, she would either flee or choose to fight, neither of which he wanted. After seeing the dog nod, he spotted a quaint inn above a sushi stand. It took less than 10 minutes to secure a room, as the hotel was not popular among tourists. To Naruto, it was perfect, affordable, and offering a nice view of the village without the hassle of searching for his target. A short distance from the inn, a purple-haired woman was trying her luck at the poker tables, unaware that she was being hunted. As a missing nin, she lacked a steady income, relying on occasional jobs to sustain herself. With her Byakugan, she could detect deception easily, allowing her to win consistently at the tables. It wasn't glorious, but her entire life had never been glorious, especially after what her family had done to her back in Kanahigakure. The woman swore revenge against the man who had used the caged bird seal technique on her. To this day, she could remember the unbearable pain, and a lone tear escaped her left eye. It was a feeling she loathed, yet she could not rid herself of it. In Iron Country, the journey to the Kage summit went without much incident following the encounter with the Hanya clan. Iron Country was a neutral land, ruled by an elderly man named Mifune, a skilled samurai who was perhaps the only one knowledgeable about chakra. As the party from Konoha entered the castle, they were soon met by the castle guards, who halted their advance for identification. While Tsunade handled her invitation, Kakashi observed the guards. Clad in white armor that covered their entire bodies, with swords strapped to their waists, it was clear they were samurai. One guard was busy checking the invitation's validity while the others bent slightly, ready to draw their swords at a moment's notice. "Stand down, all of you. Welcome to Iron Country, Hokkaido." A gruff voice startled the Hokage and her bodyguards. It belonged to Mifune, the man responsible for this land. At first glance, he did not appear imposing. Long black hair, a wrinkled face, and an unusual beard. He walked with a black metallic cane due to his age. However, as Kakashi had said, one must look beyond appearances. Mifune had once been one of the best samurai, and his knowledge of chakra gave him an advantage in battle. Kakashi suspected he had imparted his wisdom to all his guards. "Konoha is the last party to arrive. The other Kages are waiting for you past the door behind me. The bodyguards will be on the upper level through the door on my left," Mifune informed them. The Konoha party nodded, and Kakashi and Guy headed for the stairs to the upper levels while Tsunade accompanied Mifune to the meeting table. The castle's interior was ancient, and Mifune likely did not care much for decoration. Upon entering the meeting room, Mifune announced the Hokage's arrival, startling the other Kages present. Tsunade exchanged a brief nod with Gaara, the Kazekage, which he returned. The Reikage and Tsuchikage were seasoned war veterans, and Tsunade was familiar with them. However, she was surprised to see the Mizukage. Mei Terumi, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, was known for her strength and beauty, but she also had a hot-headed nature that led to mistakes, at least according to Jiraiya's reports after the civil war in Kirigakure. Greetings, Hokaidano. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance once more, Anuki said, his smile infuriating Tsunade. Kakashi had warned her that he would provoke her regarding what he had done to Naruto, but she needed to maintain her composure. Such unjustified acts would not sit well with the other Kages. Still, she reasoned that by the end of this meeting, Iwagakure would have to comply with her demands, as Anuki could not risk breaking the pact of neutrality without just cause. The pleasure is all mine, Tsuchikage Dano, Tsunade replied as she moved to the Konoha side of the table, deliberately avoiding looking at the still smirking Tsuchikage. Anuki was taken aback by the lack of hostility in her tone but continued to press his luck, hoping to provoke her further. Once Tsunade took her seat, Mifune called the meeting to order. As all of you know, my name is Mifune, and I am the leader of this country. This meeting was arranged by Reikage Dano, who appointed me as moderator. The topic of discussion is the organization known as Akatsuki and the threat it poses to the elemental nations. As far as we know, they are after the demons called Bijus and their respective Jinchuriki, including Reikage Dano's brother. I will now pass the word to the one responsible for this meeting. Reikage Dano, please proceed. Upon hearing his name, rose from his chair and slammed both hands on the table as he addressed his fellow Kages. With white hair and a small, almost imperceptible beard, his exaggeratedly built muscles suggested he favored strength over speed, but anyone underestimating him would soon learn of his immense power and mastery of lightning chakra. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to all of you present here today. I understand that the threat posed by Akatsuki is not new, but they have gone too far. Not only did they capture one of my village's top jounins, Niyujito, but they also had the audacity to kidnap my brother. It is time to put a stop to this. Despite his intimidating presence, the Reikage was known to be kind when it came to his family and shinobi. However, it was clear that this meeting had been called due to the loss of his brother. Tsunade relaxed her stance slightly as she leaned on the table, her confidence evident. I understand your concern, Reikage Dano. However, as you mentioned, Akatsuki's threat has been present for nearly 5 years now. My fellow teammate and one of the Sannin, Jiraiya, worked diligently to gather evidence of this organization and shared it with all the Kages so we could prepare. I'm sure you recall how you handled the information he provided to your village, right, Reikage Dano? The frown on the man's face was clear, but Tsunade's jab was justified. When Jiraiya had brought the Akatsuki file, Yujito had not yet been captured. He was a proud man and did not believe that a single organization could threaten one of the great elemental nations. An organization made up of 9 S-class criminals from each hidden village poses a threat to everyone. They have demonstrated knowledge of our most intricate defensive systems and how to locate the respective Jinchuriki. As you all know, I was a former Jinchuriki, and they captured me right inside Sunagakure without alerting any of my shinobi. Despite their recent losses, thanks to Konoha's Sannin Jiraiya, they remain a threat that cannot be ignored. Tsunade smiled at Gaara, who, despite wanting to proudly mention that Naruto was responsible for some of Akatsuki's losses, chose to remain silent. He, more than anyone, wanted Akatsuki dealt with. However, when she saw the Tsuchikage smirking, she immediately sensed that something troubling was about to be said. The Tsuchikage remarked that while the speech was commendable, it seemed Gaara's feelings against Akatsuki were not shared by his predecessor and his advisors. He suggested that some of them had even hired Akatsuki in the past. Gaara, visibly frustrated, slammed his hands on the table, much to the delight of Inoki, who enjoyed provoking others. The Tsuchikage advised Gaara to question his advisor about this matter. Gaara retorted, pointing out that it was ironic for the Tsuchikage to say such things, Considering Iwagakure had hired Akatsuki numerous times in the past due to limited resources. Jiraiya, known for his information-gathering skills, chimed in, noting that Akatsuki had been collecting funds for their activities even before the bijou hunting began, and Iwagakure had been all too willing to provide support for high-level missions. The disapproving looks from the other Kages directed at Inoki added to the tension. Mifune, trying to steer the conversation back on track, suggested they refrain from further accusations. He proposed an adjournment, stating that the meeting was meant for introductions, not accusations. The Kages respected Mifune's decision, recognizing that a clear and objective mindset was necessary for negotiations. The next day, Naruto woke up and shielded his eyes from the bright sunlight streaming into his hotel room. After quickly completing his morning routine, he was fully geared in half an hour. Mangetsu was still sound asleep next to his bed. With a smirk, Naruto ate some ration bars before opening a scroll provided by the Inuzuka clan, which contained a specialized meal for their dogs. He placed the food on the ground, and Mangetsu eagerly rushed to it, growling with hunger. Naruto affectionately patted his companion, reminding him to eat everything as they would be busy all day. In the ensuing silence, Naruto contemplated the situation. His companion's strong scent indicated that Tatsuko had not yet left Tanzagagai. However, he hesitated to confront her in the village, fearing she might use leverage against him to escape. He knew she would eventually have to leave, as a missing ninja could not remain in one place for too long. It was unfortunate that his first A-ranked target was so careless in hiding her position. Even with Mangetsu's tracking abilities, a Hyuga would typically sense his presence and flee immediately. Something felt off about the situation, and Naruto recalled his chief Uzuki Geishi's advice to trust his instincts. He decided it was safer to overestimate his opponents rather than underestimate them, especially someone with the Byakugan. Assuming Tatsuko was aware of being followed, he left his room, paid the bill, and began searching for the missing ninja while devising a plan to lure her away from the village. After wandering for half an hour, Naruto noticed Mangetsu fixating on a particular direction. Following his dog's gaze, he spotted Tatsuko from a distance. At least she had the sense to conceal her appearance, but he quickly looked away, instructing Mangetsu to move so she wouldn't notice him. As Tatsuko rolled the dice, her instincts kicked in, and she activated her Byakugan. She cursed her carelessness for revealing her position but noted that the hunter ninja had not yet spotted her. Frustrated at losing her money, she attempted to distance herself from him. Quickly, she ducked into a dark alley and began running toward the village gate, employing the finesse taught by her clan and her experience in evading hunter ninja. Her Byakugan allowed her to triangulate his position and escape accordingly. However, she felt an unusual anxiety, her breathing quickened, and her footsteps were louder than they should have been. The hunter ninja's immense chakra made her uneasy, and she doubted her chances in a confrontation. Determined not to return to her clan and face their penalties, she pushed forward. After gaining some distance from the gate, she activated her Byakugan again, only to tense up when she saw the hunter ninja appear just a few meters behind her, arms crossed. She turned to face him, ready for battle, recognizing his impressive tracking skills as he prepared for confrontation. She could see his chakra coils building up, indicating he was ready to engage. The hunter ninja began forming hand seals, channeling fire nature chakra. Tatsuko bit her lip at the sudden hostility and initiated the Hyuga's defensive technique, Kaiten, which she had learned by stealing a scroll from her clan's archives. The technique allowed her to block the fire attack, but when she saw the hunter ninja clapping mockingly, she cursed under her breath, realizing the challenge she faced. Naruto observed the tension within the Hyuga clan, particularly the disdain the branch members held for the main branch, except for Niji. He could see the woman before him flinch at his implication that her lack of main branch status meant she lacked the skills to master their techniques. Tatsuko, determined to regain her composure, focused on her breathing. The animosity between the branches was well known, and the Hunternin was exploiting her feelings. With renewed resolve, Tatsuko assumed the Hyuga clan stance as the Hunternin approached. Naruto noted that he had never informed his targets of their options, and he had no intention of starting with her. As Tatsuko charged at him, aiming to close his tenketsu, he found her speed impressive. However, by channeling chakra through his legs, he evaded her strikes. Grabbing the hilt of his sword, which ignited as he drew it, he aimed a diagonal slash at her. Tatsuko skillfully backflipped away from the attack, but Naruto was quick to initiate a series of hand seals, channeling a different elemental chakra. With the wind release, great breakthrough technique, Tatsuko was propelled backward. Yet, her keen eyes spotted a sudden rise of earth before her, thanks to a Doton Jutsu. She flipped in midair, landing on the newly formed hill and gathering chakra for a powerful leap toward Naruto. He braced himself as she landed a few meters away, adopting a stance he recognized from his previous encounters with the Hyuga. Tatsuko confidently declared that Kaiten was not her only technique learned from the main branch. She unleashed the 8 divination signs, 64 palms technique, executing a rapid series of palm strikes. The first 2 connected, followed by the remaining 62, culminating in a powerful strike to his chest that closed all of Naruto's tenketsu. However, her smirk faded as her target vanished in a puff of smoke, revealing a tree log instead. Frustrated, she scanned her surroundings, unable to comprehend how someone with such chakra could resort to such basic techniques. Suddenly, hands emerged from the ground, gripping her ankles and startling her. As she processed this new threat, her Byakugan detected another enemy before her, forming hand seals. With the binding seal technique, Naruto struck Tatsuko's neck with his glowing hand, channeling chakra into the seal on his palm. Ink marks appeared across her body, binding her in place. Although he typically would not test a new technique against someone capable of close-range retaliation, it proved effective. The markings, however, only extended to her waist, leaving her partially restrained but enough to hold her for the final blow. The 5 Kages were taken aback by the sight of the infamous Akatsuki robes, perceiving the individuals as threats that needed to be eliminated. Most Kages maintained their composure, listening intently to the man with the swirling orange mask. However, the Yondaime Reikage could not contain himself, unleashing lightning energy around him. He launched a punch at Madara, only for it to pass through him as if he were a mere illusion. Gritting his teeth, the Reikage redirected his attack at the other member, only to be sent flying by Pain's counter. Madara resumed speaking, addressing the Kages with a calm demeanor, noting the rarity of such a gathering. He remarked that in his time, such a meeting would be seen as a sign of weakness, but times had changed. The Tsuchikage, irritated by Madara's lack of respect, pointed out the rudeness of creating animosity between villages without introducing himself. His mocking laughter only served to heighten the tension in the room, as belittling a Kage was a grave offense. Madara, undeterred, explained that revealing his identity at that moment would be counterproductive. He intended to disclose Akatsuki's plan, stating that some might find his name nostalgic, as many present were not even born during his time. He introduced himself as Uchiha Madara, and the room fell into a heavy silence, some trembling at the mention of his name. Madara was known as one of the strongest ninjas of his era, alongside the Shodaime Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The realization that he stood before them was almost unfathomable. Tsunade recognized him from her childhood, recalling how her grandfather regarded him as both a friend and rival, the founder of the village and the powerful Uchiha clan. Madara capitalized on the atmosphere of disbelief before revealing his ultimate plan, confident that the Kages would trust his words, as he had no reason to deceive them at that moment. Now, it was time for Madara to reveal the Akatsuki's main goal, capturing everyone's attention as he began his history lesson. He spoke of the Rikudo Sannin, who had come to these lands long ago, preaching peace amidst chaos. While some considered him a mere legend, the Rikudo Sannin was the founder of the ninja arts they all practiced. He had once faced the formidable 10-tailed beast known as the Jubi. Even for someone as powerful as the Rikudo Sannin, defeating the beast was nearly impossible. Therefore, he used all the power at his disposal and sealed the beast within his own body. Fearing that it would escape upon his death, he divided the Jubi's power into 9 parts, leading to the creation of the tailed beasts. Madara paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle in. He continued, explaining that by gathering the powers of the tailed beasts, He could resurrect the Jubi and become its Jinchuriki. With that power, he would be able to control everyone, uniting them through himself. Once he possessed the Jubi's power, he would gain access to the world's most powerful genjutsu, Mugen Tsukiyomi, which he intended to use to achieve total peace. With the truth laid bare, the room fell silent, and while some were skeptical, they were too stunned to voice their doubts. Kakashi finally broke the silence, questioning what made Madara's vision of peace different from those of past revolutionaries who had failed. Madara acknowledged Kakashi's point but asserted that he would succeed where others had not. He then declared the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War before he and Pain vanished from the room. A heavy silence followed as everyone contemplated the implications of Madara's declaration. Gaara voiced the group's concern, emphasizing the need to protect the last remaining Jinchuriki, as he was the only thing standing between Madara and his plan. This sentiment was unanimously agreed upon, prompting the Raikage to rise from his seat and propose that this alliance's first mission would be to assign bodyguards to retrieve the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and bring him to safety for further protection arrangements. Everyone nodded in agreement, while Kakashi and Tsunade exchanged glances, wondering how Naruto would react to being taken off active duty once again. Within minutes, the 5 assembled shinobi stood outside the castle. Kakashi, knowing Naruto's likely location, was appointed the leader of the group, which included Ischai, a sensor-type ninja from the Raikage's team, as well as Temari from the sand and Kuratsuchi from the rock. Ao, the Mizukage's bodyguard and a skilled sensor and hunter ninja, joined them as well. Meanwhile, unaware of the meeting's decisions, Naruto and Mangetsu were making their way toward an undisclosed location. The day was overcast, with gray clouds stretching across the sky. As they walked, Naruto flipped through the pages of his bingo book, making soft sounds that irritated both Mangetsu and Kyuubi, who had keen hearing. As he browsed, Naruto recalled his encounters with various missing nin, marking those he had captured or defeated with red Xs. His attention settled on an intriguing target before Mangetsu interrupted his thoughts. Naruto turned his focus to his canine companion, who inquired if he had decided on their next target or if they were simply wandering. Naruto shared that he had found an interesting target named Nagoyaka Kuzabana, an A-ranked kunoichi known for her expertise in explosive seals and traps. He recounted her history, explaining how she had used a simple escort mission as a cover to commit robbery and had fled when her true intentions were uncovered. Now, she operated as a freelancer, taking on dubious clients. With that, the conversation lapsed as Naruto returned to his relaxed demeanor, studying the woman's location in his bingo book. According to his research, Kuzabana was often seen near Fong Country's capital city. He marveled at how the Hunternin commander had gathered such extensive information on missing nin, suspecting a network as effective as Jiraiya's. Though he had never visited Fong Country, he estimated it would take him at least a day to reach his destination. He recalled that the country lacked a ninja village, which meant he wouldn't have to worry about being spotted. As a hunter ninja from Konohagakure, he knew he had to be discreet, but the bingo book's vivid description of Kuzabana, despite her age, made it hard not to be intrigued by her. The first cooperative mission was progressing well. The team from the 5 hidden villages had a singular objective: to locate the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and bring him to Tetsu no Kuni, where the newly formed alliance could determine the best course of action to ensure his protection against the Akatsuki. Kakashi had explained this to Naruto as they raced toward their destination, aware that an Akatsuki agent could appear at any moment. As the only one who understood Naruto beyond just being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Kakashi remained close to his former student, alongside Naruto's loyal dog companion. Despite the urgency of the situation, Naruto remained quiet and reserved, having grown more introspective since becoming a Hunternin. He doubted whether even his girlfriend Hana knew everything about Naruto, and this worried him. Kakashi understood that Naruto would not accept the situation imposed upon him by the alliance. However, seeing that he had yet to hear any complaints from the blonde, Kakashi wondered if Naruto was bottling everything up. Such behavior wasn't healthy, and he wished the blonde would trust him enough to talk about it. As the group crossed Iron Country's territory, the temperature dropped considerably. The 5 ninjas on the mission were accustomed to it, but Naruto showed no hint of surprise at the change in scenery or the chill in the air. His canine companion mirrored his calm demeanor. Eventually, the grand castle came into view, and Naruto observed the army of samurais surrounding the area. The group halted at the castle's entrance, where a samurai opened the door. Upon entering the room where the Kages were gathered, the bodyguards retreated to the upper levels, leaving Naruto and Mangetsu alone to face the 5 most powerful ninjas from their respective villages. Naruto nodded briefly at Tsunade but remained silent, arms crossed, as he awaited orders from the other 4 Kages. The silence allowed him to observe them. He recognized the villages they represented by the flags behind them. First was the Tsuchikage, who appeared diminutive in stature. He was the only one at the table, aside from Tsunade, who knew about Naruto's father. Naruto wondered if the man realized that the one who attempted the Chunin exams was the Hunternin wearing the mask. From the neutral expression on Inoki's face, Naruto believed he had not yet recognized his identity. His gaze shifted briefly to the Raikage, whose impressive stature was quite imposing, though Naruto knew that size often came with a lack of speed. Lastly, the Mizukage, a strikingly beautiful woman, smirked at him, leaving him curious about her interest in a stranger. Unbeknownst to him, she was assessing him from head to toe. Suddenly, the Raikage rose from his seat and addressed the Hunternin. He insisted that the meeting prohibited the use of masks and requested Naruto to remove his. The Raikage's expression indicated that his request was more of an order. However, Naruto remained with his arms crossed, knowing that only one person had the authority to order him to remove his mask. The Raikage would not understand his reasoning, but that was not Naruto's concern. He also disliked how the man addressed him. As Naruto did not comply, the Raikage's patience began to wane. He demanded that Naruto remove his mask immediately. A snort escaped from behind the mask, which only fueled the Raikage's anger. Both Kumo Jounins shared their master's frustration at the response. Naruto asserted that only Tsunade had the authority to demand such a thing and that his identity was meant to remain a secret, as expected from every hunter ninja or Umba-level shinobi. Despite the seriousness of the situation, both Gaara and Tsunade smirked at Naruto, knowing his disregard for authority. In their opinion, he was right, only Tsunade could command her shinobi. The Raikage glared at Tsunade, but she spoke before he could respond. She reminded him that Naruto's identity was irrelevant to him and that only she was privy to that information. The Raikage snarled at her for a moment before clearing his throat. He explained that the threat posed by the Akatsuki had compelled the alliance to prioritize Naruto's protection over his participation in the war. He informed them that the Akatsuki's ultimate goal was to harness the power of the 9 bijus to summon a new tailed beast known as Jubi. Naruto felt a growl within him at the mention of this name, sensing its ominous significance. The Raikage continued, stating that he had chosen a suitable location for Naruto, approved by the other Kages. Each village would select 2 high-level shinobi to accompany him. The war was too crucial for the shinobi life. Established by their ancestors, and keeping the Kyuubi from the Akatsuki's grasp was their primary objective. At this, Naruto trembled with rage at the thought of being confined while others risked their lives for him. He refrained from voicing his frustrations, knowing that any complaints would go unheard. In a surprising turn, Naruto responded calmly, asking when he would leave. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the blonde, puzzled by his passive demeanor despite being sidelined. The Raikage explained that after the meeting, they would return to their villages to assign the 2 Jounins. In 3 days, Naruto would be escorted to the designated location. With that, the meeting concluded. The Raikage was appointed the leader of the alliance, tasked with selecting his generals to lead specific armies. Nara Shikaka from Konohagakure was appointed to assist the leader with strategy, while Inoichi Yamanaka, also from Konoha, would relay orders to the generals. In 1 week's time, the Kages would reconvene to determine their first course of action and gather intelligence on the enemy. Naruto waited behind the doors as the Kages finalized the meeting. When the door opened, they exited, followed by their bodyguards. Tsunade, Guy, and Kakashi observed the Hunternin's back, all wondering what was going through his mind when he turned to face them. He remarked that they were likely going home now. With everyone else gone, Tsunade seized the opportunity to speak with him. She expressed her hope to discuss the situation first, but the circumstances had dictated otherwise. Naruto reassured her that she should not apologize for this. After all, Naruto considered himself merely a tool to be used. The absence of venom in his words surprised everyone and instilled a sense of fear that he genuinely believed it. He reflected on history, recalling how Momochi Zabuza regarded Haku as a mere instrument and how Uchiha Itachi was used by the village to eliminate the Uchiha clan. Naruto had been chosen to be the Kyuubi Jinchuriki by his father, and he felt that believing otherwise would be foolish. It was his duty to follow the Hokage's orders, regardless of the circumstances. Kakashi could almost envision Uchiha Itachi standing behind his former student, echoing the same sentiments. Deep down, he recognized a truth in Naruto's words. Despite his earlier reassurances during their confrontation with Zabuza and Haku, the shinobi and kunoichi of the village were, in many ways, tools for the Hokage. As an Umbu, Kakashi had endured experiences that no one should have to face. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had somehow failed Naruto. Guy remained surprisingly quiet, while Tsunade struggled to contain her sorrow, wishing to keep her emotions private. One of her greatest regrets was agreeing to Naruto's request to become a Hunternin. It was too late to change her mind now, and she feared that his spirit had been broken by this path. Instead of trying to persuade him otherwise, she simply nodded and walked toward the door, with Naruto, Kakashi, and Guy following in silence. The quiet journey back to Konohagakure was appreciated by Naruto, who engaged in a lively conversation with his tenant about the situation. The fox expressed surprise at Naruto's response, or lack thereof, and questioned whether he truly believed what he had said. Naruto acknowledged his anger at their decision but felt powerless to change it. He noted that they knew little about the organization's leaders, making victory uncertain. He found it amusing that those who once viewed Jinchuriki as a burden were now so intent on protecting him. Nevertheless, as a ninja from Konoha, he felt obligated to obey orders. The fox pointed out that this time could be used to improve Naruto's skills. They could practice Doton techniques and enhance his knowledge of seals from his father's journal. Naruto agreed, realizing that becoming accustomed to more power could increase their strength. He even considered that it might help him understand genjutsu better and adapt high-level techniques requiring significant chakra. The fox sensed Naruto's underlying fear, questioning whether it was about losing his girlfriend. Naruto admitted that it would be a lie to say he wasn't worried, but he reassured himself that Hana, as a medic nin, would not be involved in much fighting. They continued discussing their training as the walls of Konoha came into view. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was unaware of the meeting's events, as he was inside a cave located 200 miles north of Konoha, a place his team had once used to gather before missions. Over time, Jiraiya had become the only member of the Sannin to frequent it. The cave was filled with memories, both good and bad. He recalled how 3 fresh academy graduates, along with a young Sandaime Hokage, had discovered this cave. A fond memory surfaced of a young Tsunade scolding him for being too loud as he entered the cave. Another memory involved Tsunade reprimanding him for using the cave with a chunnin named Kagome. Jiraiya was supposed to be in Konoha until Tsunade returned, but the situation was serious. Frowning, he initiated a series of hand seals and opened his mouth wide. A long tube emerged, hovering before him. Atop what appeared to be a gigantic scroll was the head of a toad, arms crossed in a bored manner. Jiraiya decided it was time for a certain student of his to receive what had been intended for him even before his birth. He nodded at the toad named Geratora, who opened his body to reveal the scroll's contents. Inside were markings indicating a high-level fuinjutsu, understood only by masters. Jiraiya placed his hands inside the squares drawn on the scroll, which responded only to his chakra, as he was the sole bearer of the key to the power passed from father to son. Now, it was time for Naruto to receive what was rightfully his. Geratora questioned Jiraiya's certainty about this decision. Jiraiya affirmed his confidence, noting Naruto's impressive growth over the past few years. He believed Naruto was now stronger than his sensei, Hatake Kakashi, but against the Akatsuki he would need more. From that moment on, Geratora would reside within Naruto, granting him access to the other half of the fox's chakra. Jiraiya adjusted the seal once more, noticing the toad's concerned expression. Geratora expressed doubts about Naruto's resolve, pointing out that he rarely summoned toads and only did so for simple tasks. The toad worried about Naruto's mentality, fearing the fox might take advantage of him. Jiraiya understood the toad's concerns, recognizing that Naruto's reluctance to summon the toads had its reasons. There were only two known toad summoners within Konoha, Naruto and Jiraiya. If Naruto were to summon one while wearing his mask, it would be akin to revealing his identity. Jiraiya had no arguments to counter Naruto's choice to become a Hunternin. It was a dark path he had chosen. Jiraiya reassured Geratora that Naruto's determination to rid the world of criminals was not a cause for concern. He noted that Naruto had maintained his sanity since starting this role. Their main focus was on Akatsuki and preparing Naruto for future battles. Jiraiya planned to return to Konoha to check on the meeting, confident that Tsunade had returned. With a nod, Geratora vanished, and Jiraiya summoned his favorite mode of transportation. A gigantic toad with orange skin and a blue vest appeared before him. He leaped onto the toad, and together they hopped toward Konoha, shaking the ground with each jump. The journey took less than 20 minutes, and the toad landed right in front of the west gate. Jiraiya wore a smile, oblivious to the fact that his arrival nearly startled Tsunade, Kakashi, Guy, and Naruto, who had just arrived. Tsunade was furious and shouted at him to watch where he landed. Jiraiya, startled by her anger, dismissed the toad and joined the group. He was surprised to see Naruto with them but decided to ask about it later. Guy mentioned needing to speak with his students, leaving the four to converse. In an instant, they all appeared inside the Hokage's office. Inside, Jiraiya received a briefing about the meeting and frowned at the decision to protect the last Jinchuriki. He understood the reasoning but believed Naruto's strength would be better utilized on the front lines. He observed Naruto, who was preoccupied with petting his dog, and wondered what was going through Naruto's mind. If he were in Naruto's position, he doubted he would comprehend the situation as easily as Naruto seemed to. After everything was explained, Tsunade took a deep breath to relay her decision to Naruto. She informed him that due to the decision to protect him, she had decided to suspend his license as a Hunternin. The moment she spoke, Naruto's expression became vacant. She explained that every Konoha ninja participating in the war would know the main objective, which meant his identity was compromised. Until the war concluded, there would be no need for him to hunt missing nins. She then asked if he had anyone in mind to accompany him. Before Naruto could respond, Jiraiya volunteered for the first position, receiving a nod from Tsunade, who had considered him for the role. Kakashi was to be one of the generals appointed by Konoha, leaving only one position open. Naruto then chose Inuzuka Hana as the second companion. Tsunade feared he would select his girlfriend, but Hana was a certified medic nin and would be assigned to Shizun's squad. Regretting that she had to deliver more bad news, she informed Naruto that Hana would be with the medic nin corps under Shizun. Naruto frowned but remained silent. He opened the door to the Hokage's office, briefly turned back, and told Tsunade to choose anyone she wanted. The door closed before she could call him back. The three shinobi exchanged glances before letting out a collective sigh of distress. Even though Naruto had changed, he still managed to give everyone a headache. Jiraiya and Kakashi turned to Tsunade, who began considering a suitable shinobi to accompany Naruto and Jiraiya. Ultimately, she decided on Yamato, who had experience with Bijou suppression. As Naruto walked alongside him, Mangetsu remained quiet, sensing Naruto's distress. As they wandered aimlessly, Naruto received shocked looks from passers-by. Since he began his Hunternin journey, only a few people were aware of it. Most believed the fox brat was gone for good. A woman with pink hair and a red dress was walking by, carrying a bag of groceries. When her eyes landed on Naruto, they widened in disbelief. It was Haruno Sakura, a civilian who had once been a respected medic jounin. 2 years ago, he had left with Jiraiya, and she had not seen him since. She was taken aback when he glanced at her briefly before continuing on as if she were a stranger. Determined to confront him, she stepped in front of Naruto and demanded an explanation. She expressed her feelings, asking why he had changed and why he was dressed so strangely. She missed him. Naruto looked at Sakura with the same indifference he would show a stranger. He told her to get out of his way, stating he did not wish to speak to her. The coldness in his voice shocked her, and she barely registered that he had resumed walking away. A tear slipped down her cheek as she watched him go. First Sasuke, now Naruto. After the Uchiha's punishment, she had tried to visit him multiple times, but he had told her he wanted nothing to do with her. Her heart had already been shattered, but she had hoped Naruto would be there for her when he returned. Now, it was clear she had lost both of her teammates forever. By the end of the day, every ninja in Konoha, from Chunin and above, was aware of the meeting of the Kages and its implications. Tsunade decided to call everyone together to explain everything and answer any questions. It surprised those who knew about Naruto's situation that he had attended the meeting. His eyes reflected the hollow expression of a man who had lost his fire, yet he did not cower under the weight of others' gazes. Their feelings were understandable, considering this entire war was fought to protect a single individual, even if the logo had been formed. Save one, save everyone. If Akatsuki were to capture the fox within Naruto, Madara could easily dominate the elemental nations. This thought did little to ease the minds of those who believed the war's cause was absurd. One Chunin, an older man, even accused Naruto of being the demon responsible for the turmoil. Naruto regarded the old man for a few moments, contemplating whether a response would be worthwhile. Ultimately, he explained that Kyuubi was not the only Bijou in existence and could not be solely blamed for the current events. Although he was correct, the man refused to acknowledge it. The rookie 9 observed the enigmatic blonde, none of them standing up for him, which was not something Naruto had expected. At the Inuzuka compound, night had fallen, and the members of the Inuzuka clan gathered for dinner, discussing the repercussions of the Hana longed to be with her boyfriend but understood her responsibilities as one of Konoha's medic needs. The Inuzuka family was among Naruto's staunchest supporters in Konoha, thanks to his relationship with Hana and the fact that Mangetsu enjoyed his company, perhaps even more than Hana did. This made the clan compound the only safe haven for Naruto, especially with the potential for someone to act recklessly against him due to recent events. Outside, Naruto stood with his eyes closed, reflecting on his resolve as the Hunternin, determined to rid Konoha of criminals and bring peace to the village. Now, he felt like a prize to be protected. Akatsuki would undoubtedly take more lives in their pursuit of him. He questioned whether his earlier decisions had been the right ones. While the war would have occurred regardless, he wondered if his choices had any significance. He heard a voice within him, reminding him that he could not change the course of history. If he could, he would have prevented Akatsuki's existence. What he could do was focus on the present and hone his skills to confront the organization. Ironically, this fiery passion did not originate from Naruto but from the fox itself. Deep down, Naruto found humor in this realization. It was true, all he could do was train and hope that his efforts would allow him to confront the threat. The fox felt a sense of excitement at the prospect of Naruto growing stronger, as its pride thrived on witnessing its host defeat formidable opponents, sometimes even without its assistance. Naruto remained outside until he noticed the lights turning off and Hana appearing behind him. He turned briefly and smiled at her presence, despite the weight of the world on his shoulders. Hana informed him that she was going to bed and asked if he would return to his apartment. He expressed his desire to stay with her a bit longer, and she nodded, taking his hand and leading him to her room with a smile. She had missed him greatly since he had taken on the role of Jounin and left for missions. Once inside Hana's bedroom, she locked the door and embraced him, aware that this war could have dire consequences for Konoha. In the ninja world, death was always a possibility, and this moment could be their last. They began to share a passionate kiss, with Naruto gently exploring her clothing, careful not to startle her. Hana was surprised when she felt her bra unhooked but smiled and deepened the kiss. Eventually, they moved to the bed, where Hana stopped kissing to remove Naruto's jacket and began to massage his muscles. The blonde kissed her again, their connection intensifying. The next morning, Naruto awoke to find the aftermath of the previous night scattered around the room. Their clothes lay in tatters, and some of Hana's sheets were on the floor. The memories of the night flooded back as he looked out the window while Hana slept peacefully. He had never experienced such excitement and wildness, not even during their first time. As he rubbed his chest, he was surprised to find 3 scars, a reminder of how Hana had used her claws to remove his clothing. The fox had found amusement in the events of the night. Turning to gaze at Hana, Naruto couldn't help but smile at the sight of her sleeping with a serene expression. It warmed his heart, and he realized that only she could bring out the best in him. Just then, the door opened, revealing Tsum, Hana's mother, standing there with an amused smile. The state of the room was quite clear, yet Tsum offered no reprimands, understanding how passionate Inuzuka girls could be with their partners. However, her reason for entering was not to spy but to ask Naruto for some spare clothes, as she had something important to discuss. Naruto nodded and summoned a new set of clothes from a scroll in his jacket. He quickly dressed and met Tsum, who was reading a scroll in the compound's kitchen. 2 mugs of coffee sat on the table, and Naruto grabbed one, asking Tsum for some coffee. She poured him a cup before resting the scroll and the coffee jar, fixing her gaze on the blonde for a moment. What she held was very important to the clan. Tsum began, explaining that the Inuzuka clan had one guiding principle: loyalty. Loyalty to the village, to teammates, to clan members, and to the pack. She had observed Naruto's relationship with her daughter, Hana, and noted how happy Hana had become. For that, Tsum expressed her gratitude. Before she could finish, Naruto kindly interrupted, assuring her that the feeling was mutual. Tsum nodded with a smile, continuing to speak with her son-in-law. Not only was Naruto dating her daughter, but he also had one of their ninkins with him at all times. Mengetsu, the husky, sat loyally by his side. Tsum explained that the Inuzuka clan valued the opinions of their ninkins, and someone accepted by them, like Naruto, was considered an honorary member of the clan. With that, Tsum presented Naruto with a simple yet beautiful necklace featuring a small canine tooth. This necklace symbolized his honorary membership in the Inuzuka clan, and anyone who saw it would recognize this bond. Naruto accepted the necklace and fastened it around his neck, expressing his appreciation for Tsum's kindness and his high regard for the Inuzuka family. He shared how Hana was his girlfriend and how Kiba had been a dear friend who kept his identity a secret for years. As an orphan, he had never known what it was like to be part of a clan, and he was grateful for their acceptance. Tsum reassured him that he could drop the formalities. She acknowledged that he had many things to do that day. Tomorrow he would depart for a hidden location to stay safe from the Akatsuki, leaving him only today to complete his tasks. He needed to restock supplies, visit the Hunternin division to discuss his suspended license, and perhaps seek advice on honing his skills from the best Hunternin. Additionally, he had a meeting with the Hokage and Jiraiya later in the day, so he needed to check off every item on his list. He also thought it wise to check on his properties to ensure his tenants were taking good care of them. Naruto confirmed he had a lot to do and decided to speed things up, asking Tsum to inform Hana that he would return later. Tsum reassured him that Hana had her own responsibilities and would be busy as well. She mentioned that she would expect both of them for dinner before the war. Naruto nodded, grabbing his Hunternin mask, but then remembered his license was suspended. He quickly sealed the mask in the scroll he used for his clothing, stood up, and said his goodbyes to Tsum. She noticed the look of disappointment on his face and recalled her husband's retirement from the Hunternin division, knowing he would be proud of both Hana and Naruto. As light footsteps approached, Tsum realized Hana was already awake. It was time to tease her daughter about the previous night. Hana entered the kitchen, asking where Naruto was while grabbing a bottle of milk from the fridge. Tsum informed her that Naruto had business to attend to and would return in the afternoon. Tsum noticed Hana's smile and teased her about enjoying the previous night, causing a blush to spread across Hana's cheeks that matched the color of the Inuzuka mark. Tsum laughed heartily, playfully remarking on Hana's newfound confidence and the unusual behavior of the dogs that night. Despite the embarrassment, Hana sat beside her mother and shared the details of her evening with Naruto, omitting the more personal aspects. Tsum, while a mother, was also a friend, and they both understood the complexities of their lives. Meanwhile, Naruto roamed the rooftops of Konoha, feeling at ease after his time with Hana. His agenda included restocking supplies and fixing his sword. He planned to speak with his boss about training ideas, particularly in genjutsu, despite his suspended license. He knew that once the war was over he could resume hunting down missing nins. Time was of the essence, and he focused on completing his tasks. The last day in Konoha passed quickly, and Naruto found himself at the gate, waiting to meet Jiraiya and Yamato for their departure to the hidden location. He was accompanied by Hana and their 3 dogs, who seemed to favor Naruto's company. Naruto had managed to complete everything he needed, including fixing his sword and restocking supplies for months in the field. He had also received valuable training tips from his boss regarding the art of genjutsu. The man was right, it was the blonde's most glaring weakness. When smoke appeared next to them, Naruto sighed at the thought of leaving Hana and the dogs behind. He turned to her first, expressing his concern. He asked her to promise that she would be safe, emphasizing how much he cared for her. Hana interrupted him with a passionate kiss, reassuring him that she would be all right. She encouraged him to focus on becoming stronger, just in case the Hokage decided he should be on the front lines. She expressed her love for him, tears streaming down her face, which Naruto gently wiped away. It was difficult for him to smile these days, and seeing tears in his eyes was a rare sight. Hana was the first person to ever say, "love," to him, and he reciprocated her feelings. He smiled at the dogs below, patting each of them, especially Mangetsu, and asked her to take care of Hana while he was away. Mangetsu nodded and affectionately liked his face. Jiraiya and Yamato stood outside the gate, waiting for Naruto to finish his goodbyes. It felt strange to see only Hana with him, as he had once had many friends. They wondered if his role as a Hunternin had driven others away or if his decision to hide his identity had played a part. It was a shame that things had turned out this way, and the acknowledgement he had fought for in the past felt shattered. When Naruto finally joined them, he looked downcast, likely still affected by leaving everyone behind. They vanished like blurs towards their hidden location. It took 5 days for Naruto and his bodyguards to reach the port city of Lightning Country. Both Yamato and Jiraiya were accustomed to silent travels, having participated in sensitive missions throughout their careers. However, they were unprepared for the complete silence that enveloped them. Naruto hadn't spoken a word since leaving Konoha and showed little interest in their attempts to engage him in conversation. They noticed the lack of focus in his eyes, which worried them greatly, as they were unsure how he was processing everything. After 3 days of travel, they decided to let him be until they reached their destination. They knew he would have to open up eventually, as they were scheduled to remain in their hideout for an extended PRD. They could only leave once the 5 Kages appeared and released them, otherwise, they were to remain hidden indefinitely. The larger the enemy, the longer the war would take. Akatsuki consisted of only a few members, each capable of leveling an entire village. However, if the alliance could take down those members, the war would end, and things could return to normal or as normal as they could be. Lightning Country's port city was significantly larger than Fire Country's, serving as Lightning's main source of travel, while Fire Country primarily relied on land transportation. Though Fire Country utilized sea routes, it had fewer than other countries like Lightning, Water, and Wave. Moving quickly through the docks, the team from Konoha located the ship that would take them, along with 2 members from each village, to a hidden location chosen by the Raikage. To their surprise, they found the Mizukage there with a member of the 7 swordsmen named Chijuru. The ninjas from Konoha had assumed the Kages would not participate directly in the war but would act as commanders of the alliance, with the exception of Gaara, who was appointed as general of the army. The Konoha team boarded the ship, and Jiraiya approached the Mizukage for clarification. He greeted her, expressing surprise at her presence. The Mizukage smiled, explaining that her involvement in the protection of the Jinchuriki had been decided by the Kages at the last minute, as she was there in case Akatsuki discovered their location. Jiraiya nodded and left her to her duties. Once the Jinchuriki was on board, the ship set sail, leaving the port city for the hidden location. Naruto chose to remain alone, avoiding contact even with the Mizukage, trying to be polite despite his frustration with the situation. He believed hiding from Akatsuki was a misguided strategy. However, he couldn't argue with the Hokage's decision, as protecting him was seen as a way to thwart Akatsuki's ambitions. He hoped the alliance could defeat Akatsuki with minimal casualties. He had become a Hunternin to protect those he cared about, not to be shielded himself. He questioned whether it wasn't the alliance's intention for its weapon to fight for the village. All these thoughts swirled in Naruto's mind, and only one other being could hear them. A voice interrupted his musings, telling him to stop complaining, reminding him that no one else could hear his thoughts but that one person. "Give me a break." Naruto felt the weight of his frustrations pressing down on him. He acknowledged that complaining wouldn't change anything, but he needed to express himself. The fox spirit within him snorted before cutting off their connection. With a long sigh, Naruto gazed at the endless expanse of water before him. The island he was heading toward was still days away, but the ocean provided him a sense of peace. He focused on the rhythmic sound of the waves crashing against the ship's hull and the gentle calls of the birds soaring above. Complaining would lead him nowhere. The situation was beyond his control. His only hope lay in relentless training to ultimately defeat Akatsuki. Gradually, Naruto's thoughts cleared, allowing him to think without the haze of his emotions. Just then, Jiraiya appeared beside him. Jiraiya expressed relief at seeing Naruto's return to focus, admitting he had begun to worry. Naruto turned to Jiraiya, sharing his internal conflict about whether being protected was the best course of action. He questioned the purpose of protecting a weapon designed for battle. Jiraiya frowned at the term weapon, but chose not to dwell on it. The fact that Naruto was opening up to him was enough for now. He understood that during their journey to the port city, Naruto had been preoccupied with these heavy thoughts. It was unhealthy for him to bear such burdens alone. No shinobi should carry the weight of others unless they were Hokage. Even if the chaos stemmed from the tailed beasts, Naruto was not to blame for the losses incurred. Yet, Jiraiya recognized that it was in Naruto's nature to take on responsibilities that far exceeded his current role. Even as a genin, Naruto had always been this way. You shouldn't see yourself as just a weapon, Naruto. Your value goes beyond being a mere asset for the village's military strength. Tsunade would never abandon you without reason. Well, at least not more than what you've asked of her, Jiraiya said, referring to Naruto's duties as a Hunternin. You may not realize it, but you are crucial to Konoha and, above all, to us as a person. Never think the village only sees you as a tool. Naruto managed to smile at Jiraiya's attempt to reassure him, even though deep down, he understood that every shinobi in Konoha was viewed as an asset. They were the lifeblood of the village's economy. He chose to remain silent, pretending to ponder Jiraiya's words while the older man moved on to chat with Yamato. His moment of reflection was interrupted when a man approached from the left. Dressed in black with a white vest and scarf, the man introduced himself as Motoi, one of the representatives from Uzumaki. Naruto noted the unusual hairstyle, which featured 3 spikes on each side and 2 smaller ones on top. You are the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, correct? Motoi asked, not waiting for an answer as he continued. My name is Motoi, and I am one of the 2 representatives from Uzumaki, along with Dodai over there with the unusual hat. It's a pleasure to meet you. Still wearing his new cloak, Naruto stared at the man who claimed to be his father. He had always imagined what it would be like to meet the Yondaime Hokage. Even before knowing Minato was his father, Naruto had seen him as a hero and a role model. However, as time passed and his focus shifted to ridding Konoha of its criminals, that admiration transformed into a desire for justice. Learning that Minato had sealed the Kyuubi within him complicated his feelings. While he respected Minato's power and skill, the father-son bond felt distant. To his right, Naruto noticed the woman who claimed to be his mother. The way they looked at him suggested they were waiting for a reaction from him at the prospect of finally meeting his long-lost parents. However, Naruto struggled with the concept of family, having grown up without the love and care typically associated with having a mother and father. His only experience of family had been with the Inuzukas, who were already adults and accomplished shinobi by the time he met them. Son. His mother's voice broke through his thoughts. Why are you just sitting there? Minato narrowed his eyes, sensing Naruto's reluctance. When Naruto stood and closed his eyes, Minato hoped his son would open up. But when Naruto opened them again, his expression remained unchanged. "Why do you keep calling me son? As far as I know, my so-called parents died 17 years ago." Both Minato and Kushina flinched at the term so-called parents. Kushina moved to explain, but Minato gestured for her to let him speak. "It seems we owe you an apology, Naruto-kun, for not explaining how we are here. You see." Minato began to recount the events that led to Kushina's labor and how a man named Madara had freed the Kyuubi from her when the seal was weakest due to her PRGSY. Naruto was taken aback to learn that Kushina was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki before him, but he remained silent as the yondaime explained. His feelings shifted slightly upon realizing that everything began with the leader of Akatsuki freeing the Kyuubi, which forced Minato to seal it back inside Naruto. After performing the ritual to imprison the Kyuubi within him, Minato had used the last of his and Kushina's energy to create a seal that kept the beast at bay. When Naruto had removed the seal, their essence had appeared before him. They longed to be with him, to witness his growth into the man he had become. Yet, Naruto's expression remained stoic, devoid of emotion as he listened. Minato hoped that Naruto would open up now that he understood a part of his parents lived within him. He asked about Madara, the leader of Akatsuki. Minato nodded, confirming Naruto's suspicion. He recounted their battle, mentioning how he had managed to wound Madara but had prioritized dealing with the Kyuubi. He anticipated Naruto's anger over the situation. However, Naruto's response surprised Minato. He understood the necessity of his father's actions as Hokage, recognizing that Minato had to save the village from the fox. Yet, he also felt a deeper frustration. He had read the letter Minato wrote, and while he understood the reasons given, he felt they fell short. He expressed his anger about the Kyuubi's influence, acknowledging that he had come to terms with it, but he also felt a sense of betrayal for not knowing the truth about his parents. Kushina remained quiet, pained to see her son struggling with these feelings. Minato narrowed his eyes, contemplating what Naruto meant by his anger towards the part of the Kyuubi. He sensed there was more to Naruto's feelings. Minato asked what the other part was, but before he could process the question, Naruto vanished from his spot and appeared right in front of him, delivering a powerful punch to Minato's stomach. Kushina gasped in shock. Despite the pain, Minato looked up to see the first signs of emotion from Naruto. Anger radiated from him, his eyes shifting from blue to a fierce red, reminiscent of the beast they had fought against. Through clenched teeth, Naruto expressed his feelings of abandonment. He had grown up alone, unaware of his parents and the reasons behind their absence. The Sandaime Hokage had kept their identities a secret, leaving Naruto in the dark while everyone around him seemed to know. He felt furious upon reading Minato's letter, realizing that they had been aware of his struggles yet had chosen to remain silent. Naruto's frustration boiled over as he recounted how he had been treated by others, especially during the Chunin exams. He had longed to know who his parents were, never asking for public acknowledgement of his lineage. He had felt anger towards Sarutobi for withholding the truth, believing that the Sandaime had betrayed him by honoring Minato's last request. As Naruto turned away from his parents, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the water. Suddenly, he felt a warm embrace from behind as Kushina enveloped him in a hug, offering comfort without uttering a word. Despite his turmoil, something within him began to relax. The golden cloak faded, and he returned to his usual form. Naruto closed his eyes, allowing the comfort of his mother to wash over him. He recognized that Kushina was not to blame for his pain. It was a feeling beyond logic that brought him solace, a connection he had longed for. Kushina gently reminded him of her presence, expressing her love and support as his mother, having watched him grow from a tiny child. There was a connection between them that transcended anything else. Kushina understood that Naruto was upset with her and Minato, and she recognized how difficult it had been for him. As she released him from their embrace, she gently caressed his face, a peaceful smile gracing her features. In that moment, Naruto was reminded of Hana, as both women shared a similar warmth when they looked at him. Kushina sensed her son's thoughts and knew who had captured his heart. Breaking the hug, she invited him to sit beside her so they could catch up. Kushina asked Naruto about Tsume's daughter, curious about the time he had been spending with her. Naruto smiled and nodded, recounting the story of their joint mission to rescue some sons from a kidnapper who had fled the village. He omitted any personal details, wanting to keep certain aspects private from his mother. Throughout the tale, Kushina maintained her smile, cherishing the opportunity to bond with her son, something she had longed for. Meanwhile, Minato observed the tender moment between mother and son, feeling a deep sense of happiness. He knew that Naruto wouldn't share the same closeness with him, given the choices he had made. Instead of interrupting, the Yondaime Hokage walked calmly towards the creature that had caused so much turmoil in their lives. When he and Kushina had first encountered Kyuubi, the fox had been nearly devoid of fur, its chakra drained by Naruto. Now, however, its chakra was slowly returning, and Minato felt a surge of concern that Kyuubi might escape and harm his son. Kyuubi seemed to sense Minato's worries and glanced at him with a snort. It reassured him that it was still bound by the chakra chains created by its former Jinchuriki. Even if it were free, Kyuubi acknowledged Naruto's strength and respect, something no other Jinchuriki had achieved before. Minato nodded, aware that for Naruto to earn such respect, he had likely faced dark choices in his path as a Hunternin. The path of a Hunternin was fraught with danger, often leading to a thirst for violence that clouded judgment. Kyuubi's nature was indeed fierce, and Minato expressed his concern about Uchiha Madara's influence. He feared that if Naruto faced Madara, the Uchiha might use Kyuubi against him. The fox growled at the mention of Madara's name, contemplating the threat posed by the Uchiha. Despite its power, Kyuubi recognized the validity of Minato's concerns, recalling how Madara had once controlled it through his Sharingan. Now, Kyuubi was within Naruto, and Madara would have to extract it first. Kyuubi challenged Minato's faith in his own abilities, acknowledging the strength of the seal that bound it. Even with its immense power, Kyuubi could not break free. Minato understood that while his seal was effective, outside influences could still pose a risk. Kyuubi reassured him that Naruto would not be in the same vulnerable position as Kushina had been during her PR Jinchuriki, and it offered its assistance if needed. Minato couldn't resist a light-hearted remark about a demon bonding with a human, even though he knew the situation was serious. Kyuubi had caused suffering for many, making it hard to believe that it could respect anyone, even Minato's son. He retrieved a scroll from his coat and presented it to Kyuubi, explaining that it contained a technique he wished to pass on to Naruto. Kyuubi regarded the scroll thoughtfully before questioning Minato's trust in it. Minato explained that when the seal was broken, the knowledge of the technique had been transferred to Naruto. Although he was unaware of it now, once he left, he would instinctively know how to perform it. The special kunai meant for Naruto had been entrusted to Jiraiya for DLVI. Minato reflected on the pain his actions had caused his son, expressing regret for the past but a desire to support him in the future. Kyuubi dismissed Minato's regret, emphasizing that their focus should be on defeating their enemies. With Kyuubi's energy, Naruto's speed would improve, and with the technique, he would stand a chance against even Madara. Kyuubi sensed that Minato's energy was waning, indicating that they needed to act swiftly. It filled Minato with joy to know that he would no longer see the fox's face. Despite the continuous jab, he felt relieved that he wouldn't have to confront the creature anymore. He turned his back to the fox and walked toward Naruto and Kushina. As he approached, both his and Kushina's images began to fade, revealing Naruto's worried expression. Naruto and Kushina paused their conversation as Minato drew near. Father and son locked eyes for a moment before Minato smiled. He felt a swell of pride for Naruto, who had grown into a determined young man. It warmed his heart to see that Naruto had overcome significant challenges to reach this point, doing so without any assistance. Minato felt compelled to express his feelings to his son, even if Naruto might not be ready to hear them. Minato acknowledged that his past actions had not been ideal, expressing his pride in Naruto for the man he had become and the man he was destined to be. He recognized Naruto's achievements as both a father and a Hokage, earning his respect even if it wasn't reciprocated at that moment. Kushina began to cry, wishing for Minato's last words to their son to be received with understanding rather than hatred. However, Naruto looked at them with a sense of detachment. Despite everything, his response was surprisingly rational, given the pain he had endured throughout his life. Naruto seized this moment, stating that 17 years of hardship could not be resolved in just a few minutes. He understood, as Hokage, the difficult decisions Minato had to make regarding the nine-tailed fox and the tensions between Konoha and Iwagakure. Yet, as a son, he could not overlook the past. He had grown up with too much pain to simply pretend it never happened. Still, he resolved to move forward and accept the gift Minato had given him, recognizing it as a final gesture from father to son. Despite everything, Minato remained his idol and role model. He hoped to be as strong as Minato and as caring as Kushina toward his loved ones. Minato and Kushina exchanged surprised glances, but their expressions quickly shifted to smiles as they looked at their son. Naruto bowed in respect, and that became the last image they saw before their essence faded away. Once they were gone, Naruto gazed at his hands with renewed determination, preparing to train in his new form and adapt the Hiraishin to his fighting style. Outside his mindscape, when Naruto opened his eyes, he saw Jiraiya, Yamato, and the Mizukage watching him with anticipation. He was supposed to battle the Kyuubi for dominance, but there was a lingering concern that the fox might seize control of his body instead. As Naruto rose, he noticed the cautious expressions on their faces, understanding their fears. Only he knew the bond he shared with the fox, and he found their concern amusing. He asked why they were staring at him, and his familiar voice eased the tension. Jiraiya smirked, relieved. He inquired if the procedure had been successful, to which Naruto nodded and revealed the transformation. Golden energy surrounded him, and Jiraiya studied the markings on his body, recognizing their familiarity but unable to place them. He decided to set that thought aside and focus on the next phase of Naruto's training. Like the Hachibi Jinchuriki, Naruto would need to learn to use tendrils as if they were his own limbs, just as the Raikage's brother had done. Naruto requested a private conversation with Jiraiya, who agreed and followed him, curious about what was on the boy's mind. Once they were alone, Naruto recounted everything that had transpired during his time in the mindscape. Jiraiya listened intently, his eyes widening when Naruto mentioned Minato and Kushina. He was astonished to learn that Naruto's parents had imprinted their essence in the seal. Naruto nodded, explaining the nature of their interaction. Jiraiya frowned at Naruto's attitude toward his father but chose to remain silent, recognizing that Naruto was old enough to understand his feelings. After sharing the details, Naruto revealed that Minato had left instructions for the Yandame's most prized jutsu within the seal that held the Kyuubi at bay. Jiraiya smiled, recalling how Minato had destroyed all knowledge of the Hiraishin no jutsu just before the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha. Now, he understood why Minato had chosen to keep it a secret. It was Minato's first and only gift to Naruto, making him the sole bearer of that knowledge. Jiraiya retrieved a scroll from his jacket and handed it to Naruto, explaining that Minato had entrusted him with its safety, intending for it to be passed on to Naruto. The blonde smiled and accepted the scroll, tucking it safely into his leather jacket. He needed to find a way to utilize the special kunai differently from the regular ones. Perhaps a storage seal tattooed on one of his wrists would work. For now, adapting to this new form was his priority. His speed and movements would require adjustment. After discussing everything, they returned to where Yamato and the Mizukage were engaged in a heated debate about elemental bloodlines. The Mizukage had knowledge of a shinobi who wielded the wood element, while Yamato was aware of her boil and lava elements. Their discussion centered on which element would prevail. Choosing to leave them to their argument, he activated his transformation once more. Naruto pondered what to do next after achieving this new level. Jiraiya explained that they needed to understand this transformation. The energy surrounding Naruto was a mix of his chakra and the Kyuubi's, even if it didn't appear blue like usual. Jiraiya instructed him to focus on molding this energy into extra limbs first, then control his strength through them. Nearby, there were boulders that would serve as excellent practice. Naruto nodded and concentrated on molding the energy around him. To his surprise, a golden pillar erupted from his right hand. By focusing a smaller amount of chakra, he managed to shape it into a recognizable limb long, with a hand at the end featuring 3 fingers and an opposable thumb. Smiling, he closed his eyes and began experimenting with this new ability, creating limbs from various parts of his body. He extended his right hand, palm up, and focused on forming 2 additional hands from either side. With one hand, he molded a Rasengan while the other limbs manipulated wind chakra. In a stunning display, Naruto performed his Rasenshuriken using just one hand. Jiraiya noted that this was only the beginning. Naruto could use this ability to mold jutsus without relying on his actual hands and even develop a new taijutsu style that utilized multiple limbs against opponents. Encouraged by Jiraiya's words, Naruto continued to experiment. He vanished from his spot and grabbed his sword while 2 limbs formed hand seals. Feeling his chakra being molded, he ignited it within his lungs and unleashed a powerful fireball technique without losing grip on his sword. As he swung his sword against imaginary opponents, he executed a specific kenjutsu kata while simultaneously performing hand seals with his extra limbs. Upon completing the attack, he released a thin air current that expanded dramatically, sending his imaginary opponents flying. Not done yet, he used his extra limbs to grab a nearby boulder and was astonished to crush it effortlessly. Jiraiya smiled, noting that they now needed to exert control over Naruto's new limbs and directed him to an area filled with boulders. On top of a mountain, Uchiha Madara stood in his old uniform, his battle fans strapped to his back. Beside him was his second-in-command, the wielder of the Rinnegan, along with all 6 bodies of pain. Behind them loomed 7 shadows, revealed to be the 7 Jinchurikis, except for Gaara, whose body had been captured by the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Madara believed he had waited long enough for this moment and was confident he would achieve his ultimate goal, the ultimate Tsukuyomi technique and control over the entire elemental nations. The army created by the 5 villages faced an army of Madara's making. Using Shikaku's energy, he had summoned an army of white Zetsu. He had already accounted for the losses his army would face due to the village elites. However, the army's purpose was to exhaust the strong and eliminate the weak, allowing him to deal with the remainder. In the end, the alliance would be too fatigued to stand against him, Pain, and the 7 Jinchurikis simultaneously. As the war commenced, shinobi from the alliance rushed to the hospital tents to receive treatment. Some arrived with severe injuries, while others were near death, pushing the medical staff to their limits. The major villages had devised a plan to treat as many wounded as possible by forming groups of medic nins. From Konoha, there were at least 200 medic nins, including Shizune, Sakura, and Inuzuka Hana. Although she was technically a veterinarian, healing chakra pathways required similar skills, so she teamed up with Shizune and a medic from Kumogakure. Hana's determination was evident as she healed an IWA kunoichi by removing shurikens from her back while using medical chakra to alleviate the pain. Akatsuki sought to capture Naruto, and she was committed to healing these shinobi and kunoichi to ensure they could protect him. Though she wanted to be by his side, the alliance needed every available medic to assist the injured. She could only hope he was safe. Jiraiya, Yamato, and the Mizukage stood together, observing Naruto train with his new transformation. So far, he had been stacking boulders to form a column, allowing him to pick up objects without destroying them. Additionally, he was using his limbs to enhance his speed, surprising potential enemies. For the better part of 2 hours, he built the column and removed boulders one by one, realizing he could control his new limbs without applying excessive pressure. Jiraiya then announced that it was time to proceed with the final transformation. The amused expression on his face was met with skepticism from Naruto, who recalled that this was supposed to be the last transformation according to Jiraiya. Naruto believed this was the last transformation. He deactivated his golden transformation and approached Jiraiya, a look of confusion on his face. Jiraiya explained that the Rasenshuriken's brother was considered the perfect Jinchuriki for a reason. He had formed such a strong bond with his bijou that he could fully transform into the beast itself. The Yondaime Rasenshuriken had assured Jiraiya that if Naruto's bond was as strong as he claimed, he could transform into the Kyuubi just as easily. The 4 eyes of those present widened at Jiraiya's statement. Jiraiya's eccentricity was well known across the elemental nations, and his words were often met with skepticism. However, this time felt serious, and Naruto imagined what it would be like to take on the form of the fox. Jiraiya instructed Naruto to visualize the shape of the Kyuubi and focus on releasing all the chakra he had drawn from the fox. Naruto understood what he needed to do, but he hesitated. Although he had formed a bond with the fox, he wondered what would happen if he transformed. Both Yamato and the Mizukage shared concerns, not aligning with Jiraiya's optimism. They worried about the potential consequences of Naruto transforming into the fox. The seal that kept the fox contained was a masterpiece, but no one could guarantee its strength against a fully unleashed nine-tailed demon, even if it had been created by the Yondaime Hokage. Naruto closed his eyes, taking a moment to come to terms with his decision. Suddenly he opened his eyes, visualizing the fox in every detail while releasing all the chakra he could muster. For the first time, the Mizukage felt genuine fear as she witnessed the majestic form of the fox before her. The sight evoked memories from 17 years ago for both Yamato and Jiraiya. They recalled how close they had come to panic upon seeing the beast for the first time. Jiraiya managed to maintain his composure better than Yamato, who had been just an infant then. The beast growled, drooling as it eyed the shinobi like they were a meal. All three prepared for the worst. Jiraiya struggled to understand what had gone wrong as he looked at the gigantic creature. Suddenly, the beast erupted into laughter, revealing Naruto's voice, albeit altered by the transformation. The shinobi before the nine-tailed beast, despite their disbelief that it was Naruto, sighed in dismay at his prank. The mere image of the Kyuubi was enough to terrify the faint-hearted. Nevertheless, they recognized that, like the Hachibi Jinchuriki, Naruto had managed to exert control over his tailed beast, assuming he had truly accomplished it. To ease their minds, Naruto transformed again. Before their eyes, the fox shrank in size until Naruto stood before them, just as they had seen him before his transformation. Jiraiya praised Naruto for his achievement and suggested he take a break. They would soon practice his first transformation in combat, starting with a match against Yamato. Naruto nodded and retreated to his room to rest. Although he considered telling Jiraiya he didn't need a break, he knew that would be untrue. He had been training non-stop all day, utilizing the fox's chakra. His chakra coils were strained from the mix of his chakra and the fox's. Overexertion could lead to him being bedridden for a while. The rest would also give him time to contemplate his next steps. He was determined not to remain confined during the war. However, he understood that escaping to the battlefield would be nearly impossible, given the location and the guards. Naruto believed he could match Yamato without using the fox's chakra. With it, he was confident that neither Jiraiya nor the Mizukage could contain him without causing harm. The challenge was that Yamato could suppress the fox's chakra, limiting his chances of escape. It felt unjust that Akatsuki was his enemy, not the entire world. It didn't make sense for all 5 nations to unite against a single organization. Now that he had gained new power, he felt ready to confront his enemies. He had already stood up to Kisame with just one tail of the fox's chakra, and he doubted the others were significantly stronger than the now-deceased Kiri missing Nin. A long sigh escaped Naruto as he settled onto his bed, gazing out the window. Complaining wouldn't change his situation. If he demonstrated his strength and trained diligently, perhaps others would recognize that he didn't need protection. To prove himself, he would need to defeat both Jiraiya and the Mizukage, not just in one-on-one combat, but simultaneously. It seemed absurd to believe he could take on 2 Kage-level shinobi alone. Naruto realized that asking nicely was not an option, leaving him at a loss. With little left to ponder, he closed his eyes to rest, unaware of what was happening with his comrades. Meanwhile, at the Alliance's hospital tent, as Naruto trained, the war continued. More wounded shinobi arrived by the minute, and the joint medical staff worked tirelessly to attend to everyone, though many still had to wait. They were prioritizing near-fatal injuries. Those who had to wait were suffering from chakra depletion diseases, fractured limbs, and minor skin burns. A few of the medicnines lacked sufficient chakra to sustain their double shifts, and many succumbed to exhaustion during surgeries. Inuzuka Hana found herself covering for others due to their chakra depletion on at least 2 occasions. The stress of her double shifts heightened her feral instincts, adding to her anxiety in this challenging situation. Hana's chakra supply was larger than most, thanks to her constant missions and her work at Konoha's veterinary hospital. Each battle increased her chakra capacity. After healing a significant wound on Akumo-Chunin's leg, she wiped the sweat from her forehead, knowing her shift was nearly over. Just as she was about to take a breather, a genin kunoichi from Iwagakure entered her tent, her arm riddled with shuriken and on the verge of fainting from blood loss. Hana quickly called for a blood transfusion and used her medical chakra to remove the projectiles without worsening the wounds. She noticed the girl flinch with each extraction but focused solely on her task, knowing that any distraction could be fatal. Once the projectiles were removed, she received a blood bag from a fellow medic and began the procedure while closing the wounds. The genin lost consciousness from the pain, but Hana was confident that she would survive. After 10 minutes of intensive work, she sent the kunoichi to the infirmary just as Sakura arrived to cover her shift. There were no pleasantries exchanged. Sakura was one of Naruto's former comrades, and the tension stemmed from the fact that Naruto's genin class had seemingly forgotten him after he joined the Hunternin division. With only her brother Kiba and Aburame Shino remembering him, Hana felt the weight of that neglect. Releasing her medical bandana and the red rubber band that held her ponytail, Hana let her hair fall back as she sighed in exhaustion. Today had been tougher than usual, and she was unsure how much longer she could endure before succumbing to fatigue. Suddenly, nausea hit her, and she rushed to the nearest bathroom, where she was sick. This had become a daily occurrence since the war began, and Hana had noticed changes in her body. Just before the nausea, she often experienced a sharp stomachache. Usually, she was alone, so no one suspected anything. However, this time, Shizen heard her and came to the open stall. "Are you all right, Hana?" The sudden voice startled Hana. If anyone discovered her condition, there would be consequences. "I'm fine, Shizen. Working 2 shifts has strained my chakra coils. I just need some rest." As the captain of Konoha's medical team, Shizen was familiar with the Medicnine's files and knew that Hana had one of the largest chakra reserves. While it was true that the workload could lead to such symptoms, Shizen recognized that Hana had endured worse days without falling ill. Using her diagnostic jutsu, Shizen moved closer to Hana, who initially protested, insisting she was fine and only needed rest. However, the captain wasn't convinced by the look on Hana's face. In the Alliance's main operations center, far from the front lines, chaos reigned. The information gathering and communication center was bustling with sensory shinobi and those with high mental abilities, all tasked with relaying information to the Kages and field commanders. 2 of Konoha's clan heads were managing the operation: Yamanaka Inoichi, known for his mind battle skills, and Nara Shikaku, the Alliance's head tactician. Together with the Reikage and Tsuchikage, they coordinated communication among the allied forces. Controlling a force of 80,000 shinobi against a battalion of 100,000 strange white creatures seemed impossible, but Shikaku's brilliance shone through, despite his notorious laziness. So far, he had devised a suitable plan for the Alliance. While overseeing the communication unit, Inoichi received a message from a location he hadn't anticipated until the war's conclusion. It came from where the Akatsuki's target was being held, where Uzumaki Naruto was hidden from the organization seeking to control the 9 Biju's chakra. Processing so much information at once was taxing, and Inoichi struggled to recall everything from before the war. However, he remembered that this particular communication wasn't expected until the end, assuming the Alliance emerged victorious. "Inoichi, can you hear me?" The familiar voice belonged to Jiraiya. "I can hear you, Jiraiya. What do you need?" Jiraiya marveled at the technology that allowed them to communicate despite being miles apart. "There has been a new development here. Please inform the Kage that I need to discuss something important regarding the last Jinchuriki." The modern technology was impressive, but it relied heavily on Inoichi's mind abilities. Jiraiya's request would be challenging, as he needed to connect to the communication system. Focusing his chakra, Inoichi reached out to his teammate Shikaku. He would need to be the messenger between Jiraiya and the Kage. Alone in his room, Naruto sat on his bed with his eyes closed, meditating. He was currently in his mind, conversing with the fox. After showing the results of his training to Jiraiya and the others, he had stomped to his room and slammed the door before landing roughly on his bed, wondering what was happening outside. It didn't take long before the fox called for him in his mindscape for one last matter to address. Naruto had grown accustomed to the fox's voice, recognizing its different tones. He could tell when the beast wanted to tease him, when it was angry, and when it simply wanted to be left alone. This time, however, he sensed a note of worry in the fox's voice, as it had yet to make a snide remark. Naruto asked what the fox needed him for. Instead of being in its cage, the QB lounged outside, looking like a tired dog. Its 9 tails playfully swayed, making Naruto wonder if the fox enjoyed playing with them. The fox informed Naruto that since he intended to face many challenges, it was wise to share 2 techniques that would give him an advantage. It requested to be called by its true name instead of the one humans had given it. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but the fox continued without waiting for a question. It began a history lesson, explaining that the Bijou were created by the man known as Rikudo Sannin, who had treated them as companions rather than as demons. Naruto listened intently, absorbing the truth about the legendary figure and how the fox had been viewed by its previous hosts, including the Shodaime Hokage and Uchiha Madara. He was surprised to learn that the Rikudo Sannin had named the fox Kurama. Curious, Naruto asked about the techniques Kurama wanted to share. The fox revealed that the first technique was the Hiraishin, which Naruto recognized as being used by his father. Kurama noted that Naruto had inherited the specifics of the technique and that his speed was nearly on par with his father's, thanks to the power he had drawn from Kurama. The fox found amusement in Naruto's thoughts, confirming that it could read his mind. Kurama then mentioned the second technique, the Bijudama, which all Bijou possessed and which Naruto might need to use in the future. Images and information about the technique flooded Naruto's mind, revealing its immense power, which was determined by the number of tails a Bijou had. Kurama chuckled, hinting at a rivalry among Bijou. Naruto, realizing it was unwise to provoke Kurama, nodded in apology. He inquired about how to learn the Bijudama, and Kurama smirked, explaining that the knowledge was being transferred to him just like the Hiraishin. With that, Kurama expressed its fatigue and lay down, using its tails as a cushion. Normally, Naruto would have engaged in a verbal spar with the fox, but he simply smiled and left the room. Unbeknownst to him, Kurama watched him leave with a relaxed smile, feeling a sense of comfort in having a host who did not view it as a mere weapon of destruction. This connection meant more to Kurama than words could express. The only uncertainty that lingered was whether Naruto would be able to confront Uchiha Madara. As soon as Naruto opened his eyes, he heard a knock on the door. Curious about who it could be, he opened the door to find the Mizukage standing there, one hand on her hip and leaning slightly to the side. She informed him that she had wanted to talk to him about something that had piqued her interest after he had rushed off following training. Naruto wondered what she could possibly want to discuss with him. He acknowledged that he had been a bit irritated at being confined but brushed it aside, asking what she wished to speak about. The situation felt familiar to Naruto, reminiscent of his experiences in bars and BRTs, where he had learned to recognize when someone was showing interest in him. The way the woman spoke and her posture conveyed a message to Naruto. She suggested they talk inside, indicating it was not something she wanted overheard. If Mei were not a Kage, Naruto might have thought nothing of it. It was unusual for someone in her position to approach a shinobi from another village without backup. Naruto nodded stoically and opened the door for her, closing it behind them. As he watched her enter and glance around, he noticed the way she moved, subtly drawing attention to herself. Her delayed response in addressing him seemed to indicate she hoped he was distracted by her presence. As a veteran kunoichi, Turmi Mei was likely skilled in the art of Stuckton. However, Naruto's bond with Hana was too strong for him to even entertain the thought of betrayal. After a moment, Mei ceased her casual exploration and seemed to realize her tactics were ineffective. She turned to find Naruto standing with his arms crossed, waiting for her to speak. Mei expressed her surprise at his self-control, noting that she had seduced many high-level shinobi before. Naruto acknowledged her skill, remarking on how he could almost envision the swift danger of a hidden kunai. He questioned her motives for approaching him in such a manner, suggesting that her earlier lava attacks might imply otherwise. Mei smirked, masking her true feelings. As a Kage, she was accustomed to concealing her intentions. Despite being caught, she reflected on her past missions and how long it took for her targets to realize their fate before it was too late. Before revealing her purpose, she inquired how he had resisted her influence. Naruto shrugged, explaining that his familiarity with swift assassinations allowed him to sense when an external force was trying to invade his mind. He also mentioned his solid relationship with a kunoichi from Konoha, emphasizing that he could not imagine jeopardizing what he had. Mei smiled at this revelation, recognizing the strength of his will. A sad smile crossed her face as she acknowledged the luck of the woman who had captured Naruto's heart. With a hint of regret, she announced her departure. Naruto, surprised by the emotion in her voice, watched her leave. He offered that if he were not already committed, he might have considered her invitation. Mei nodded in appreciation, and they agreed to keep there. Encounter a secret. After settling into bed, Naruto closed his eyes to process the information about the techniques. The image of Hana playing with her dogs brought a smile to his face. Meanwhile, in the Alliance's command center, Senju Tsunade walked through the empty hallways, her thoughts drifting back to a recent meeting with the other Kage and Jiraiya. They had discussed Naruto's remarkable progress, including his full access to the fox's chakra and a speed that rivaled the late Yondaime Hokage. While some members found this hard to believe, the reports of Naruto's ability to keep pace with the Mizukage and elite Jounin changed their minds. Tsunade had initially protested Naruto's release from his hideout to join the Alliance forces, but her concerns about his safety were overshadowed by the evidence presented. She held a secret about Naruto that only a few knew. He was to become a father in 9 months. This information was shared only among the Hokage, Hana, and Shizen, who had brought Hana to the command center. Stopping in front of Hana's door, Tsunade noticed the light was out, indicating the PRGNT woman was asleep. Moving quietly, Tsunade performed a quick diagnostic technique and confirmed that everything was fine. She sensed a significant amount of chakra gathering within Hana, likely indicating Naruto's child, which was larger than expected for a normal PRGNCY. Tsunade frowned, knowing that Hana's PRGNCY would be challenging, but she also recognized Hana's strength and knowledge in managing pain through chakra. Just then, Tsunade heard soft murmurs from the sleeping woman. In her dreams, Hana called out to Naruto, expressing her fears for his safety. Tsunade felt a pang in her chest, knowing it was just a dream, yet the weight of the situation lingered heavily in her heart. All she could do at that moment was hope that Naruto would return safely. As Tsunade closed the door to the infirmary, she was surprised to see both the Raikage and the Tsuchikage standing outside, apparently waiting for her. She doubted anything significant had occurred since 30 minutes ago, leaving her uncertain about what these two wanted. The Raikage stepped forward and explained that the time for them not to intervene had passed. If the Jinchuriki was fighting out there, they needed to ensure the enemy wasn't just waiting for him to show up. He was certain that as soon as Naruto approached the battle, all the enemy's focus would be on him. The Tsuchikage agreed. If what they heard from Jiraiya was true, the Kyuubi would be freed from the island and head straight to the battle. Therefore, they would follow him. The moment Madara and the Rinnegan user appeared, they would cover Naruto. They were unsure how Madara planned to use the captured Bijou. Perhaps he would use it against the last Jinchuriki, since the Kyuubi was the strongest. Tsunade considered the senior shinobi before cracking her knuckles. The Tsuchikage asked what she thought, noticing her eagerness for battle. Tsunade declared they should go for it. Shikaku had proven capable as their tactician, so he could manage things while they were gone. She only needed to find someone to take care of Hana while she was away. Now that she would be with Naruto, she would do everything in her power to prevent Akatsuki from getting their hands on him. At the hideout, Naruto was asleep when he heard someone knocking on his door. The extensive information regarding both the Hiraishin and the Bijudama had given him a nasty headache. When he opened the door, Jiraiya noticed the sword in Naruto's hand, which trembled slightly, hinting at his annoyance at being awakened. His reddish pupils indicated just how upset he was. Jiraiya smiled at the boy's grumpiness and delivered good news. The Kage had approved Naruto's participation in the war zone, and they would leave first thing the next day. Naruto's eyes returned to their normal blue, and he expressed his readiness before closing the door, hiding his smile. He envisioned the enemy's army falling before his sword. The next day, as the sun rose on the horizon, everyone in the hideout was already awake. Among them, Naruto was undoubtedly the first up and ready to go. He felt he would lose his mind if he remained hidden from the organization any longer. A born fighter, he preferred to be on the front lines rather than be protected, even if he was the target. He knew he couldn't risk capture, but he would not sit idly by while the enemy used the power of the bijou against his village and others. He saw the boat waiting for them to leave. Once everyone boarded, the boat set off from the strange island toward the battlefield. It would take approximately 4 hours to arrive. Upon arrival, the Jounin would scatter and join their respective platoons. Jiraiya and the Mizukage would follow Naruto, ready to assist. The Hunternin was unaware of the Kage's decision to accompany him, but it was clear that once the last Jinchuriki arrived, the enemy would focus their efforts on capturing him. Standing alone, Naruto sharpened his blade, his mind already engaged in battle. A few Jounin from other villages had heard of the Jinchuriki's prowess after learning that the Konoha Hunternin cleaning the bingo book was, in fact, the Jinchuriki. Those who recognized his lineage couldn't help but notice the similarities. Jiraiya, perhaps the only one who could attest to this, saw an image of Minato in Hokage robes, striking a pose similar to Naruto's. Jiraiya took a few steps to stand beside the Hunternin. He remarked that once they arrived, chaos would ensue and asked if Naruto was ready. Both their gazes remained fixed on the horizon. After sharpening his blade, Naruto donned his Hunternin mask. He stated that they would only know their readiness upon arrival, but he was certain of one thing: he belonged on the front lines. Jiraiya smiled at this. Unlike typical Hunternin who often resorted to stealthy tactics for quick kills, Naruto sought a full-scale battle against his enemies. In terms of effectiveness, Naruto had eliminated more criminals than all past Hunternin combined, except for the notorious Uzumaki Geishi. Jiraiya reflected on how Naruto's internship under his guidance had turned out to be quite beneficial. 4 hours later, the ship arrived at its destination. The Jounin had already scattered in different directions, leaving Naruto with Jiraiya and the Mizukage near the ship's location. They began to run, with Naruto leading the way. Suddenly, they spotted a large group of shinobi approaching. Jiraiya and Mei slowed down to engage with the battalion when Naruto activated the golden cloak at Kurama's suggestion. Instantly, he sensed the true nature of the men before them and landed a strong kick on one Kyomunin, surprising both Mei and Jiraiya, as the attacked ninja transformed into a white Zetsu. Immediately, Naruto went on the offensive, not even looking behind to see if Jiraiya or the Mizukage was following him. Summoning a shadow clone, the real Naruto used all 10 fingers to form mini Rasenshuriken aimed at the battalion of white Zetsu, while the clone was busy performing hand seals. The clone unleashed the wind-release tornado tunnel technique, enveloped by a fierce wind before charging at the Zetsu, who could only brace themselves for the impact. The rest of the platoon, composed of 5 Zetsu, attempted to attack Naruto by merging together. However, as soon as the merging was complete, they were confronted by a fireball that was easily twice their combined size. The Zetsu were quickly reduced to ash, and the real Naruto smiled, proud of the results of his training. Both Jiraiya and the Mizukage watched in awe as the Hunternin efficiently dealt with a 50-man battalion using only 3 ninjutsu techniques. Jiraiya quickly regained his composure and smiled eagerly, unaware of the enemy impersonating members of the alliance. Naruto nodded when Jiraiya suggested they assist the platoons, knowing he could see through the enemy's disguise, which meant his clones could too. He summoned another 20 clones and sent them in various directions. Mei expressed concern about Naruto conserving his chakra, noting that neither Pain nor Madara had appeared yet. Jiraiya acknowledged her point but felt powerless to act. The alliance was struggling, fighting against each other due to the enemy's ability to mimic both appearance and chakra, leaving them unable to discern friend from foe. This confusion put the enemy at an advantage. As they moved closer to Naruto, Jiraiya wondered how much chakra he had now that the Kyuubi was fully merged with him. Meanwhile, Far away in the mountains, Madara and Pain observed Naruto's actions against the Zetsu through their dojutsu. Madara noted that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was proving to be a significant obstacle to his plans and felt their time to act had come. Throughout the battlefields, the Allied forces had organized 5 different battalions in strategic positions to support one another. This brilliant strategy was devised by Nara Shikaku, earning praise from both the Raikage and the Tsuchikage. The Raikage remarked that he understood why Konoha was such a formidable opponent in past wars. However, the Allied forces were caught off guard, unaware of the Zetsu's ability to fully transform into their allies. Despite having many sensors and Byakugan users, they could not detect any differences, leading to tragic mistakes where many were harmed by those they thought were allies. As the battalion leaders recognized the chaos caused by the confusion, a bright golden beam suddenly illuminated the battlefield, halting both enemies and allies. The radiant light flickered across the area, swiftly dealing with the disguised enemies. Only a few experienced Jounin managed to catch a glimpse of the events unfolding. Shinobi from Iwagakure flinched at the memory, while Konoha Shinobi felt a wave of nostalgia, recalling the last person who moved with such incredible speed. Within minutes, each Naruto clone had cleared the battalion of white Zetsu, including those in disguise. The Zetsu were powerless against the clones, who efficiently dispatched them. In one of the battlefields, Hatake Kakashi was engaged with a few Hyuga when the same bright golden light appeared, eliminating all of them. His lone Sharingan eye widened in shock as he recognized the technique before him. Kakashi and a few shinobi from Kumogakure and Iwagakure were left puzzled by the identity of the mysterious savior. However, with his assistance, the enemy's forces were significantly weakened, allowing the Allied forces to regain the upper hand. Before the clones' intervention, each battalion faced a disadvantage of at least 2 enemies for every shinobi. Now, the odds had shifted to 4 shinobi for every enemy. The Allied forces celebrated their victory in this segment of the war, but they knew the real battle was far from over, as the last members of Akatsuki had yet to make their appearance. The battalion leaders quickly ordered their teams to account for the wounded and assist them back to the infirmary. Kakashi was busy overseeing his platoon alongside a few Konoha Jounin and Chunin. Madogai stood by his side, his expression serious as he observed the lost look on his old rival's face. It was clear to Kakashi that Naruto was the one responsible for the miraculous turnaround. He nodded in response to Gai's unspoken question, acknowledging that the only one capable of performing Namake's Minato's technique was the man's son. Kakashi was proud to see his sensei's legacy being carried on by Naruto, whose abilities had shifted the tide of the war. As he watched Naruto's classmates tending to the wounded, he wondered if they realized just who it was that had saved them all that day. The elite Jounin was well aware that Naruto's contributions had faded from the memories of the population after his decision to join the elite division of Hunternin. Kakashi looked at his friend, who was striking his usual Gai pose, and smiled. He resolved to ensure that everyone knew it was Naruto's youthful spirit that had saved them all. Gai echoed this sentiment, agreeing that he too would share the truth of Naruto's heroism. While some might never learn the full story, Kakashi was determined to protect Naruto's legacy. As they prepared to leave, they noticed the Kazekage's sand swirling around them. Gai and Kakashi instantly understood the message and vanished to meet Gaara. They were joined by Darui, an elite Jounin from Kumo, and Kazuki from Iwagakure, all summoned for an unknown purpose. Those who recognized the golden light, particularly Shino and the members of the Inuzuka clan, smiled at the thought. Tsum and Kiba fought side by side, fully aware that it was Naruto who had saved them. Tsum recognized the technique when a Naruto clone paused to greet them before disappearing again. They considered Naruto a new family member, and Kiba and Tsum felt a sense of pride in calling him their brother. Shino and Nara Shikamaru also acknowledged the clone's help with a nod of appreciation. Shikamaru, alongside Chuji and Ino, observed their conversation, curious about the identity of the golden light. He smirked at Ino's question directed at Chuji, knowing that revealing Naruto's name would only complicate matters with her relentless curiosity. Shikamaru understood Naruto's aversion to being hidden and recognized that he had just demonstrated his significance to them all. Having paused to process the information, Naruto couldn't help but smile at the accomplishments of his clones. He turned to Jiraiya and Mei, informing them that the enemy army had been dealt with, but the true threat lay elsewhere. Jiraiya and Mei nodded, acknowledging that while it was a significant victory, they could not afford to celebrate. Madara and Pain were formidable opponents, especially with the power of the Bijou at their disposal. As Naruto deactivated the Kyuubi's energy to conserve chakra, a voice called out from behind him, announcing their intent to capture him. A sudden swirl of energy heralded the arrival of Madara and Pain, shocking Mei and Jiraiya, who realized they were outnumbered. The sight of Madara's Sharingan and Pain's Rinnegan heightened the tension in the air. However, Jiraiya felt a wave of relief wash over him as he sensed 9 powerful presences behind them. The 5 Kages, Kakashi, Gai, Kazuki, and Darui had come to support Naruto in the impending battle. Tsunade stepped forward, declaring that they would not allow Madara to capture Naruto. Madara remained silent, contemplating the opposition before him. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as they awaited the confrontation. Naruto activated his golden cloak, preparing for what could be the greatest battle of his career. The others followed suit, with Tsunade releasing the seal on her forehead, activating his lightning armor, Kakashi engaging his Manjikyu Sharingan, and Gai preparing the 8 gates. Both sides were composed of elite shinobi, leaving no clear advantage for either. However, there was one crucial difference. While the enemy could not afford to kill him, Naruto had no such restraint. 2 days prior, a large-scale battle had erupted between the Alliance forces and the White Zetsus. The conflict had been fierce, ending only due to a mysterious golden light that some attributed to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Now, another battle loomed, one that promised to eclipse the previous in intensity and destruction. On one side stood Uchiha Madara and Pain, accompanied by 7 Jinchuriki, while the other side featured the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, the 5 Kages, and elite Jounin from Konoha, Kumo, and Iwagakure. Although the Jinchuriki were mere puppets controlled by Madara, their presence instilled dread in those who recognized them. Anuki and Kazuki were familiar with Han and Rushi and felt a pang of regret for not intervening when they were captured by the Akatsuki. Mei recalled her previous encounter with Yagura and the Jinchuriki, while the Raikage glared at Yujito and Karabi, reflecting on his underestimation of the Akatsuki's boldness in invading his village. The allied forces steeled themselves, determination etched on their faces as they assessed the situation. Jiraiya's thoughts drifted to the Rinnegan user, reminiscent of his former student Yahiko, while Tsunade's gaze shifted between Madara and the Rinnegan user, recalling her childhood memories of the Uchiha. Naruto focused solely on Madara, unaware that he had activated Senjutsu, his eyes taking on a toad-like appearance. As he surveyed the area, he sensed another presence a few miles away, similar to the chakra of the 6 men before him. He expressed surprise at the hidden threat, realizing that someone else was concealed nearby. Pain remained fixated on the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, while Madara chuckled at the unexpected revelation. It seemed that Naruto had pinpointed Madara's true location, but the enemy was confident that none of them could reach it. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged determined glances, preparing to confront the enemy together and end the conflict swiftly. Despite the odds, they were ready to face the challenge ahead. Naruto deactivated his Senjutsu and smirked at the adversaries before him, ready for the battle to come. As a hunter ninja, he couldn't help but smile as he faced perhaps Konoha's oldest missing nin. He could only imagine how thrilled his boss would be to confront the man himself. Quickly activating the golden cloak around his body, Naruto wasted little time and charged at Madara while Golden Hands were busy performing hand seals. With a fierce determination, Naruto unleashed the wind release, fierce hurricane technique. He vanished and reappeared in the midst of the opposing force, releasing a gigantic hurricane with slicing capabilities. The enemy swiftly retreated, not wanting to risk getting caught in the storm. When Naruto emerged from the crater he had created, he found himself face to face with the swirling masked figure. Taking a moment to inspect the enemy, Naruto noticed both the Sharingan and another unique eye, reminiscent of others he had encountered. Madara also wielded a strangely shaped fan on his back, which, while puzzling to Naruto, certainly posed a threat. He knew he had to treat this man with extreme caution. Underestimating him could seal his fate. Madara taunted Naruto, expressing disbelief that he could defeat him alone. He had expected either Kakashi or Jiraiya to be by Naruto's side. Naruto smirked, recognizing the obvious attempt to provoke him into attacking recklessly. He reflected on how he had once fallen for such tactics as a child. Kakashi and Jiraiya were currently occupied, and Naruto cautioned Madara not to underestimate him. Many powerful enemies had made that mistake and regretted it. Madara chuckled, amused by Naruto's speed, which reminded him of past battles. Naruto appeared in front of the masked man with his sword drawn, but the weapon passed through Madara as if he were a mere illusion. Undeterred, Naruto continued his assault, attempting to strike from behind, only to meet the same result. He saw Madara preparing to counterattack and narrowly dodged, throwing a couple of shurikens surrounded by wind chakra. Once again, the shuriken passed through Madara without effect. The opponent chuckled at Naruto's futile attempts. Madara began gathering air in his lungs while performing hand seals, preparing to unleash a massive fire technique. Naruto's eyes widened at the sheer size of the fire blast, but he used his speed to evade it, reappearing behind Madara. Before the man realized it, focusing on a giant Rasengan, Naruto combined his energy with 4 additional spheres. However, the attack passed through Madara as before, and in a swift motion, Madara grabbed Naruto by the neck. Struggling against the firm grip, Naruto realized that Madara was indeed corporeal. Using his golden limbs, he managed to strike Madara, pushing him back. A smile spread across Naruto's face as he faced Madara again. He began to understand Madara's technique. It was a matter of milliseconds. For Madara to grab him, he had to change his form instantly. Naruto concluded that he needed speed to defeat him. Madara found amusement in the pattern of their battle, reminiscent of a father-son dynamic. It took Naruto some time to grasp the situation, but he was ready to engage. Suddenly, a giant fireball hurtled toward Madara, who had not anticipated Naruto's quick movement. The fireball exploded behind him. Madara activated the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye, increasing his speed. He met Naruto head-on, parrying Naruto's sword with a kunai, surprising Naruto with the sudden change in pace. The blonde recognized the shift in Madara's Sharingan, recalling similar patterns in Itachi's eyes, indicating that Madara could use the same techniques. His instincts proved correct when Madara vanished from sight, only for black flames to appear. Naruto quickly retreated a few meters, facing the man with 2 powerful dojutsu. Madara extended his hand and uttered 2 words, invoking the all-creation attraction technique. Naruto felt himself being pulled back toward the black flames but relied on his extra limbs to alter his trajectory, launching himself back on the offensive. As he appeared right in front of Madara, he realized the man had not lowered his arm from the initial attack. Madara unleashed the Divine Judgment technique, sending Naruto flying away with a powerful force. Using his limbs to regain control, Naruto glared at Madara, frustrated. He recognized that he needed to time his attacks perfectly while avoiding Madara's deadly techniques. So far, he felt outclassed, but he was determined to find a way to stop him. He just needed 1 solid hit, and he was confident that Madara could be dealt with. On the surface, Madara appeared unbeatable, but deep down he was as fragile as any other human being.